Hello, happy Tuesday. A little bit of a later start for this particular day, but apologies, we had to wait for some games to be available. Turns out the Anathan Kiljardi series did not get played last night. Oh no. Instead, that is how we are going to begin today. So, Anathan versus Kiljardi will be starting in just a few minutes. We're going to have Beasty versus Sassy happening after that. Likely, depending on the length of the series, we'll be hopping in midway into that series. We'll go with the flow, however it shows. After that, we're going to be checking in on the winner of that series going up against B in the semi-finals. And then finally, we will look to circle round to Dumu versus Myriad to round out the day. maybe if Ben is up for it, we can see Dumu versus Wham, or if it's Myriad, more likely we'll see Myriad versus Wham today. If not, unfortunately, it might be a case of a quarterfinals doesn't get done today. That was kind of out of our hands. Unfortunately, that is kind of the insanity of 2 tournaments running their qualifiers on the same weekend. Is basically everyone was kind of clogged up on when they were doing their games for the Midweek Masters. So it's what it is. But we will definitely look to reserve that semi-finals with the grand finals for Thursday, as we normally do. So, with that in mind, I think we've got like 2 or 3 minutes until the draft starts for Kiljardi and Anathan. Remember, it's going to be BO5 now. So we get some nice length in the series. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, did you guys see this post, by the way? I know going to Reddit can be a dangerous thing, but there was a post on Reddit where someone found some deets. Maybe you guys have seen this already. Okay, so this is pretty crazy. Apparently, someone was able to go in and have a look at the files, and they discovered a few different things here, certain ID codes relating to entities in the game that don't really exist in the game. At least I can't remember them existing in the game from a while ago playing the campaigns. So, first of all, we've got this thing, the Cistercian abbeys, where villagers can drop off resources in monasteries, and garrisoning a prelate basically turns it into an Arcan chapel. I don't remember this from the campaign at all, so like this could be something we see in the upcoming drop. Like the civs, logically, it seems like we're heading towards kind of a Knights Templar-esque thing, so this would fit that. On top of that, monasteries become self-sufficient. I think that's the Cistercian Abbey's tech gives that, working their lands through lay brothers. So yeah, that allows them to now drop off. It's kind of a repeat of what we just said. Then we got this elephants, expensive cavalry of high armor, and a powerful arquebus. Effective against melee units, has the caracol ability. These are different entities, by the way. It's not elephant into this, it's something else. So it's like some new form elephants, but this is interesting. The caracol ability is a strategy. It's a tactic from like the Spanish, right? Yeah, called the snail. It's a turning maneuver on horseback in dressage. So what does that mean exactly? I'm trying to think what like a caracol would be in this situation. Because isn't it typically where, yeah, you just basically, you feign, attack, and then you retreat behind? I'm wondering what that could actually entail in a game like Age of Empires 4. Only 5 riders can be trained for each standing keep, which is kind of nuts, by the way. Castles are not cheap. I feel as if this is going to be, so like heavy cavalry that can retract. Dare I say they're bringing some sort of taunt element in? Because the whole concept there would be that you would attack and then retreat behind your lines. So what is the logic there? Maybe what it could be is kind of like a little bit similar to what we have right now with the trample ability for the Byzantines, but simply for the sole purpose of getting away from a bad fight. So like you start the fight, spin and come in, and you can pull away. It'd be cool if there was some sort of taunt element, so it drag them in. Then it would make sense. Got Black Riders coming in, which it's not a European thing. Military unit. Apparently, yeah. Okay, so that's German. Yeah, it looks like we've got maybe a German unit down the line because it does kind of route towards that, the Pistolier Cavalry. So probably something for either a new faction, which could make sense for like a Knights Templar spinoff, or we're getting something like for HRE / Order of the Dragon. So a few options there, but kind of cool. Basically, we've been talking recently on streams about like a Dragoon idea. A Pistolier Cavalryman would kind of hit that. So that would be very interesting to see. They adopt modern hit and run tactics to deal heavy damage. Wait, so they're going to be like Magadai type thing? Faster and can fire while moving for... Yeah, okay, yeah. So they have an ability to temporarily fire while moving. They basically got the gallop of the Roost Horse Archers. That's interesting. And then Caracol comes in again here to be talked about again for the Black Riders. So wait, maybe this is all... Oh, that's interesting. Maybe this isn't like a different unit. This is just the same unit. And Caracol is the ability. So it allows you to like attack and move at the same time like a Magadai. And then you got some buildings take less damage. Act as a keep with health. Yeah, so like all buildings with influence take less damage. Yeah, so this is basically... I think... Have we maybe got like a third arm to the HRE? Like your HRE or the Dragon and now a new one coming? Because these reprints, like either this or it's just like a copy and paste from a previous version of the same entities. For example, the Palace of the Elsbat Palace type effect, right? At different intervals in the match, you will have the option of free. So yeah, the free random buffs thing is what we've got in there. That's a really cool game mode. It's the charter game mode. I think we might actually try to like figure out some community nights where we can host some games on there. And then you got the tiers. So, you know, a lot of this we've seen. Forlorn Hope, dude, I've been talking Forlorn Hope in my cast recently. For those that don't know what the Forlorn Hope is, the Forlorn Hope was the group of people that went over the top through the breach in the wall first, right? The logic was meant to be that like they weren't going to make it back, but their valiant efforts would inspire people. So maybe some sort of ability where units dying inspires nearby units could be coming in there. And that maybe leans into this infantry gains X charge damage type thing. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, like, so basically, because they're the first line, they're going to charge in. They'll get the bonus buff. That's kind of interesting, like a more useful version of the Order of the Dragon Gilded Knight charge tech. And then Black Rider population to do with the amount of Black Riders. So, this whatever's coming, whether it's like a new civ, variant civ, or like an add-on to existing civs, this is like a core component to the point that like we track scholars for Delhi. So Black Riders are probably going to have more than just military usage, I want to say, or the whole organic nature of the civ is going to rotate around that. That's very interesting. And outside that's it. Like we even have an icon for it. Yeah, we've got full-on gunner boys. Basically, we've got dragoons. If anyone's played Cossacks, they're hyped and also fearful of this because in Cossacks, those things were damn OP. But only a small update on this one. Let me know what you guys think about this. What have you been thinking? Are we going to be seeing this be part of the Crusader type civ that a lot of people are theory crafting? Do you think it's someone going to be seeing the standard civs? Do you think it's an entirely new variant civ of the HRE? Are we going to be getting variant civs for Crusader states of like English, German, maybe French as well? Let me know what you think in the comments down below, and I'll catch you all in the next video. Spain confirmed. Spain confirmed is also an interesting idea. I'm not convinced, though, because Black Riders are German, right? Like, based on what we just saw. Anyway, I believe the boys should be underway with their draft. They are indeed. Let me get the deets up. So, type in the maps. So, we've got Cliffside, Oases, Dry Arabia, and Coastal. So remember, best of 5 now. We're going to be doing this best of 5. Then we'll probably hop in mid-series for Beasty versus Sassy's, because I imagine they would have started before this one finishes. And then immediately after that, we should have B up against the winner of that series. So pretty stacked day on that alone. And then there's some potential maybe for the other quarterfinal, WAM's quarterfinal. But we'll see how things go. Outside that, though, let me go ahead. And we will pull up... Where's the draft? I've lost the draft. It's always a good sign. That's a Civ picker. There we go. All right. So they actually just finished their draft. So what we can do is we can pull it in. Ignore this. It's not core time. It's just we needed to update the names. So, draft's complete. Anathan... Yeah, dude, they both banned the French. Just look at how the behaviors are changing. The Delhi ban on one side, but the Jean on the other. I think I like that a lot more for Anno. I don't think Delhi's that worth it. I mean, you can kind of see it by the way it's being drafted here, right? 4th priority ban and then coming in at the end. Order of the Dragon just leveling up. Byzantines is still solid in the opening. Rus will not be seen anywhere as usually as well. That's to be wholly expected. But HRE making it through as a result of that. This is usually the way we expect things to go. The more unusual one maybe sometimes is seeing China in there. But like, if you're choosing between Rus or China, I think like Rus has a bit more applicability for the Pro Scouts rush builds. And some of the matchups are more painful to deal with. Whereas China does have some potential counterplay, right? Like certain civs that can beat them, such as HRE. So HRE like is always going to concede across Chinese Byzantines. The interesting part is that it wasn't Order of the Dragon afterwards. It was Malians. With this map pool, kind of makes sense. You've got Dry Arabia, Coastal Cliffs. You basically got 4 maps where you could Pro Scouts. That's what you care about. Likely opening game here. I think you can get creative a little. I'm getting this feeling Anathan's going to go Malians, but we've seen Malians sometimes can fall a little bit flat. Because if you can force the meta to in the game to revolve around archers, Malians really struggle to keep up with that, right? And when they go Castles, they usually want to get away from javelins and archers. Same with Donzos. Donzos are insanely expensive on wood, and there's not much wood and prairie. So, like, for example, if Anathan goes for Malians, what Kiljardi could do is usually go for like a Night Civ. It doesn't really have a great one, but Mongols does work reasonably well as a pseudo Night Civ with the Keshiks. So let's get ready. Let's have a look and see what are they going to be drafting for game 1. It's Japanese Chinese. So Anno did get creative. He didn't go for the typical Malian pick. I like that. Japanese versus Chinese may be a little bit funky. But in theory, you know, you could potentially just ignore Pro Scouts and rush Castle. I think China is a decent Civ for mirroring that, though. Maybe Anno was expecting something like the Order of the Dragon or Byzantines. We've been noticing a few players have been experimenting with Byzantines on Prairie. Because remember, folks, this week, opening map is going to be Prairie. We change it every single week to keep things fresh. We changed the format where we introduce new maps to basically introducing a new map every 2 weeks instead of every 1 week. But we do tend to rotate the maps before then anyway. All right, so lads are loading in the game now. Hello, YouTube. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we'll be hopping in at 1 minute mark. Okay. Oh, and you guys want predictions. In game 1, is it going to be Kiljardi? Give you guys 2 minutes. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. It's quarterfinals time, and it is going to be a fun one. Anathan versus Kiljardi. This is pure fireworks guaranteed us, not just because there's Chinese in the game. We've got an Asian showdown to open up on Prairie. Chinese in the hands of Kiljardi. Anathan with the Japanese. Interesting pick as well. Anno did have some more predictable picks that we usually see on Prairie here to open a draft, such as Malians, HRE, Iobids. Otto's even been seeing a lot of. Japanese, a little bit less so, but in theory, a really good map for them, right? We're talking about a very exposed map. There's not much to hide behind. You can aggro your opponent quite easily. And the amount of sheep you get on the map, especially when you're doing Anathan's good old patented double scout opener, you're going to get enough to ignore Pro Scouts and just flood Knights. Meanwhile, for Kiljardi, only 1 scout to open with, already struggling a little bit, 11 sheep compared to the 25. And the rough part is, of course, Kiljardi doesn't know. He did get a good rotation through the center for the most, but part of it did get cut off by Anno at the start. The rough part is, like, you don't necessarily know for sure if your opponent actually has gone double scout, unless you can basically scout right to the back of their base, which you can see that Kiljardi didn't do. So he doesn't know for sure what has happened here. Imperial Academy is going to be coming in, like every single game ever. And no harassment attempt. So yeah, some people might have been suspecting a rush. In fact, if you look at Kiljardi's rotation, he clearly was anticipating the risk of it. Right now, the hot thing for the Japanese is Dark Age Rax Rushes with a 75 wood cost. So Kiljardi not only pivoted across there to try and just take the center sheep with a better vision, he wanted to know if he was going to have to guard his gold. Now, he's hunky-dory as can be. He doesn't have to rush 4 to 5 villages on the gold. He can chill pillar and just head up and go for the Pro Scouts timing. He's going to need it. Talking about 14 sheep to 30 here for Anathan. He's still finding additionals. So we're talking about like probably 32 sheep to round out. That's more than enough to just fast castle here. Anno will likely build maybe a few opening shinobi. It does give you some pressure play. It sometimes depends on the spawn though. And this particular one, it would be bad for the play because the TC's in range. So you won't be able to actually get any pressure damage. He might be able to get snaky with the tree line, but by the time you're doing it, it feels maybe a little bit late. How do you guys predict, by the way? 92% for Anathan. Okay, I know he is the reigning champ, setting a record, which, by the way, like the numbers matter a lot here, folks. We talked about this at the end of last week after Anathan had a fantastic run in Midweek Muster number 13. He's currently sitting on, I think it's a 3 win streak in a row, which is mirrored for the record. Poppyball has the record for 3 in a row. 5 based on his participation because he took a break for 1 week and that week Vortex won. But like I'm going to count it the fair way to count it. Right now, if Anno wins this week's Midweek Muster, he's the reigning streak champ. First scouts from Kiljardi. Let's see if he can actually maybe put a stopper on that plan. I mean, China is a formidable force, folks. We're talking like a top 3 Civ right now in the meta. Second most banned in our Midweek Musters. Second most banned in EGC's recent S-tier tournament. For good reason as well. So Anno is going to be adding an additional Shinobi. This is to block the Pro Scouts play. So he does want to try to engage. It makes sense. It's pretty smart. The reality is, like, if Kiljardi wants to counter this play, he's going to have to put archers now if he wants to be optimal. Otherwise, he's going to have to spam horsemen to try and overwhelm Shinobi. Not easy to do. If it was one Shinobi, you could kind of out-micro him and stab him, move out with 3 or 4 horsemen. But 2 Shinobi is just too expensive. So Kiljardi will likely try to dodge the problem. One nice thing for him here, and another reason why Anathan wanted additional Shinobi here, is there's so many separate deer stacks that you have a lot of points to kind of rally out to. So it's very hard for Anno, unless he wants to blow up to, like, 6 Shinobi, to be preventing all the gathering. Kiljardi is going to be going for those 3 horsemen. I'm not sure he actually scouted the second Shinobi. No, because his scout's being mirrored. Anathan knows this player's for free right now. I say for free. It costs him 100 resources, but so far he's forced a 360 investment, and Kiljardi might still not feel safe about taking the engagement. It's kind of wild, actually. It takes you, what, 9 hits to kill Shinobi? It's quite a lot. That's like a tall order, let's put it that way. Especially considering that in return, they're going to hit you for 25 damage. So they kill you in 5 hits. What was the most banned Sith? The most banned Sith was, without doubt, Juji, and remains the case. Rus, less banned than China. Not too much of a distance between them. And then just below, like a little bit below that, you'd find like HRE, Byzantines. That's where it starts to diversify quite a bit. So Anno, he knows pressure's coming. He's just going to use the Shinobi to guard himself. So Outpost's going to go up. Kiljardi, he full on took the bait here. He's actually adding in the archers. So why would Kiljardi do this in this situation? There is a risk he just didn't know that the Shinobi count was going to stop at 2. The 3D clan members, which Anathan will regularly practice with, have had this popular habit of spamming a lot of Shinobi. Like, you watched B, just, I believe it's yesterday, spam 12 Shinobi and then tech. So with that in mind, Kiljardi's idea to go archers actually makes a lot of sense with the info he's given. He was blocked. He was pushed away because the enemy scout was always mirroring his own. And then we have to remember, with pro scouts coming in, you're not going to be looking for info on your opponent anymore. You're going to be focused on getting the deer. Anno. So let's see if B's left an impression here. I doubt it. No. There's only one man I expect to be doing the Buddhist monk builds this week, and it would be B. The floating gate did get nerfed. It went from 150% production rate down to 125% production rate. It was pretty big nerf. I don't think it was entirely warranted. I think it was better of an idea to see if Japan functioned better with the buffs first before you applied nerfs. It feels very weird to me that we've got like a bottom 5 Civ in the game right now that got both buffed and nerfed at the same time. It doesn't make sense, right? Like, you in that situation, I don't think it is going to immediately make them a top Civ if you just give them the buff of the level we're talking about, which, remember, the main buff was around the Rax cost being decreased by half. So Kiljardi is now getting ready to just follow up. He's built enough units to kind of keep his opponent contained for the moment, do a little bit of damage, maybe slow him down, but he knows he can't dive the base. He knows what this has really turned into. I wonder, Kiljardi, do you maybe just go for the Imperial Palace? On a map like Prairie, Clock Tower is quite low value because it's very hard to protect yourself approaching. He's actually going to stop off the Barbican. Interesting. Yeah, so he needs something to defend himself against the samurai that are coming in. That's undoubtedly like true here. So instead of spending 200 resources of wood on outposts and then still needing to go get the stone, he's just opting to spend 600 resources and then over time get more villages. It's not a terrible idea, actually. These archers feel like this fight was a terrible idea. It's like, why did we walk over here to fight guys wearing heavy armor? Like, bro, you got a bow. Just shoot him. Yeah, but my bow is made from, like, small twigs and, like, old lady yarn. I can maybe hit him with it. It's not really going to do anything, though. So we'll just try to buy some time here. Just trying to keep the initial units in the base. We know that the monk should be on the way out, though. And in fact, yeah, Anathan, he went wide on the left already. Double nerf on Yurishira? True, yeah. It wasn't just the production rate. It was the passive resources nerf. So I believe it went from 75 to 60. And I think it might have been 60 to 50 in the case of gold. Pretty rough overall. Did you guys know that you can drop Yorishiras in marketplaces? I always like to just drop that in there because no one ever does it. Every time I mention it, people go, you can do that? Believe it or not, yes. And smart lad. Kiljardi is going to be going for the Imperial Palace. This just guarantees he sees where the raids are coming from. The only thing that feels a little bit lackluster is you have got like a Barbican already kind of covering the same vision. But the Imperial Palace is insane. It'll let him see out to like here. Which is more than enough time to rotate with your spin. So if you Yorishiro drop a Marketplace, it'll give gold. It does the same thing that a Forge does. This is a bit rough for Kiljardi. Can he actually get out on the map quick enough to block? Anathan has got the second Shinto coming. Technically, it should be very hard for Kiljardi to block more than one relic here. As long as the Shinto, yeah, he's already marching out center. So next one should be south side, and that leaves the safety of the one of these. This is the one relic that I would be really shocked if Anathan gets. What's Kiljardi thinking in this situation? Probably that he just kind of has to hunker down, macro up a little bit. He has got Pro Scouts play, and the Pro Scouts play is paying off. He knows there's going to come a time where Anathan has to attack him. With a Koka Township build, you don't really have a smooth transition into farms. And you have to remember, on top of that, because of the Song Dynasty effect, the Imperial Academy, Kiljardi has got a notable eco lead, as it currently stands. And that is why, by the way, Anathan done the smart thing here. He dropped the Yorishiro in the TC. Really what you want to be doing, especially with the passive resource gen just being nerfed the way it has, this just guarantees that you don't fall behind the Chinese. They will maintain that 4/5 lead, partially because of the Song Dynasty timing, but the other part is, remember, 4 of these are actually Imperial officials. Oh, sorry, 3 are Imperial officials. Now, that is interesting to me. Anathan switching into Onimusha. What would bait him to do this? I believe he saw the one knight, maybe, and it got him a little bit paranoid. Meantime, his knights are able to keep raiding. And the Sheik Shelter, oh, it's just working against him. Wait, no, go to the Barbican. Oh, no. And there's not enough room there either, right? Yeah, there's still going to be one left over. So he just dives through, double hand cannon Slitfire, and loses, was it anything? Maybe one unit, I think, went down? I mean, 2 of them are heavily injured, but at the same time, that is insane idle time. Tough part right now for Kiljardi is just scaling these crossbows. Crossbows, you can't just rely on them as much as you used to on their own. The base damage nerf kind of like ruined their flexibility. There's still going to be Onimusha, by the way, which is why I'm kind of glad Anathan isn't mass producing those. But where they're going to struggle now is like if you come in with things like Yumi are going to compete a little bit better. In fact, Anathan, like the play that he'd want to do, likely in this situation on a normal map, would be Yumi. Kiljardi set him up perfectly for it. What's smart about Kiljardi's play is the map we're playing. You can't really afford mass Yumi with so little wood. You just have to keep moving around too much. I don't know, just scaling so well here as well. 10 Mounted Samurai already in the field. Maybe he just goes Onimusha because it's more cost efficient. One concern Anathan does have to address is what he's going to be doing for food. Because he didn't go Pro Scouts, like the 30 sheep went a long way, but he's down to 7 now. One thing that is on the menu for you, even if the deer are gone, the berries are really good gathering rates. You've got the boar nearby, so this area is like high value. But at some point, he's going to want to start thinking farms. For Prairie, it feels like a good point to have to start thinking about farms is when you have Daimyo 2. And if you look at the stone, you can see it's quite fortuitous, actually. He's almost got what he needs for level 2, which is where those farms will be 40% better. So some of the knights are getting caught off, but nice raids overall. Just keep finding these little pocket points. You don't necessarily have to kill, you just have to idle. The Mountain Samurai might even... Oh, wait, no. Come on! Oh, you tease. I swear, Formation Shuffles just baits you into rough things. So Kiljardi still has quite a lot of deer left on the map, right? We're talking about 4 up here, another 3 over here. There's somewhere in the region of, what, 15 deer left on the map? That's a lot of runway still. Anathan can play blocker to the south side. The problem is the way Kiljardi's now played this, he's kind of been linear, moving one piece to one piece to one piece, which is very important because with his army style he's gone for, Anathan doesn't really want that direct engagement yet. There is a world in which we just see him scale enough Mounted Samurai to commit. I'm not sure if we're there yet. I'd be reluctant to take this type of fight. Mainly, not because the spears are that threatening, it's the 10 crossbows behind that can kill you. And I know, he is going Onimusha. The funny thing is, the choice being made feels like it's informed by the fact that you just don't have enough wood in this map for Yuumi. But the reality check is it's good because Kiljardi is going Lance the Palace Guard. Something that I think Anno likely scouted out a little bit earlier. Might have seen them rotating around when he was diving the base. We do have the shuffle out to Bumba, Anathan. Suddenly at the point where he has to start taking risks in the game. Like the fact that he's been taking Sacred Sites just to draw Kiljardi out of his base and distract him a little. We don't have any raids right now, so this is because Anathan's a bit paranoid. He sees the armies decapping halfway across the map. So if he chooses to rotate into the back of the enemy base right now, this could dive his base and do just as much damage. And he doesn't know what's going to be waiting for him back at the Chinese home. So Anathan is being quite logical about this. He could potentially peel off 2 to 3 knights just to go raiding. In fact, right now, he's kind of shuffling out the entire force. Presumably, this is to try and get onto that tree line. If he gets the timing right, this could be sick. In fact, catches the villagers running out to build the wall. Worst possible moment, Kiljardi. And this is the crazy thing about the Imperial Palace. It gives you this false sense of security. You just see so much of the map, but up to a point, right? You're still playing essentially a very blind game here, which is crazy to think for a guy who went pro scouts, but it's now been reduced down just to 1. I know, he still has this D stack back here as well. It's actually kind of crazy. Kiljardi isn't going for more? No, he hasn't reproduced the scouts. I mean, there's still a decent amount of deer left on the map. Possibly he feels like he can't get his hands on it. It might just be a case of him feeling a little bit too pressured to build military to instead go into 65 foot scouts. Especially when you consider the risk. Like, from his POV, he could run out and just run into 2 knights and die. Like, in theory, you shouldn't be able to get away with the remaining deer grabs. They're too far out there against this much cavalry. You'd have to patrol with the deer gatherers, and that would leave your base unguarded. We do, by the way, have 2 TC now from Anno. Interesting. I find multi-TC play always feels quite ballsy on Prairie because of the lack of mass wood. Right? When you expend into additional villager production, you're kind of talking about spending a lot more food. And that means that you're going to be forced into farms sooner rather than later. Overall, pretty smart, though. Dominant position he finds himself in here with the 4-1 relic split, the Sacred Site still being captured back and forth. And this wall seeming incompletable for Kiljardi. So what Kiljardi's looking for is just that bulk and go point. He has got stone being gathered right now. He's setting up a granary in the forward. This seems a bit risky, but with a keep drop, it actually should be quite secure. I like that it's a keep drop. I think 2TC here is pretty much just exposing your entire face to be punched, right? Like, you've seen your opponent's got mass amount of samurai. You can barely afford to keep up on army production. Why would you then spend an additional, what, 200 food a minute on villages? So, decides to set up the farms first. Same happening from Anathan now. Didn't bother to set any up in the main base. He can get the daimyo levels out here, though. Love to see that. In fact, we have active stone gathering, so it seems that Anathan has decided to shift his farmlands to the corner. That's really smart. Logic here is the center of the map, much more raidable in the corner. You can just camp here, wall yourself off potentially. Feel overall secure. Once you have Shogun, it kind of protects most angles of approach as well. So Kiljardi must have an idea of like his win condition here. It feels like we're in kind of a survival phase. He understands that Mat Sama are very powerful at this stage in the game. He understands that his opponent's got mass cavalry. You can't outmaneuver. So from his POV, he needs to wall up first, which is incredibly hard to do on Prairie, and then has to slow roll this. But once you have like full granary set up, you should feel a lot better than the Japanese economy. Remember, with the maximum levels of daimyo, they get a 60% food buff. The trade-off is they don't have these normal eco tax for food gathering. So that means that, like, by Imperial Age, you can have 3 tiers of 30%. That's already offset half of what the daimyo gives. And then you have to remember that you've got the Imperial Official giving 20% more drop-off. And that's before we get into the fact that granaries give an extra 10%. So, like, you see how this snowballs favorably for Chinese on food count. Zhuge knew as well. I guess he scouted the Onimusha. Zhuge are really good traders into Onimusha as long as you can reach. difficulty is like with good micro, Anathan can just keep out of distance of you. But love the fact that we got the Uma Bannerman in. Like, without the Uma Bannerman, your Onimusha will just lose to normal crossbows, which just feels terrible considering that they are 20 resources more expensive. Granary is on the front line. Yeah, I think it's just to do with the direction Kiljardi was shifting his economy in, because you want the berries as well. Like, he's got double berry patch here. He needs wood. This whole area is surrounded by wood. Kiljardi hasn't gone for the keep drop yet. He actually instead went 2 TC. So he did opt for the more gluttonous approach. Presumably this is because he's just like seeing that Anathan isn't attacking him. And he's trying to take a risk here. Because like if Anathan knew it was 2 TC, there is a world in which this mini Mount Samurai dive in. But as time goes on, the window is starting to close. In fact, Kiljardi has what he needs now for the keep drop to protect himself. I wonder if it'll be coming in like around this area, and the granary is usually the standard area you drop one in. Feels like Anathan is trying to slow roll the victory. Sacred Sites is a cool idea. He's setting up farms himself. Might be that he sees a kind of win condition in Imperial. This is somewhat reminiscent of like Louis MT's mass mount samurai builds with a small sprinkling of Onimusha. Logic being, you just get mass samurai, you upgrade into elite. You're pretty much playing an Eastern version of the French. I know, but he does discover the second TC. So this is his first time spotting this now. Does he change the way he wants to approach as a result? Like, this is new info to him. At this stage, like, you're kind of hunkered down on the farm transition. He's going to keep defending on the sacred sites. Knowing your opponent went 2 TC means it's going to make him weaker on the push. And this isn't his full firepower. Like, Kiljardi just kind of punted away, what, 10, 15 units? That decap doesn't work out. The cheeky small wall from Anno. He's keeping options open. Shogunate is kind of the game changer. Like, this economy area doesn't need as much protection now with a rocket launcher there. The funny thing is, like, it's very hard with Kiljardi's army for him to ever attack this area. It feels like if you hit this point in the game, like, the game is already over, right? The main base is kind of a little bit more towards you than the farm area. But yeah, this is going to be Anathan going Imperial now. It's a bit soon, right? Like, he could get tempted to go back for mass units up to 200 pop. But he's scouted out, he's seen that Kiljardi's gone 2 TC, he knows about the granaries, he knows that Kiljardi isn't really attacking him. So, like, this is the perfect time in the game to try for Imperial. Oh, wow, did he just see him walk up? He's glimpsing it now. Uh-oh. I think this may have forced his hand into a recommitment here. We have got a keep drop attempt deep into enemy lines. Kiljardi, it wasn't enough to protect his own economy. He's looking to shut down Anatan's. And that is as close as you could possibly get to the Shogunate. Oh my god. Well, he can't get any more troops out, so what you have is what you're getting. Villagers are immediately being sniped by the outpost here. The rocket launcher can reach those villages, by the way. The Mount Samurai are going to commit to the dive. Wait, there's only 13 spearmen! Kiljardi, surely not. The castle drop is going to be successful, but only temporarily. This mini Mount Samurai should be capable of clearing it up. Wow. Kiljardi. What was the thought process in this move? Probably felt like it was just a matter of time that Anathan was going to beat him on economy into the final age of the game. So he felt he needed to do something. He knew where the farms were. He made this commitment. And although it has idled them out, although it may force some siege reaction to slowly take it down, the reality now is there's a counter window open for Anathan to charge across the map. What is up, ZB0T? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to the swarm. Just in time to see a Japanese swarm, a tide flood over the enemy base. Kiljardi is flocking back into spearmen en masse. It's a slow process, though. Kiljardi. Was there a better way to have played this? I don't think there was many options on the table for a keep drop that would be more impactful. I kind of respect the attempt. I just don't think he was necessarily expecting that quick reaction on that many knights, but now the knights are in, and it is going to be a massacre here. Secondary wave at least gets shuttered, but the Onimusha are intercepting the spearman reinforcements. Rams are now coming out to deal with the keep. And another keep drop. Oh my god. Timings just didn't align for Kiljardi. You see how there's a slippery slope, kind of a snowball effect to mistakes or forced errors, right? And this is like a forced error, I'd say more. Like, it was a very ambitious keep. The idea was cool. It could make sense if it wasn't for how quickly Anathan rotated on him. So the logic would have been Kiljardi could keep drop. He'd have an army standing there. The keep would be up and actually a good defense to stop the dive. And then you'd be gathering stone for a secondary keep drop back on your farms. The timing just didn't align, though, because of how quickly Anathan jumped on top of him. And what is up, White Walker? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Appreciate you. Keeps you sane while looking for a new job. Dude, I do not envy that. I think, you know, as scary as being a freelancer and a content creator is, one thing I at least like is I don't have to worry about stupid details like CVs and cover letters. I guess I kind of do in a different format, though. Okay, pretty good trade for the abandonment there. Kiljardi losing more villagers. You're seeing the issue with what China's trying to do here. Yeah, this is one of the funky things about like the Japanese TC is like you can't build a castle in this age, but if you can get that shogunate fully upgraded, it's better than a castle. It's a rocket launcher that insta-kills practically any unit. So like with that in mind, you know, and the corner transition, Kiljardi by comparison is 5 times more exposed. Like, think about it this way. He's got an outpost keep, and yet still his farms are getting dove. Anathan now with the perfect 69 worker kills. And now I believe we are going to be seeing Imperial Age. Before, he cut the timing to make sure he was able to defend. A smart move. But now we have rocket launcher mode activated. Castle the Crow on the way. The Sacred Site timer is still ticking down, by the way, throughout all this. You never got that decap. And with the Castle the Crow, it's such a sick read. Kiljardi, he doesn't see this. It's just his logic is his opponent is playing east side. He has to play north to get the decap. Anathan has read straight through that and preemptively looks to drop his landmark. The question now is whether he can get it up quick enough. Kiljardi, he's marching quick. He didn't stick with an STBs, so yep, he's getting forced to cancel. Oh, that is sick. And now a panic rush to the corner. Anathan's, he's seen. He's going to get chased. No way. That is sick. So the reason why that worked out is Kiljardi, really sensing something's wrong, maybe anticipating a Castle the Crow, didn't wait for the one Nesta Bees. If he'd marched with the knob, he would have been too late. Way too late. Instead, he's able to push this back. It's still a 40 eco lead. There's still going to be an Imperial up for Anno. Not to mention the fact the timer is still ticking. But in theory, with this many spears and crossbows, Kiljardi should be capable of a decap. The problem he finds himself in, that rotation puts him completely out of position. Look at where the army is. Look at where his base is. Anno has options. He's coming home, though. He knows there's a risk of a dive into his own base. And the Zhug... Oh, the Spearman, he actually finds him. Wait, is he corralling him? He is. This is going to be disgusting. That's most of Anathan's eco lead, if he can find it. Villagers are running back towards it. Kiljardi does prime the shots. Nesta B's coming out. Anna will shuffle off in the meantime. Hasn't committed in with the army. He's actually waiting. So this is really smart from Anna's point of view. Like, he has everything to lose right now with committing to the fight. Yes, he's losing some villagers, but the reality is it can be much worse. If he commits now, he loses all the knights. Kiljardi can follow up with the decap on the Sacred Site. If he lets Kiljardi play with himself in the corner, then now he can get the elite techs on his samurai and then just A-click onto a fight on a Sacred Site. It's actually a really smart approach here. A lot of people would have just taken the other angle of just going in, right? They would have seen 20 villagers about to get pinched. They would have panicked. Mount Samurai are going to charge in. And he is going to get called. There's only 12 spearmen here. Decap attempt is on the way. Now, hold on. This might be quick enough. The Castle of the Crow wasn't dropped close enough to the Sacred Site. So Fort Army's going to get cleared up, but Kiljardi, quite a cracker of a move. He throws away the Fort Army to buy time for the decap. And it looks like it is going to succeed. That does, however, mean you're still an age behind. Your opponent has the ability to rush in now. And rush in he will. Walls aren't going to be fast enough. Even if they did go up, they're only a pitiful amount of wood. No match for mass golden samurai. Kiljardi with the full pull away. This is going to stagnate all of his food income. This is pretty problematic. He doesn't have any other type of food gathering on the map. So he's plummeting down. With no standing army, like, this is where the game should be over. If Anathan just camps this area, like, what options have you got? You can maybe go for berries on the flanks. That's not going to get you Imperial. He needs to find a way of fighting here. Of course, much easier said than done. And what a sick game from Anno. Good efforts from Kiljardi. I think he understood how kind of dire this was on a map like this against fast castle Japanese. The problem for Kiljardi is, like, in this game, you know, he had to act as if there was more than 2 Shinobi that were going to be playing. Because he's doing pro scouts, it makes sense that Anathan could go 6, 8, 10 Shinobi. But Anno understood perfectly, like, what happened there is that reaction going into Horseman, 3 Horseman was already good enough for Anathan to just fast castle. The moment the Archers got added in as well, too good of a proposition to resist. And from that stage, like, Kiljardi has been one step behind. That's why he's been playing defensive, right? A game isn't over until it's won, sure. But what Kiljardi's been looking for is, like, Anno to make a mistake more than anything. Because he's had so much map control this whole time. And that's going to be it. Curtains closed on game number 1. Japanese. Are they not a meme? Or was this just Anathan being on another level? Definitely a Civ that feels like it could still maybe do with some buffs, but if Anathan and players like him keep playing it like this, I doubt it's ever going to receive any upticks in its performance mechanically. KJ doesn't know when he's dead. That's like a secret superpower, though, you know? What's up, cool? Okay, so game number 1. Going to Anachad. Japanese versus Chinese. All right. Let's see. I think they're loading in a second. So, where do you go next if you're Kiljardi? It's kind of rough because you've used one of your best picks already, and Anathan kind of threw away a mid pick at best. I say a mid pick, even though, like, I think a lot of people maybe put Japanese a little bit low on the list. For players like Anathan, B comes to mind as well. Like, they actually covet the Japanese pick quite highly. They think it's quite flexible. It is weird as well, like, how much use it gets considering the current climate is revolving around pro scouts. And although we've seen players like B go for pro scouts, most players won't do it with Japan. Like, Anathan here didn't do it at all. You have top 84 players, and there's Anathan another level. Dude, Anno is leveling up, man. Scary boy. Dare I say, the Midweek Musters may have helped him keep his sword sharpened. I think I may say that. So Kiljardi, where are you taking us game 2? Likely... Do you just coastals here? Coastal Biz, maybe? Coastal Delhi. The problem with the Delhi pick is you almost need to get rid of the HRE first. What could be good for Kiljardi is Delhi on Oases. Has Anathan got a great answer there? Maybe Ottomans, if he reads through what's happening in the draft, like Jean or Ottomans makes a lot of sense. In fact, we've seen Anathan do a lot of French/Jean on Oases in previous weeks. So I wouldn't be surprised if Kiljardi went Delhi Oases. It just seems like the most obvious next step to try and get the score back to even. But Anno, with the way he's been approaching that map, like, I think either Jean or Otto could actually win. Like, Ottomans is quite decent against Delhi if you play all in feudal. Show my finger? Dude. Why are you obsessed with my fingers? I could have made a mum joke there. It shows my maturity that I did not, right? Right, chat? Right? Right? Alright, lads are taking a second here. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads while we wait for the lads, just so that when we come back, we should be able to get in game. You won't have to worry. In before they literally just start the game. Oh my god. Definitely little fingers. Wouldn't think so of how loud your mum moaned. Whoa! Whoa. Whoa. Where did that come from? I warned you. I fired one across the mast there. But you didn't want to step down. All right. And come back here. Has is your mum. It is a big one. All right. Let's get ready for the laddies. Hop into G2. Oh, sorry, people who were waiting for that thing. Mom told me it's not the size that matters. Of course she'd have to tell you that. Whoa. Stop it. You're making it easy. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the series. A creative turn here from Kiljardi. We predicted the Oasis map correctly, and he got Anathan's approach correct. Kiljardi had the deli. Telly would have made a lot of sense on this map. Probably the best map for them out of the draft, but Anathan, he's shown Jean and French a lot on Oasis, the map where we have all these little ponds with wood and fish and berries all around them. We are the 2x speed just to catch up to live. We're literally about 10 seconds out. There we go. Kiljardi with the Mongols is pretty intriguing, though. Mongols can be an absolute nuisance for Jean because you have got pseudo-heavy cavalry that can sniper out, and you also have the ability to play range fights favorably. So the other thing that kind of hurts Anathan's pick here a little, and it's why Delhi have actually looked good on this map against a lot of these Pro Scout civs, is Pro Scouts is kind of bad. Well, not bad, it's just not great. There's only 12 deer in total. That's less than half of what you get on a standard Dry Arabia spawn. So you're less inclined to go for Pro Scouting civs. It was actually a big part of what really drew me towards entering the map into rotation, is Avali created something that basically evolved the meta a little. Because right now, you know, you pick Dry Arabia, Lipany, all these standards, all you're going to end up seeing is people going Pro Scouts. So outpost rush on the way, as would be expected against Jean/French. I know he's already starting to tech up. He's gathering a lot of gold, actually. 4 on gold suggests that we're looking at either Pro Scouts into one night, or we're looking at wheelbarrow plus knights. Anno would likely be assuming there's an outpost rush, and in fact, I believe he did scout the racks, so deletes the mining camp just before a touch would come in there. Kind of unfortunate for Kiljardi because the Khan had to rotate back home to drop off the sheep. Yeah, because he only has 7. Rough timing. Usually, like, you ideally want to get enough sheep initially that you can just run across with the Khan and then hit the enemy mining camp so they can't easily delete it. And look at this. Kiljardi changes his target. Goes to the tree line. One thing that is a little bit awkward about this is the tree line is still safe on the east side, right? And wallable. But this is like a reaction to presumably trying to keep Anathan off of archers. Is there a world in which Kiljardi tries to play Magadai? Opening Magadai isn't bad. Like, scaling Magadai is pretty rough, especially against Jean faction. It's just an expensive unit that feeds a lot of XP. But I know, we know it's Pro Scouts for sure because he dropped the mill here. This could have been like a fake out after the fact, but if you were thinking wheelbarrow, you'd drop it on the berries. The problem is you can't rush wheelbarrow against Mongols. Not unless you drop a mill this tight, because they'll just burn it down. So Anno, oh, could he get cheeky here? Yeah, he's right on the edge of range there. So if Kiljardi tries to go in with the spears, he's just gonna dive. And Kiljardi, what? All right, Anno feels insulted by this tower. Good micro by Kiljardi though. Getting decent damage to the spearman. A little bit of an overextension there. So torches holds. Well played. Yeah, this is like, some people might look at this as a little bit of an overreaction, but I know, like, why would you do this? What is the threat? The threat is the outpost goes up, and as you get to this point in the tree line, the scouting falcon hits you, so you can see. So, like, in some ways, it's understandable. Love the fact that Jean came in. I think that was part of the thought process for Anno that made it more worthwhile. Is he was going to get XP for her by taking this fight as well. So, end of that. No villagers going down on either side. Kiljardi is at least teching up, but he's behind. And Anno, now because he cleared the spears, he gets to go back for the gold. Rough position now for Kiljardi to be in. The benefit he had before that happened was at least that he was able to block his opponent getting any gold. Which means, like, yeah, maybe he gets pro scouts, but he can't scale knights against me, so I can just go heavy cab myself. Now you're about to get into a Keshik versus French knight race. That's not a great place to be, so Kiljardi most likely will be considering spears. Anathan's already cutting him off at the knees of his archer choice, though. So Kiljardi, it is going to be Keshik plus Spearman. Pretty smart against the knights. This does give him like the blob value. If Anathan immediately goes into archer range, it could be quite spooky, but Anna instead is choosing mass knights. So his approach is going to be to try and raid his opponent to death, which usually makes sense for pro scouts. The logic here is like your opponent will have to come out for food, you won't. So what Anathan's looking to do here is completely exploit the fact that like Kiljardi at a very early point is going to start doing things like this, moving out into the berries, moving out into the fish. Smart man, Kiljardi will protect himself at the outpost, but never forget that's going to be a 100 wood investment. One upside about this play for Mongols that's always made them kind of popular, you know, in theory, maps like Frisian for this reason, is the efficiency of a Gur. You can bring a Gur and just park it here, gather, and then move the Gur to the next location, So yes, you have to pay more initially for that building, but you're not then spending an extra 50 each time. It's like, by the time any other civ is going for their second pond, they've spent the same that you spent on a Gur on mills. They just can't reallocate them. So rush on the shoreline fish. This might offer up an opportunity for Kiljardi to just blob. The challenge is, like, you can't just rely on Spearman here. You're going to want Keshiks to try and get on Dijon. This is usually why most civs try to find a way to get towards range units up against the Dijon faction, because it's the easiest way to snipe out level 2. Level 3, of course, you need to think melee again, because the range resistance is too high. But, like, at this stage, there was a point where English was thought to be the absolute bane of Jean's existence, ironically, because you could just get 20 knights and sniper straight away. Good micro from Anno so far. Giving over anything for free. Chivalry already coming in. So Anathan is going for the mass knight build. Isn't this like every French game at the moment? It's definitely a more powerful play on your standard maps with 28 deer available. 12 is a little bit tighter on the efficiency play. But the trade-off in Anathan's mind is he's looking at a map where there are all these ponds, there are all these wide resources. So, playing mass knights, there's no way Spearman can guard everything, right? And there's no way he's not going to be gathering. There's no way he's going mass patches at home. So with that in mind, what Anathan's looking to do is just blob knights, and then in the mid-game, just raid his way through to victory. It's a pretty solid approach, It's interesting as well that we see it so often on Pro Scouts friendly maps, because like that goes both ways. Your opponent could get 14 deer in camp until they're ready to fight you. I didn't check the gambas, by the way. How did you guys vote? 86% for Anathan. Mongols just can't get a break these days, huh? It's kind of fitting. I mean, Jean is, I say, A tier civ. French is like bordering S tier. Not quite on the echelon of like HRE Chinese Yuji, but just below them. I'd rather take French over Delhi in a draft. In fact, we saw that in the draft here, right? Where like French got banned on one side, Delhi got banned on the other. Ooh, nice double hit. Kiljardi goes in for the backside. Does get himself a worker kill there. So while Kiljardi's going fishing, Anno needs to go fishing for a different kind. He's gone for this mass knight build. He's very kind of stubbornly stuck to it. No archer switch, no spearman switch. So like he needs to, by the time he's got like 12 knights, start trying to find targets on the flanks. The positives right now, all the deer are coming home. Like there's no way that Kiljardi is going to contest them. Actually, pause that thought. We do have one deer stack that's hard to reach. He already took one deer from it, but like the extra 2 with an outpost here should be blockable. That's kind of the crazy thing about Pro Scouts, though. Even if you get just 9 deer, it's worth the Pro Scouts investment. Oh, sorry. It was the worker kill from earlier. Interesting. My health bars are depleting a little bit. Divine Restoration can help slightly, but it's negligible for the most. Kiljardi's going even wider. This just got scouted as well. He will see the pro scouts pull back, but this is now given a proposition to Anathan, right? They both now have this information, but Anathan can do a lot more with it than Kiljardi. For Kiljardi to kind of pivot and defend both east and west is difficult, even with Yam, because the spears will still be slower. The Keshiks, however, will be fast enough. The worry you do have here is if Anathan reacts with the entire Knight Battalion, your Keshiks lose. But Kiljardi, like, he doesn't have this piece of info yet. In fact, Anathan is intentionally dodging the vision to sneak around like this. Great pullback as well, Ano. He's trying to waste as much time with the Keshiks in the Khan, because if the Khan follows, it means you see even less of what's coming next. Outpost goes up, and Kiljardi should know to run the hell away from that. Still, he needs this food. This is still going to be effective idle time. Interesting commitment there. Kiljardi just trying to get a freebie if he can. Ends up costing him dearly. It's just so hard to win against Knights in a charge battle. Outpost is going to go down, so it looks like Kiljardi going to end up losing some villages here. Nice micro. Love that. Anathan pills one Knight to finish off, others to keep fighting. Spearmen are finally here, but at this point, the damage is done. No, and to make matters worse, you know, Jean could easily have been sniping. I think it looks like the outpost reaction was quick enough. Kiljardi actually had 7 idle villagers, so this got garrisoned to stop Jean diving. One worry that Kiljardi is going to be astutely aware of, it's not just the XP of Jean. Obviously, she hasn't been getting much of that. It's more to do with what comes next with Mass Knights. Royal Institute is just kind of like a game winner instantly. So he needs to fight sooner rather than later. I don't think waiting is something that is going to benefit Kiljardi here. Yeah, he's got 25 spears. So like, in theory, we are getting towards the go point. The worry is like the results of that fight is going to guarantee level 3. And oh no, the inevitable hit point happened. I mean, it's inevitable. When Anathan's able to keep scaling Knights and you can't slow down the pump at all, there's going to be a phase at which he can have 2 big groups of Knights going. Right, if he had like 2 or 3 Knights, the damage is negligible, you kill 2 or 3. But when you have 20 Knights, splitting them into 10 allows bloodbaths across the map. Even though a lot of the villagers still got away, the problems remain. Kiljardi is running out of food. In some ways, he's a little bit greedy, right? He could have taken the berries, but I get why he didn't want to. Like, berries versus fish, and both are risks. You go fish. Fair to say, it's definitely cost him dearly here. Knights are going to get the charge in again. Some XP farmed up there. Kiljardi needs to be careful about hard committing here. The way that... Wait, no, the scout! Anathan! Just the small details that make the mile there. That scout pull to the north side gets him the space. Plenty of XP gathered up here. And Jean has to be getting close to level 3 now. Big wall up there. Look at the spear count as well. 21 to 21. Like, you're kind of at a stage where you could take the fight. But with Chivalry, what's the rush? Jean is going to get bailed on. So we'll go down there. And this is crazy. Anathan, he drew all attention north side when he shifted south with his gold. This is the beautiful, elegant thing about the way he's played this. It's not just about getting a 1-point advantage. It's about 2 points of contest. Attack your opponent where he's gathering food. Move that fight away from where you're gathering gold. Very elegant. And now Anathan, it gives him free reign to go Castle Age. So Kiljardi, like, what's his out here? Is there a potential out? He's got mass pastures coming. He can try to hunker down, but we've seen Mongols don't really handle defense very well. I think Kiljardi knew where this was trending with the wider play on to the ponds. This is more... I wouldn't say it's a mistake of strategy as much as a mistake of just, like, getting out-microed, out-rotated. Anathan just done a phenomenal job dodging vision. Like, in theory, Kiljardi done everything right within the plan of building all these outposts to see everything coming wherever he could. But yet still, Anathan, aware of what was happening, all he had to do is rotate wider than the pond to get around the back. For Kiljardi, I think if he looked back at this game and tried to blame one moment where things should have been done different, it's probably that outpost play. You know, I'm a little bit curious what the thought process was entirely behind the wood blocker. You could argue that, like, Anathan could have massed archers, but I think maybe Kiljardi wasn't entirely expecting pro scouts. You might assume it's a possibility because why else do you pick Jean? But we've seen quite a few French Jean picks, and like Anno, I think, is the only one consistently going pro scouts right now on this map that we've seen anyway. Looks like gold is going to get caught here, but the Royal Institute is being built at home. And Anathan has already stockpiled enough gold for the upgrades. Torches out. Knights are on the way home. Kiljardi may have found the miracle here he needed. Villagers will look to back away, but shouldn't be capable of it. No, wheelbarrow means that maybe he gets 2 away from this group and then probably 2 from the other. Jean level 3 is here though, and the champions are a direct counter to the spearmen. And also just absorb a lot of fire in the meantime. Veterancy is on the way, 25 seconds out. The timing might be perfect on the backstab here. Anathan now riding in from the west. And Kiljardi, this should be the wipe of the full battalion. He's going to wait it out. He says, wait, why would I take that fight when I can just wait 10 seconds and completely wipe the floor of you? I have to rename Kiljardi floor after this. And Anathan mop? I don't know. I think it's more appropriate to call Kiljardi the welcome mat for the Night Raids. He's actually going to have to mirror to go home. At this stage, veteran Knights can absolutely just massacre everything. Kiljardi. I think he knows it as well. Royal Bloodlines has to be on the way in a game like this. No reason other to build this many Knights. No way it would have been Guildhall, right? I don't think he actually scouted that originally. Falcon did just punt in vision. So he knows about the Royal Institute. Which means he knows what's coming next. Villagers, they're in trouble. He's moving out of the Yam range here. And this is where you can easily get chased down. The A-click galore is costing him a bit. Good body blocker there by Kiljardi with the spears. He needs to buy time for the catch-up. Jean is going to get thrown away. Anno! You know what? Kiljardi actually played that phenomenally well. The spearmen bought a lot of time in that small choke point, allowed the villagers to get away, and almost gave enough time for all the spearmen from behind to catch up. So Anathan just going to keep rotating here. So, like, game 1 felt as if Kiljardi was punting for Hail Mary. I think game 2, you know, despite the out-rotations early on, like that last 2 skirmishing situations from Kiljardi kind of roped it back slightly. It's still egregiously against him, I think it's fair to say. He still needs to find a way to get up into veterancies on spears. But if he does get the veterancy, could flip the game. Like, Anno right now may be in need of a transition. Time being, though, it's just going to remain more and more Knights. Actually, Anno, there's a pretty sick play here for him if he goes Siege Workshop. With the Consecration, remember, in Castle Age, you unlock a tech. Ordnance Company lets you consecrate to affect wood and gold cost as well. Means Springalds cost, I think it's 182 resources, 192 resources instead of the 250. Well, it looks like it's going to be about the gold again. Horseman is going to get stabbed down. The Spearman won't be able to commit over there, though. He's trying to force a do or die fight. But you're still feudal spears. Like, do you really want this? Oh my god, count saddles as well. He's gonna wait 5 seconds. This is big. Boost the damage in the first 5 seconds of the fight from 9 to 30. You triple your damage output. Gets the charge in with a few. Others get blocked out. That was sick, actually. He intentionally waited until the very end to just try and get the charge out. But that should be the wipe. Royal Bloodlines just too damn good. And Anathan looking too damn good. Apologies, I just realized the score was saying Kiljardi won game 1. Reminder, folks, it's going to be 2-0. Kiljardi, this is the point where, like, he doesn't want to admit game over. But Anno is kind of at a stage where you can just A-click into the base. And what is up, Nono? It's been a while, mate. Thank you for the prime. Hope you're well. Sorry about that. If people feel bad, no, Anathan's the one leading the series. I got everything else right, and we missed that important detail. But we will at least still get one more game out of Kiljardi. Remember, best of 5s. So glad we actually got longer series. I find it's more strategically intriguing. Problem is, Kiljardi just like needs too much time now. Upside, John isn't going to get level 4 too quickly, not against Mass Spears. Downside is, how the hell do you hold? Divine Restoration hasn't even been used. He's going to pump it now. Yep. He's like, I almost killed him. Oh. No. Whew. 2-0. Anathan rising, wasting no time at all here. So, Jean, master the J so far. Jean, Japanese. We haven't got any other J's in AoE4, have we? We'll have to fix that soon. Get a new one in there so you can win with all J's. Mongols. L. Good news for Kiljardi. This might clear the way for the Delhi pick. Bad news, your opponent still has some of the best Pro Scouts games available to him, right? So, like, for Kiljardi, he could go for Coastal here. The problem is if you go Coastal, then Anathan can go either Malians or HRE. I think Malians... Delhi, I think, can beat Malians on Coastal. A wider map is a bit more difficult. Maybe you actually just cliffside here as Kiljardi. I don't know if it's too obvious that you pick Delhi at that stage. He has still got a black flag, which is Abba. Could Abba make sense? I mean, decent against Malians. Decent against Ayu. Decent against Otto. HRE is the only problem I see. Anathan has kind of set himself up, I think, almost perfectly to just pick HRE. And because Kiljardi's probably paranoid about that pick, he might just have to go, like, what, Byzantines to give himself the best answer. Let's pay out the predictions. So, game 2. Anathan win. Reminder, by the way, we'll be hopping over into Beasty series after this. So, we've got Beasty series coming up after this. And then the winner of that series up against B immediately afterwards, okay? So, we are going to have 3 BO5s. We might have a BO3 somewhere as well today. The other semifinals will happen. Oh, sorry, we got. So the other semifinals will happen on Thursday. So I need to turn the heat off. Oof, my hot here. Gonna be a good day. Gonna be a damn good day. Nights lowering health. Like, dude, that's the worst feeling sometimes. Like, I think I've got these knights. I think I can kill like one and the health bar's gone back up. It's weird because sometimes I feel as if while Royal Bloodlines is obviously really good, it has this negative around Chivalry in the way it interacts, right? Because it makes it harder to full HP again. But where it has a really cool interactions with Jean because of Divine Restoration being based on missing HP and returning 30% of missing. So, like, you get a lot more value there because of that. So, it's actually going to be Order the Dragon HRE, guys. That's an interesting curveball, sir. Well, let me get predictions set up. Ladies and gents, it is everything he feared. Welcome back to the channel for game number 3. It is old versus new, which is quite hilarious when you consider that Kiljardi is the old man playing the new Civ and Anathan's the young blood playing the old Civ. HRE versus OTD. A classic one, actually, it feels like, to try and figure out. I think this one has like historically been one of the more muddied matchups. There's been points where HREs look better, points where Order of the Dragons look better. We're going to be on 2x speed just to catch up live. It should be slowing down in just a moment. No double scout opener from Anathan is kind of intriguing here. The reason why I think this matchup is quite tight now actually is because of the recent Pro Scouts meta. Ever since that came into the picture, Order of the Dragon has kind of been rising in the ranks. Curious to see what Kiljardi can do with it here, but oh my god, that is a horrible start. Okay. Whew. Blessed be the Ari. No! No, don't come in. Oh, that's vicious. Okay, Anno didn't actually cut across quite quick enough there, so it still works out. Yeah, Kiljardi was out of sheep, guys. He needed that. However, he has now been cut off by Anathan, so Anathan can just shadow around and chase for the remaining, and then come back for his own side of the map. So likely about 65% sheep split for him. We've got the Mindwork build. And is KP right? The score is not inverse. Damn it! Dude, I was about to flip it again. You baited me. Look, I'm having a bit of a caffeine break. I've got a new Red Bull order coming in soon. And I was like, let's try and like not have caffeine for a few days. And, you know, just kind of like refresh yourself. It's like a thing where if you go without caffeine for a bit, it's like the effect of caffeine is like full effect again. I don't know if it will entirely work. Like, I don't think I've been hit by caffeine on like the same level. I always used to say I drank Red Bull, etc., because I like the taste of it. But this is pretty much like an Anathan B type build. So Mindwork, there's a really cool order to this where you can kind of just open Spearman and then you follow up into Horseman. I wonder if he's going to do it against OTD. The reason I wonder is because Horseman against Order of the Dragon, the Gilded Spearman just absolutely tear you asunder. So like what might make more sense for Anno here is maybe Pro Scout's Men-at-Arms Flood with an eventual play into Burgrave. The cool thing about that build is although Order of the Dragon Gilded Men-at-Arms are really powerful and can beat the H3 Men-at-Arms if feudal, what they can't do is catch you because of March Drills. So you can just kind of build, kite, and then eventually with like 20, 30 Men-at-Arms, go Castle Age. I wonder if that's the way he's thinking about this one. Like there's an alternative build where you can kind of just lean into a very good aggressive timing off of Steeled Arrow and play Archers. So like in that case, Anna would be looking at like Men-at-Arms into double Archer range. But we're starting off with Men-at-Arms. Love it. Pro Scouts is getting prepped. So he prioritized the 2 Men-at-Arms. He's actually going to skimp it down to 1 now. Interesting. So the 1 MMA is to get a reaction out of Kiljardi. Kiljardi, by the way, is not going to be going for Pro Scouts here. No, we have a play onto the deer. I kind of like that, though. The tricky part about OTD Pro Scouts versus HRE Pro Scouts, HRE are just better at playing the anti-Pro Scout role because of the Spearman being faster. We've talked about this on maps like Rocky River, where it's especially really hard for Order of the Dragon. Because your Spearman costs so much, it's very hard to block out all the different deer stacks. It's maybe a little bit more linear on a map like Dry Arabia, but the reality check is in this particular matchup, like your opponent will always be able to flood more spears than you and then kite you. In fact, part of me feels like Kiljardi needs to find a way to maybe lean towards Archer format here. Is he instead thinking of 2TC? No, okay, wow, he's just outposting. Wait, that's not going to be quick enough, though. Oh, that's sick. Anno. Presumably, he was assuming there was going to be a play onto deer. And I think that's what the Men-at-Arms rush like that was about. But talk about hitting the jackpot here. And because of the marching drills, he'll get the villager kill as well. Kiljardi, did he buy enough time? Should be just about enough to get the outpost up. But this is a painful beginning of the game. In fact, Kiljardi, no. 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 Just make sure you click. Make sure you click. No! What? He was in! Ref! Someone call a recount! Stop the votes! What was that? He just got scammed, and now to make matters worse, Kiljardi sent out another villager to try and repair. But because of the Spearman follow-up, it's going to be too late. This is brutal. We do have a Gilded Archer coming. Love that micro from Anathan. Just use the Spearman to try and take out the outpost in time. Men-at-Arms to try and deal with the Gilded Archer. I can't believe that, man. It's so outrageous when that happens. That villager looks safe and home. But this man, he clearly played Modern Warfare 2, the OG version with Commando Lunge Pro. All the attack range. Anna in a very healthy position now. He did go Pro Scouts in the end, so we have him now gathering the deer. We've got 2 worker kills. Kiljardi, we talked about the logic of going Archers here. It just makes a lot of sense because of the marching drills. It's the only thing that guarantees you won't get out-kited. Problem is, like, now that you've gone Gilded Archers, does this now set up the Horseman play we were theorizing before? Your opponent does have a stables. He has got all Pikes tech, which is incredible at dealing with enemy Archers. Yeah, but guys, chill. Like, what you're not respecting is that Men-at-Arms, like, he was so elegant in his swing of his attack. It would have been criminal to have robbed him of the kill. Definitely a painful detail for Kiljardi. So it's going to be a small group of Gilded Archers in the castle. I like this. If you play long age with Gilded Archers, your opponent's just going to get to counterplay you with Pro Scouts. In fact, he already has double stables. Outpost for Anna will be quick enough. That will scare off the Gilded Archers. One problem for Kiljardi is going to be the fact that Castle Age, like, it has to be Burgrave here, right? You've got 4 Gilded Archers, your opponent's already out on the map. If you go Regnants, he should be able to block you. In fact, he's still out on the map, he's on your gold. Oof. Well, Kiljardi did at least get what he needs, and indeed it is going to be Regnants. Meantime, Gilded Archers are going to be able to try and stab away at the scouts, but the first horseman comes out. Yeah, you've given him quite the lofty task there. This one guy is meant to... There's no way he wins against all of them, right? Right. No, he's going to go down. Does take one out, though. Gilded Archers basically cost more than a horseman, so that was a worthwhile exchange. I know. Now following suit into castle. So Kiljardi, from his perspective, I guess he didn't go Burgrave because he just feels like if he goes for Burgrave, H.R. is going to rush castle as well, and they'll just take all the relics from the map. It's interesting that he committed into Regnants when he saw extra troops coming, but likely from Kiljardi's point of view, he just didn't feel that there was actually enough army to justify Burgrave being required. So on top of that, considering he already lost 2 villages, he has to kind of take some sort of risk to get an eco upside. Regnants is now falling for Anathan. First prelate is going to be on the way, but for Anathan, this is the dirty thing about the Minework build. He already has multiple prelates ready to head out for the relics. And because Kiljardi now doesn't have any map control, he has no way of stopping his opponent from taking 3 relics off the map straight away. And this is brutal. God, it just feels like any attempt he's made to try and get ahead, Anathan has already read through it and made the bypass play in the series. Game 1, Game 2, and now Game 3. Another worrisome thing is like playing men-at-arms is a bit tricky now for OOTD. Because at the third age, your opponent just has the heavy maces to equalize. So that's not really an option. Likely, like Kiljardi, yeah, I was about to say, thinks Gilded Knights just needs to raid. Last game, his problem is he spent too long defending, didn't find a way of getting the raids in, because he couldn't in that matchup, but this is one where you can. It's definitely not for free against Marching Drill Spearmen, but Gilded Knights are insanely tanky. So 1 relic home at least for Kiljardi. Second one to be grabbed, but that's going to be too late. And the others... Yeah, we may have a 4 relic game for Anathan. Kiljardi's Gilded Knights can actually camp them. That's the upside. The worrisome part is like classic Order of Dragon issues. You know, too many things to do on the map, not enough units. If this is guarding the relic, like who's actually going to be, you know, guarding home? Who's going to be guarding the reinforcement route for the next troops coming to escort? Who's going to be guarding the prelate running out? There's a very big list of questions that need to be answered right now by Kiljardi. Pro Scout's just still snatching away additional deer as well. He's going to get sniped out and denied. I know. Wait, guys, there's actually a really big problem here for Kiljardi. I mean, he would know about it. But I don't know if he's assessed just how big of a problem it's going to be. It's still barding. Still barding gives the +2 armor. Makes you insanely tanky, actually, compared to Gilded Knights. Gilded Knights have 1 extra melee armor compared to normal Knights. You now bypass that. This is kind of dirty. Health difference overall is still going to be an extra 170 for Kiljardi, but he's paying double the price, but not getting double the health. Fair to say that these Knights are at big risk of just getting swarmed and killed. In fact, this is a fight that I know could take, no? With 3 Knights, 3 spears, definitely. He's got the barded armor. So commits in. Spearmen aren't pulling away though, so good target fire there by Kiljardi to get rid of the counter. But with 2 more Knights arriving, not a great fight anymore. Good news for Kiljardi. He's scaling prelates, he can go and heal. So yeah, Kiljardi's basically trying to play a poor man's French here with chivalry, but the chivalry's at home. This is the chivalry at home. Another thing that's really cool for him will be Inspired Warriors. Inspired Warriors is kind of your equalizer against Barded Armor, because it gives you another +1, so you get the same amount of armor, but then you get a 15% damage increase to completely eclipse the enemy knights. Problem is, it just isn't really there quick enough. Only 2 knights, and the commitment comes in. Remember, with Barded Armor, it's not just about the melee, it's about the ranged as well. This TC is doing no damage. Yeah, it's hitting for 1. Every single shot is hitting for 1. It takes 230 arrows to kill a single knight. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Kiljardi, you can start to feel the game slipping away a bit. The Gilded Crossbowman is going to be the solution he's looking for. The problem is getting them out fast enough. The knights just rotate around. All he has to do is camp the archery range with 2 knights. He should be fine. And wow, that is going to be it. GG gets called. It is going to be a 3-0 stomp. Anathan continuing to look unstoppable in the Midweek Masters. Okay, GG's Mr. Anachad. So, with that in mind, what we have up next is the Beasty Sass set, which is already underway with game number 1. They're only a few minutes in. We can speed up to live. So let me reset score. Let me get the draft ready. And then we'll swap over. We'll get to live, guys. All right. And we're live. Did I avoid finding out the score before casting? I do my best to do not look, but it's also easier when that was a live series. All right. We won't have predictions for this one because it's 5 minutes in. Ladies and gents, will you look who turned up to our tournaments? Welcome back to the channel. It's Beasty time here in the Midweek Masters. We're in the round of 8. Semi-finals, just beyond him up against B. Can it be Beasty or will it be Sassy to make it through? We kick off with some French synergies here. French versus Jean. Old versus new on Prairie. We're 5 minutes in the game because we had to hop into live. An interesting matchup, actually. One that I felt favored French for a very long time. The logic being is that you can just flood more knights over time with a scaling economy. But Beasty has gone a different route about this. Immediately into Mass Spearman. He's not going to try to contest the initial knights. Curiously, are we going to be seeing Pro Scouts, though? No intent here. Other side of the map, none from Sass. And wow. Well, it looks like we have a lot to talk about for that first 5 minutes. Apologies, folks. Like I said, we want to catch this live because it's literally happening right now. It was an outpost rush beginning by Beasty. Okay, that's pretty cool. We've seen this in the past by Jean. It's pretty effective. You rush her across, she can build up. Or you just rush a normal villager and then you send Spearman with. So Sass, he's already pivoted to the back gold, has got the outpost in position. I think the problem for Beasty here is, like, while this is a cool play initially, unless you can get knights now, it feels a bit redundant, right? Your opponent isn't really threatened. In a weird way, he benefits from hunkering down here. There's a lot of wood in this corner alongside the gold. And Sass is just spamming up the knights as well. Kind of crazy, actually. Yeah, Beasty's going to be the first one going Pro Scouts, but with Spearman, it should be quite feasible to grab them. A little bit surprised Sassy didn't play for it himself. Does it put him on the clock is the question. Sheep count is decent. He has got 16 sheep. Meanwhile, Beasty's down to 11. So there's definitely some runway with this play. There's also a lot of back spawning food here. Triple berry patch as well as the deer in one area for Sass. Does give him some flex. It's quite interesting, actually, the matchup will begin here, right? Because, like, Sass, I want to say French is, like, his best civ. I think that'd be fair to say now. And they're phenomenal in the current meta. On the other side, like, Beasty, he's already said that he thinks Jean and French are S tier. So both of them just kind of putting their best foot forward in game number 1. See if Sass can out-micro. I mean, so far, it's 2 worker kills. It's added up. Ooh, that's a disgusting body block, though. The wall plus the scouts. Shots him down. Secondary raid coming in, though. Not quite able to find the villager kills. Beasty, I wonder at this stage, do you just consider textiles? Actually, might be worth it here. Consecrations are coming in. So far, not much to show for the Pro Scout play. There's still Knights kind of blocking him out, but the Spearman should be able to protect that. So first deer now to come in. Knights on the front side. Sass not looking. Uh-oh. Did he get distracted? I think he was microing the Knight in the corner. So mistakes made there. Does end up losing one. Almost loses a second. Beasty needs that right now. He's fallen behind by quite a bit. This is 7-worker lead. 2 of them forced kills. 1 of them because you convert Jean to a military unit. The others just French TC scaling. And this is why I said like this matchup historically has looked really good for French. Is for Jean, it's about how you take the first few fights. If you fail those fights, you lose the game. Now, BC hasn't reached that fail point yet. He's got a lot of spearmen. He's got Knights now coming in. Jean is still surviving. Maybe even thriving through these fights. It's definitely not an easy map to try and play the comp BC's going for. Prairie is just so open and exposed. It's just kind of a breeding ground for French elo. I'm curious, by the way, based on the Civ picks, not the players, go your heart, like the logic of the Civs. If you saw these 2 Civs, one's if you would have thought that Jean was favored, 2's if you would have thought that French was favored. Statistically, I would agree with like 2's, just based on the logic that, you know, if you outplay the first fight, sure, but you can say that like any matchup. It's always been a weird kind of polarizing one for Jean. Because remember, Jean Civs just hate French cav. They hate any heavy cav. Because she herself is just way too vulnerable in H2. Right now, Beasty, I mean, the spear count is decent. You kill a few of those, there's a lot of XP in the pocket. Sass is already munching the Fort Gold. Actually, he has a problem here. He needs to burn down the aggressive outpost. This is the thing about playing Mass French Knights. Like, you run out of gold fast. The interesting thing is Sass is just bypassing into the next stage. Really cool idea. Even has the blacksmiths coming in to get the double melee upgrade. I mean, this is too early for Royal Institute, right? 9 Knights is quite low, but yeah, he's going to keep scaling. I guess this is the reason why you're going to see Sass do this is like, if you were in a standard game against another Civ and you like had 9 Knights, you might just consider Guildhall. I don't think you can consider it against Jean. And the reason is this. It's the same as French mirrors. Do you guys remember when we used to have mirrors in tournaments? When you had a French mirror, the meta eventually revolved around the idea that if like one player went Royal Institute and the other didn't, the Royal Institute won. Same logic would happen with English, where if one player went Berkshire and the other didn't, and oh my god. What? Okay, that escalated way too quickly. He got caught building the landmark and an immediate GG. I thought we'd at least see the tech up, but Beasty with no chill in the opening game is already off to an early lead. So what we were saying about the French matchup, like basically same as like English, if one player goes like one player doesn't go Berkshire, the other player loses, right? Oh, sorry, if one player goes Wingard, the other one would lose because you wouldn't have the defense against a dive. Mirrors are kind of weird for that interaction, and that one is kind of the same. That was... Dude. Wait, did I miss some of the worker kill count? Did he, like... He lost maybe, like, 2 workers. There was a back raid coming in, but that was crazy fast. Jesus. So, left side win. But that means we are now fully caught up to live. Apologies, that game is a little bit hectic to dissect because obviously there was an actual action in Dark Age for once. So we were playing catch up. But game 2 should be underway in a second. Glad we're no longer getting mirror matchups. Yeah, it's just like with mirror matchups, it just very easily reached a point where it would be fair to say that a player had lost based on spawn, or like a player had made a mistake in the early game and now it was irredeemable unless his opponent made a bigger mistake. And that wasn't... I don't think that was fun for viewers or players. So, game 2... Where are we going here? Should know in a second. Reminder, by the way, after this one, we will be doing B as well. So plenty of good ones to come. Maybe variant versus OG Civ should be banned too. It complicates drafting way too much, and we don't have enough Civs to keep drafting elegant if you do that. Lost 5, about to lose a lot more. Okay, yeah, my bad. We were like going for a deep dive on the mirrors. That was a very abrupt ending, though. I don't think anyone was expecting the dive to be that swift. Oi, oi, oi. Didn't Sass win? Sass's base was being dove, my friend. His ass was about to get eaten for breakfast, dinner, and lunch. It was like 5 nights diving in, another 2 nights spears plus Jean. Okay, so Mongol Chinese for game number 2. And let me just double check what the map draft was. So Coastal, Frisian. Gotta say, I'm really liking the new form of Beasty as well. It's more aggressive line than just taking the chill pill and taking the small percentile. It's very refreshing. Yep, KP is participating again. Beasty's participating again in the KPMMs, yes. So... you say it's Chinese Mongols, right? This is Frisian, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's Frisian. Okay, Frisian Marshes, Chinese versus Mongols. I mean, this is a decent map for Mongols in theory because of trade. I'd still favor China, though. I think they have a really nasty Juggernaut in timing. Pro Scouts comes into the picture as well. China's good there. I don't know, man. China's just the boogeyman right now. That's why it's like first pick in every draft, if it makes it through the banning phase. KP in Grand Finals. Technically, I have appeared in more Grand Finals than any other player in Age of Empires 4. True story. That is actually true. Do you guys know that I am the most accomplished person in Midweek Muster? I've been present for every single Grand Finals so far. I only hope I can keep that streak up. Alright, looks like the lads are hopping in. No, I said this, like, patch was not going to change anything. The Pro Scouts change wasn't fundamentally strong enough to matter at all. Alright, let's hop to live. We can do predictions this time. Beasty and Sass. Ready to go.
Stay.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to our quarterfinals. A speedy game number 1 between Beasty and Sass. Only 12 minutes in total to get a winner there. It was kind of hectic with the catch-up, trying to digest it all. But now we begin from minute 0 here. Mongols versus Chinese. Hero versus what feels like the 0. But Sass, if there's any Civ that he's going to be feeling comfortable on, I mean, we've had French so far, we've got Mongols. He's basically going through his full comfort zone to try and get on the board. If there was any map where you'd like Mongols, this has to be the one. We're on Frisian Marshes here. Deep trade in the corners, fish plentiful. However, this is a map that has a lot of deer. Pro Scouts has somehow slivered its way in onto Frisian Marshes. And Chinese, no doubt, a king amongst Pro Scouts. Has to be feared. Not just the Pro Scouts play, but even earlier in the game. Things like the Barbican can kill you. Fortunately for Sass, he did get the back spawn in gold. So no recursive spawn, no double gold forward. That just gets you outpost rushed out of the game. That does, however, go both ways. Beasty got a slightly retracted gold, so he's not easily rushable either. And in fact, Beasty, yeah, you're noticing what he's doing here, right? He was waiting to see if he was going to get rushed. He ran across the field to see if there was going to be a play onto Rax. He's gathering up the wood now. He knows where the enemy gold is. The Uvu is here as well. Is there a world in which he Rax rushes? Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah, so the Rax is going to be coming for the double production. It'd be kind of crazy to see China go to the Mongol base with this play. But with this type of wood gathering, I mean, what else is there? Now, we have to remember, like, when you meet in the middle of the map, China can actually be quite favored in the spear spam because they can just produce more with the supervision. However, like, when you're pushing the enemy base, it's a whole other matter. It's very difficult that way. So, likely for Beasty, I'm assuming he mainly just wants Spearman to try and block the play onto him so he can eventually go gold. How are you guys predicting, by the way? 88% for Beasty. Poor Sass. No hope. Yo, what is up, Aspirik? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs, man. You absolute legend. Appreciate you. All those new gifted subbers, enjoy the ad-free viewing experience. Whew. So Spip begins. Beasty will want to wait until it arrives in his base. Vision-wise, like, he hasn't actually 100% confirmed, like, if it's going to be a full commitment yet. In fact, they're both playing chicken in the middle of the streets here. They're watching, waiting to see the other make the move. Both of them will be sending the scout across now. They want to see what their opponent is doing if they're coming. Beastie is continuing to blob, though. And this is kind of crazy. Sass is going to go for feudal. Yeah, Beastie, this is quite a lofty commitment, actually. I think he initially supervised, if I'm not mistaken, hence why his food income looked a little bit weaker for a minute. And Silvertree is going to be on the way. Now, this is the crazy detail, though. Like, with it being Silvertree, you can immediately stop your opponent just rushing into traders. The scary part is, like, obviously, with Sassy choosing to drop his TC on the tree line, he can just open archers here. I wonder if Beastie's going to try to make this about pro scouts. Because if you force archers out of your opponent, you can go horsemen and just play pro scouts on the map. Which also gives you a great blocker to trade, because horsemen can easily chase that down. Well, Beastie must be suspicious at this stage. Like, your opponent is poking with the Khan. You don't see anything else. It's like Beastie actually went to finish the rotation, maybe hoping there's a few more sheep. Overall haul wasn't... I would say it's not that great, right? 21 to 17. So you lost out. Wait, did Beastie spin and kill the Hawk? Did you really see that? Did someone, like, clip and double check that? There is a weird interaction where, or at least there used to be, where, like, the Hawk, for example, could block a Knight charge. So pretty much what would happen is, like, the Knight would be like a wild Growlithe appearing. And then this would be Ash going, Bidoof, I choose you! And then just, like, Pidgeotto, I choose you! And then just throwing it full at the Growlithe. Knocking each other unconscious. But I thought they fixed that. I thought the Khan's Falcon didn't block anything anymore. Oi, oi, oi. Spin play might be a blocker to the Eevee. Beastie. There's reluctance from Sass here. Wait, he didn't gather enough gold. Okay, no, sorry, he did. It is in. I thought I didn't see them upgrade yet for a second there. So he does have enough gold. Has got the Spearman vectored up into hardened status. Still outnumbered, though, so a little bit spooked. He's going to wait for the extra double production and then take the fight. Behind this, Beastie has already aged up, has got the Imperial Academy. And he's now already forcing a double archery range commitment, which, by the way, Beastie sees all of. Can he get the Uvu is the real question. Feels a bit tricky now with the first archers arriving. Because now what Assassin can do is just out-micro you. All he needs to do is target down the injured spears. So, Beastie, at this point, you just want to run fully away. Wait. Oh, he sees it opening. The archer, he was attacking the scout. So, Beastie takes full advantage and just takes the best fight possible before retreating. Does end up still being a rough trade for him. But look at the HP bars on the remaining spearmen. Okay, so open door now for Sass to consider, adding in Kha'Zix to protect himself here. Because there is kind of a growing risk that Beastie could now just follow up with a play into horseman. Instead, though, Beastie, is this 2TC? Yeah. Okay, that's quite interesting. So presumably Beastie doesn't think he can stop trade. He's instead just going to try to bloat. And if you can get Barbican, like in fairness, you do bloat your economy quite quick. If there was a map that justifies it, it's usually Frisian with all the sheep you get. He has got 16. Barbican isn't going to protect too much here, though, right? Not even the fish are in range of it. Interesting. So Sassa's going to move across now. Once he sees this, I mean, you can feel free to scale trade, but like this gives you kind of a timing to attack, right? So far, he hasn't added in any traders whatsoever. So he does see the Barbican. One tough thing is going through the Barbican. It's so hard to actually crack a Barbican Feudal Age. It takes so long. It's like you're just wearing yourself down. I'd say a Barbican, because the time in the game where you get it, it kind of feels like a more classic castle than most castles do. And the whole idea, like, an army will have to throw a lot of themselves at this to try and destroy it. And a lot of people are going to die. Shouldn't Sass count with a tower rush on Beasty right now because Sass has archers and Beasty only has spears? The problem is, where do you outpost rush? Where are you going to get an outpost quick enough, right? Like, for that to work, you need an outpost here and an outpost here. So, to do that, you'd have to go all the way back around. Sorry, let me go wider. All the way back around. The other awkward thing about, like, outpost rushes with Silvertree is you just don't benefit as much from it because no yam. Yeah, this double tree line is actually really nice for Beasty. All he needs to really do is just wall this tiny piece here, and he's not really diveable. Not until Sass has Keshiks. But we're so far away from Keshiks. You saw what he's done in his base. He's actually gone double Marketplace. Make it triple Marketplace. Good lord. Yeah, it shows you how powerful he thinks Song 2TC is. For good reason as well. It's already a free worker lead for Beasty. So Sass, what does he see his win condition as now? Is he thinking... No, you wouldn't just rush Castle Age here, right? Like Castle, Rush Relic, Scale Trade, maybe? I mean, in theory, against 2TC, the Beastie's not going to be doing anything for a few minutes. In theory. In actuality, though, he's prepping Juke. Good read. You need to do something about the trade, because, like, the reality is Song is great, but your opponent should be able to build so many traders on this map that he'll eventually outscale you. So BC wants to make sure that that flood doesn't happen. First Juke coming out. And yes, the Barbican will cost as much as the Imperial Academy does. The Civ that gets cheaper landmarks would be the Juji when they have the Tang Dynasty, which you lose once you've built your second landmark of an age. But for China, like, that discount doesn't exist. Tang Dynasty for China just gives them more vision on their scouts. Okay, trade on the way. Already up to 6. And I don't think Sass... Did he see the... He must have. He dove to here, right? With the Khan, if I'm not mistaken. So, presumably he knows the Zhug. He's going to back off. And we'll definitely see it now with the Khan rotating in. So now that he knows that he's up against Zhug, like, Keshiks is just the bread and butter. Undermesh is going to be a high priority, so Sass is going to make sure he has his blacksmith timings in line here. If you get your timing wrong, you're a little bit too slow, you just die. And, oh, that is dirty. Sass. Was that to punt the Falcon? Like, what was the intent there? Because, like, there's nothing else back here. Maybe, against the Civ that can trade, you want to check this area for sure. Looks like maybe he was just trying to get deep enough to throw the Falcon. Didn't realize how deep he went. Great grab by Beasty. Of course, the ridiculous thing about Mongols sometimes is, great, we've killed their vision. Not quite. No, you see, he still has vision. He's going to dissipate now. Wall's going up, so Beasty really is just going for the full macro game. I love how we just praised him for this new style of Beasty that I love, this fully aggressive one, and now we're just getting old school defensive play. Sass does sneak in. Just very difficult to do any real damage with 2 Keshiks. Undermesh isn't there yet. It's double TC. And you can see what BC's up to. It's going to be a castle build. Sass, at this stage, is suspicious. If his opponent was going to contest the age, they'd be spamming by now. So he's assuming that, like, yeah, this is a tech play. He knows what the economy power is of China around 10 minutes. Like, the numbers just don't add up. The math isn't logical. So for Sass, I'd say, like, at this stage, probably want to just keep adding more Keshiks, because Keshiks are going to still be good in castle. And then just continue to scale trade. and catch up. 15 traders now. Remember, the silver tree, he's getting the additional layers to the cake as he goes up. So more and more resources generated. Love the Imperial Palace. It's a pretty good map for Clock Tower because of the short rush distance, but against Mongols, you're assuming they're going to go cavalry. So you just get more value out of seeing where those raids are going to be coming from. Ketchup or mayo? Ooh. Ooh. If you don't have high quality foods, ketchup. Because ketchup will just mask whatever, like, you know, ketchup just takes over. No matter what you try and do, like, ketchup makes itself known, you know? Mayo wins, like, when you're talking about more quality foods. Mustard is pretty cool, but, like, do you ever feel like mustard is trying too hard? Like, mustard would be an S-tier condiment, but it's trying just a tiny bit too hard. Alright, Beasty. Bloody hell. Do you think he's hungry? We do have monks on the way. Sass does have blocker for most of the relics, but he just doesn't have the Keshet count right now. Kurotai is going to be coming in. Interesting if he goes mass cavalry, because it's very hard to, like, keep pace. I think that's sometimes the downside of Kurotai, but obviously, you know, when you're playing against China, you don't want it to turn into a full macro war. So the logic for Sass with Kurotai is he wants to try and contain his opponent on the map. Muster's the most basic. I mean, sure, you can go with that logic, right? But by the same logic, you know, vodka is great. What a fun drink. But too much of it. Flash coming in. Sass. Oh. He's just going to stick to this. Yeah, what? But this is not an ideal fight. He didn't stop the relic getting gathered. He kind of got locked onto the engagement. It's kind of crazy as well because the Khan has the maneuver speed arrow. Sass, is he just not paying attention? I think this is a select all army move and he A-clicked. Yeah, because Beasty's doing this. That's sick. Beasty with the cut-off. Stops the trade. In fact, looks to stop it at both ends. Has one Juganu sneaking into the base. So Archer's going to mop this up. But apparently, that completely drew too much attention from Sass. He didn't realize that the Keshik's losing by the looks of it because he didn't micro away. And then the Khan afterwards, like, he had the maneuver speed arrow the whole time. And while that's happening, now that you've drawn all the attention to the back corner, Beasty now gets further ahead. 3 relics already on the way home. The 4th one inside the compound. And all of a sudden, almost a 20 eco lead for Beasty. It's about to get a lot worse. Lancers arriving in the base. Sass, only 8 Keshiks. And most of them are not here. It's worse than that. Sass, he never got Yam. I mean, if he did, he needs outposts, right? Village is in trouble. And what is that pathfinding? This is getting out of hand quickly. Beasty, it's mass knights and mass knights only. With the fishing, he has more than enough runway for this. And while he's doing it, he's also switching into granaries. Oh, and Sass. This Kurotai just feels like sadness, man. Beasty's read to go into Lancers was perfect. The problem that Sass has is, like, Kurotai is great for an all-in timing, but what Beasty done really well here is just played the map wide. Rush castle and just spread. If this turned into, like, Mass Juganu, you know, very different game. Sass can win that fight with archers and Kurotai. But signature from Beasty, just to let his opponent know how bad things really are. Looks like the last of the Lancers are going to get cleared out, but look at the worker kills. 14-2 now. Beasty, he can just go Imperial. It's just so many Lancers. So, at this stage, you're probably wondering, like, why does Sass not go Spearman? And it's the mobility factor. Like, once again, look at the map. He has to protect so much of the trade route. Maybe at this stage, he could have justified it, getting Yam, and then just spreading the Spearman out. But, you know, that's now. Before the damage, not really feasible. Like, you're still in a transitional phase. This is why also, like, when you have trade, especially, you try to just gravitate towards mass Keshiks. Just got said in the chat, when you're Mongols and you're defending, you know it ain't good. So the whole logic behind massing Keshiks is just don't defend, attack. I'm wondering if Cargonet play could be really good for Sassy in a rush. It's hard. Very ballsy now that you've just lost so many workers. You're still losing additional. Kind of interesting that Sass just still hasn't gone spin at this stage, but like, I think at this phase, he's anticipating a switch. And we are seeing one of those switches, right? It's going to be into crossbows. But this just counters Keshiks even harder. Kind of crazy how good spin that could actually be for him. Oh, nice hit though. Villager is trying to repair the wall. Now hold on a sec. Beasty should be capable of taking that fight. It's 13 Keshiks to 11 Lancers. But I guess he was just distracted doing raids. Yeah, because he's once again in. This is getting ridiculous. No, not the shivs. Guys, please. Guys, just... We've almost got him! Someone else throw the face into his sword. Keep him busy. Well, he's done his best to keep Beasty in the age, but you're already seeing the macro here. It's undeniable. With 4 relics and Imperial Academy tax, it's always going to happen. Imperial is ready to be triggered. Sass, because of the small group of Lancers forcing him to defend, he doesn't have the entire army here ready for a dive. I mean, you got options, right? You could easily go for the Great Wall Gatehouse. I think that's why BC hasn't fully expended yet. He's a little bit paranoid his opponent's all-inning, so he wants more resources, but more importantly, like if you're going to go Great Wall Gatehouse, drop it somewhere that matters. He's moving out to the center of the map. Flash coming in here. Did use the maneuver speed arrow. Wait, really? Not even defense arrow? Uh-oh. Rough fight. That's 11 knights left over. The Keshiks are outnumbered. One Keshik will chase after the villagers. No textiles, so could kill a few, but no Beasty. Full commitment here. Drags all the villagers over. The inside main engagement. It's going to come out as a Beasty win there. 13 knights now to 7 Keshiks. Sass not able to block Beasty from claiming more gold, but not just that, folks. No, this is a ripple effect. He wanted the 8k. With the keep drop, he now has the capacity to go for the Great Wall Gatehouse. Oh, wow. He's going to go deep, though. I thought he'd do it closer to the keep, but no. After that fight win, he knows that Sass can't have that much left behind him. Krotai can't even unpack right now. Sass. It's just looking like a game more and more where Spearman saves you, but this is what Silver Tree does to your game. Look at his gold income, look at his food income. You feel so bad if you're spending food and wood when you have, like what, probably 30 traders? Yeah, 43 traders. It just kind of strips you of the option here. This is one of those weird things about Silver Tree and Mongols on this map. The most obvious choice in your brain is like Spearman wins the game. But to do that contradicts what your economy is telling you. Trade for food, limited play. The more you do it, the worse it gets, right? But that's part of the problem in his mind, I think. Great Wall Gatehouse now up. One of the most toxic landmarks in the game. And I wouldn't be surprised if Beasty goes for an additional keep drop on the east. He won't even get a chance. GG gets called. The Beast, playing as the east, cannot be stopped. He is now on match point. Not if your opponent's selling food. So you're saying we just need to collude. Genius. How do I convince him to collude? All right, so mark that up. Win for Mr. Beasty. No more mistakes allowed here. Kill the hawk. Okay, let's have a look at this. You have me curious. So here comes the Hawk. There's the Hawk. We looked away. No, the Hawk's still alive, mate. What are you talking about, Willis? That Hawk was still alive. Yeah, I was about to say, they fixed that. Yeah. Look. Hawk flies around. He's alive. Oh, maybe they attacked it? So, yeah, so like that... Okay, so there's still a bug there, but he can't kill it then. Yeah, so they didn't fully remove that bug then, I guess. In fact, let me double check. So, if we have another look quickly. Yeah. Yeah, good eyes. Yeah, they did attack. I thought you meant they killed the Hawk, which shouldn't be possible. But yeah, I see what you mean now. 1 second. I'm going to relay that to Dev. Okay, so... Dry Arabia, Mali and Ottomans. This one used to be really good for Otto, actually. Alright, let's get ready to go. Let me flip that score around. Hold up. And yes, so the reason people noticed that the Falcon was stopping charges was because it would stop knights. Like, legitimately, it was a strategy to, when the enemy knight was charging you as your Khan, throw the Falcon at him. Like, you'd full on just go, Pidgeotto, use headbutt! And it would work. Ladies and gentlemen, Ilalu. That's right. The Malian King is back. Third game in this best of 5. It could be a clean sweep, and what way to do it with the Malians. Sass, comfort. He's so comfy. He's basically got one of those big plushy like overalls on top of him. I forgot what they're called. Hoodies. He's wearing an hoodie right now. French, Mongols, Ottomans. The only thing really missing for this lad is the roost, but that rarely gets through, and at this rate, it's going to be a 3-game series. Let's see if the Ottomans can actually impress. Definitely a civ that used to feel quite good against Malians for this particular play. You would go into the spinner for free, sometimes you even add in the racks, and then you'd rush their pit mine. Unfortunately, apparently when you beat Marine Lord in an S-tier tournament, you take his RNG as well. That is probably the single best gold vein option that Beasty could have got. I think this is a perfect spawn. Retracted deer, tree lines to insulate you, triple gold around the back. Like, there isn't actually much really missing to make this better for a Malian player. And I think, yeah, did he event? Yeah, I think he rushed over, maybe glimpsed the berries, and was like, okay, this isn't rushable at all. So instead, what you can do here, you can actually make this not suck. There is a play available for Sass. What you do, and let me put gambers up for you guys. Thank you, reminder. What you can do, Sass, is you can actually use these spearmen to shove your deer in. So you can actually redeem what can end up being an awkward play. I wonder, is this going to be Trade Network? We haven't really seen many madrasas. Trade Network is really good for trying to go pro scouts. It's still going to be rough against Malians, like they are a superior pro scouting civ. But with the deer spawns, it might be awkward. Like Beasty definitely got the better deer spawns. And wow, okay, I kind of actually back this logic. I was expecting Sultani because we've been seeing it like the majority of the time at the moment, but Madrasa used to be the perfect tempo controller. Just gives you so much food for the early push. I appreciate the logic in this from Sass. Like, I don't think you can necessarily just try to play a macro game against Malians. It just sounds like insanity. In a Pro Scouts meta, like sitting back and doing nothing just sets you up for failure. So instead he's going to try to like directly contest. And this does mean with the extra food gathering, he can play into his best unit at this stage of the game, right? Which would be the Sipahi. Oh, you're not very good at the deer shoves? You just gotta get like 2 spearmen, you know? Beasty should lame the deer. Boom. Smart lad. Because he saw the spearman, like there's one very logical follow-up play for Sass we just mentioned. He's gonna remove it from the equation. Looks like Sass is gonna... Well, okay, he should have seen that, but he wasn't quite looking, so didn't glance it properly. Probably just didn't feel like he could do enough damage quick enough. He'd just get kited and these would still die. So no deer shove. House damage is negligible. This play is much harder now, guys. Remember, they did recently just buff the houses for 50 extra HP per. The pit mine also got an increase of health by an extra 100. It's just not very feasible to rush down without a Rax commitment. So, you know, Sassy's best hope is this forces archers, which is now getting. And that will delay BC's Pro Scout timing, in theory. In reality, we can see what he's actually doing. Because it's not enough spear pressure, he can prioritize Pro Scouts first if he wants, and then add in the archer afterwards. And like what? You maybe lose a house for it? Not even that. There you go, Pro Scouts archer on the way. Other side, Sass, already in the Madrasa, and we do have the Sipahi toggled on. Need to be seeing the stable commitment, though. That's got enough wood for the first one. I think Sass may have tried to play this a different way if it had been a Fort Gold. But because it wasn't out here, you couldn't go for like a Rax follow-up with the military school to just rush it all down. And then we have like a very different game, right? Because BC has to then consider going into Saharan Trade Network, losing out on all that additional gold. And also getting idled on his gold to stop his Pro Scout timing. So yeah, like Spawn definitely had a big impact here. Now the good news for Sass is he's forced archers. This is one of the intriguing things about the military school opening that can in theory justify it in Dark Age. Even if you don't get the deer shove in or burn the buildings. Because you've now built a spin for free, your opponent's almost inherently obligated to go archers as an opener. That sets you up to follow Sipahi beautifully well. And the added benefit of Sipahi isn't just going to be the blocker against the archers, against javelins. It's also going to be about these deer. I know. For those just tuning in, the Anathan Kiljardi series. Yeah, Kiljardi wasn't quite ready for the Anathan fire. Did he use a Vizier point yet? He shouldn't have had enough production just yet, right? I think we're close, but not quite there. Unless they changed it, it usually gives a horn still when you get points, as long as you stay on the person. So Sassy's actually going to move out on the mill, right? I kind of like this. Yeah. He needs the inflated food gathering rate, and because he's contesting his opponent's deer, he should be able to keep him bogged down long enough to gather most of this at least. The interesting part is like Sass actually has the resources to go Pro Scouts himself. And there you go, Vizier point. Moment of truth. Now that he's on the deer, maybe he doesn't need to rush Anatolian Hills. That could give him a more aggressive line towards like the meta play. I don't think you go Imams here because your opponent has got archery ranges. Like, actually, Malians is one of the hardest civs to do the Imam play against. Because remember, Imam play great against mass meleeing troopers like Japan. Terrible against range-based civs like English. And now I'm intrigued. What did he go for? Oh yeah, he did get the meta. Okay, there we go. Meta drums. I love this. It's going to maximize the Sipahi input. And now you have like some real chase potential onto the Warrior Scouts. Because with the meta, you now move quicker than them. Remember, if you just have Warrior Scouts versus Sipahi, the Warrior Scouts run away at the same speed. But now, look at that speed booster. 2 movement speed. I give him a hope in hell here. You see, this is a lot of Warrior Scouts. Going up to 10? It's kind of crazy, actually. I think he wants to try and finesse it. Maybe send 2 or 3 over here while he contests the west side. I mean, Warrior Scouts are like your answer potentially to the Sipahi as a body blocker, but like it doesn't beat them, which is why you're now seeing spears. The Sass already a step ahead. I love this 1-1-1 build. Well, it's 1-1-2 now. Once again, you want to try to prio the Sipahi. They do take longer to produce as well. It's kind of wild, actually, how long it is. 30 seconds compared to, what was Horseman? 22, I want to say? Siege engineering on the way. This really is the all-in from Sass. Has got the ranged armor. Pretty big deal against the archers. Beasty is now prepping javelins, though. Yeah, and he's already got so much gold in reserve. This would be very different if it was a game where BC hard gathered food, not gold, because then you could stop and gain javs and just scale archers. Now it gets a bit more tricky. BC basically has like the key to the kingdom of just Donzo javs. So what does Sass now look to do this? I mean, you could theoretically try to get a bit greedy now. You've generated a lot of troopers. You could be looking at the extra military score points soon. Then you could look at the castle. It does kind of feel dangerous until you've taken enough deer away. I think he did eat a decent chunk of this. The Warrior Scouts came in the end. Looks like BC actually did get a worker kill out of it. If you back off now, I'm pretty sure Beasty just goes castle. And Farimba will be on the table because of just how big his economy is. Farimba into like Freeborn here is pretty strong. Mansa Musafadi can also work, but Freeborn probably going to feel best. Freeborn feels pretty disgusting against Janissaries because they have lower base damage. So for that reason, like Sass, you know, looking at merits against castle doesn't really feel great. It's going to be the Ram commitment. So much food. Is there any gonna... Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're diversifying fully. No, okay, there we go. It's just going to be leaning heavily into stable still. Now that is curious. Beasty's going in for the sofa. The freshly buffed sofa, by the way. They recently had their stats padded. They feel a little bit better now than they did previously in Feudal Age. You know, Castle Age stats, I believe, didn't get changed at all, but the feudal damage got increased by, I think it was 2 from 16 to 18. Sorry, was it 15 to 17? So a nice little buff there. I think they also got an increase in health, maybe from 150 to 160, I want to say. So a little bit more competitive in this age. Pretty smart as well. So far, Sass hasn't added that many spears. And Beasty with Pro Scouts can definitely afford the sofa price. If he wins this fight, he gets to go Castle Age, and he already has his premium unit upgraded, or ready to upgrade, rather. Dive in with Spahi. Not able to stop off for a kill, though. Kind of crazy, actually, that many didn't get a kill against a non-textiles villager. So at this stage, Sass is probably starting to feel the waning effect of his raid attempts. He hasn't been able to really force any errors out of Beasty so far. He's going to keep investing, but I think what you're probably looking for is like a jump-off point where you can get out of the age. The longer this goes, like better it gets to Beasty without damage done. He's got the ranches adding in extra income. He's got the premium army upgrading, right? Like Donzo's Javelins is pretty much like the scariest, one of the scariest defensive comps in Feudal Age, you can imagine. What we should at least have, yep, for Sass, is the extra military school. So that's always something to be conscious of with Ottomans. Like in games where other civs would immediately go, oh, let's go Castle Age. What's keeping Sass alive, the idea of a longer feudal here, is he's generating all these vizier points. It gives him extra value. Like in theory, there's a world in which you'd force Beasty to play the age so long, you get towards a Great Bombard. Whether that's good against mass Javelin Donzos, I'm not so convinced. And yes, Warrior Scouts move at the same speed as Sipahi, which is why the meta movement speed point is so important for Sass. Fortunately, his metas are not with the Sipahi group. Yeah, kind of a crazy difference as well that it would make. Gets an extra 0.25 movement speed if he has the Sipahi with meta. I.e. what, a 12.5% speed increase? Yeah, not bad. He was trying to just get away with the snaky walls. Pressure coming in from Sass. Who wins this fight? If it happens in the open, like Sass can get around with Sipahi. And in fairness, BC's base has a bit of a curious layout about it. The ranch area, like it's open ground, so the Sipahi should be able to wrap around, but right now they're not doing that. They A-click straight to the center. He intercepts him at the stables. Beasty, he's just tearing through this line. Supply count falling quite fast. The Warrior Scouts are just there to absorb. Absorb. Donzos are admittedly wasting quite a bit of time on the spin on the flank, but they're still clearing up. They're clearing house. And they're booting Sassy out of Midweek Muster 14. That's a bad fight for Sass. I don't think there was like a great fight for him. He kind of looked a little bit stuck there. I think for like Sass, what he was expecting is maybe Beasty just to flood all the cattle. He even had all the ranches set up but didn't have them filled. So from like Sass's perspective, like that was maybe his best window of opportunity, because if he waited, it was going to be mass ranches full up and then he loses the game a few minutes from there. So yeah, like I think the spawn made his opening play really hard. The spinman running across the field, I wonder if in like hindsight, Sass saw worth in that versus just having the spinman push the deer in straight away. I don't think he was really expecting a spawn that good for Malians. Tricky matchup though, man. I think Pro Scout just muddies so much of that. It muddies a lot of matchups. There's not really many like matchups now where if you're not the Pro Scouting Civ, you feel good about your odds anymore, which is pretty brutal. But that does mean we are going to have B versus Beasty up next. So I believe B should be ready to roll. Even now or in a minute. Oh, sorry, Shogun, didn't respond. That. God love quality cast while editing videos. Thank you, mate. What are you editing? What are you up to? We need to get to work on our editing our channel. I think we want to start like trimming down things into more digestible things for curate content, basically. Let me have a look. Semi-finals today? Yep. We are indeed going to be having a semi-finals. Nice lipstick. Dude, I'm telling you, your aunt just slavs it on a bit too hard. See? I'm not just all about mum comments. Sometimes it's your aunt. Okay, so let me have a look and see if we have a drafty poo. I'm going to at B. Let's see if we can get this set. And then after this one, by the way, we'll have Dumu versus Myriad after this semifinals. So what I'll do, actually, while we've got a second, I'll quickly update the bracket as well. So, for those who didn't see it, we basically had a 3-0 victory for Anathan. He is in the semi-finals. That Dumu versus Myriad series is like pretty far back in the bracket right now. So we're going to basically have that one up a little bit later to see who's going to win between that to go up against Wham. And then we'll see if Wham can, come up against Anathan again. Last time that was actually grand finals matchup. But Beasty has shifted the brackets around a little bit this week. And for good reason, as he just proved, making his way through now to the semi-finals, which you can now see on the updated version of Le Games. BC versus B, though. This is going to be quite exciting, especially with the way that Beasty has been playing more recently, the more aggressive line he's been taking. All right, nice. Just got confirmation. B is ready to go, so draft should be kicking off in just a second. What we'll do, we'll switch across to this view so we can catch it the moment it goes up. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had a chance to like full deep dive on the camera yet. I'm going to talk to the Elgato person. It did reset my settings, which is weird because I could have sworn I tweaked them again since. But we tinted down a little bit green, so I feel like it dealt with the overly aggressive reds anyway. Maybe it's the... Is that better or that worse? That's like way too little color, right? Well, the 2-0s and 3-0s, that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, mate. You can't always get full 50-50 series, you know? people are going to beat people. Sometimes the draft has an effect. Sometimes just the matchup of the day. Two of those matchups, admittedly, were 2-0s because they were default wins. CSO didn't organize his series. He was not incommunicado for way too long. So he default win Sass. And then me and Micah said that he had to forfeit because he had way too many things happening on the weekend. So he couldn't keep up. So like those 2-0s were because of default wins, but the others were all played out. All right. Looks like we have got the drafts coming up now. So, where's my map draft? There it is. All right, Oases and Coastal blocked out. wait. So, they wanted moving out over Oases. That is interesting. Although I guess Beasty hasn't really practiced it at all. Oases was the default map introduced the other week. A lot of people will be familiar with it. I think actually people quite liked it. But for Beasty, it just makes sense. He hasn't played it. So I'm not really that surprised by the ban out. So let me get that in. So remember, Prairie is going to be the default map this week. And then we got Dry Arabia, moving out, Frisian, and finally Cliffside. Likely we're going to be looking at the Juji and the wristbands. Like, it's just a given. So HRA, in response, B can get Chinese and Byzantines. Is there a world in which he values the French higher? Possible. If not, then Beasty can either go Malian's French for his secondary pick. So yeah, China beginning. This is where you're probably going to see, like, what? Do you go for the Biz ban? Or do you ban out Malians? No, they both go French. All right, so no player is going to be getting it. Does leave the Jean pick available, and it immediately gets snatched away by B. No doubt Beasty want to have that. Now, with the scraps left, Byzantines or Malians would make a lot of sense. Is there a world in which he does Order the Dragon? Order the Dragon would be kind of intriguing against Jean. I think it is traditionally considered a bit of a counter pick. Because think about it, like, all the Dragon, like, the units are so tanky, they can just dive in and kill Jean. They don't really die quick enough for you to get XP. And also, it's to see if they can play Pro Scouts quite well. Oh, wow. Beasty goes for Delhi. Interesting. Delhi this early. Was there maybe a concern B was going to take it away? So, final ban's now available. Byzantines seems like maybe an obvious one for, I'd say, B. On the other side... Okay, yeah, he does ban the Malians. So that means that, what, that was a Beasty ban, right? No, okay, so B has banned Malians away. I always forget the order of this. Chat, remind me, because AU2CM is different to our draft overlay. Beasty has banned his opponent from picking, right? I think. So OTD follow-up. Remember, they won't show you the Byzantines Malian straight away. They'll leave it until the end because now it's protected. B will pick Japan, of course. Japanese and Ottomans or Japanese Mongols. Actually, like... No, I think Japanese, like, Mongols or Japanese Ottomans makes a lot of sense. For B, it's usually Ottos. But because your opponent has, like, Order the Dragon Delhi... Yeah, I think, like, Ottomans to block Delhi makes a lot of sense. And then for B, for Beasty rather, that leaves him Mongols into... Wait, why is Beasty not picking Abbasids? He needs to practice them. I wonder, do we just get Mongol into Abba here and then round out with Mali? It's actually kind of nice because if I'm remembering this correctly, like, he is banned his opponent picking Malians, and Abba is like considered decent against Malians. So you basically take a kind of counter-picky Civ away. Admittedly, not a strong Civ in general, but like counter-pick Civ. And then you take Mongols as well, which is situationally very powerful, especially against like Japanese. Actually goes for the Ayus instead, though. We haven't really been seeing as much Ibid play at the moment, right? Ibid is intriguing into Ottos, because I think Ottomans can do fairly well against Ayu and Fuel. It would be an interesting matchup as well, because neither would necessarily go Pro Scouts, which is hilarious, because, guys, you'd think if neither Civ like really wants to do Pro Scouts, then no one does Pro Scouts, right? Like, that makes sense. That's how a game should work. how it usually works instead, hilariously enough, is like if neither Civ can do Pro Scouts logically, both usually end up doing Pro Scouts. And then he does get that Mongols. So this leaves the Byzantine pick as well as the Abba pick, which is actually quite nice for B. It means that Beasty then has the Malian pick, which like traditionally on paper, Abba has done reasonably well against Malians. It's a bit harder in the current meta with Pro Scouts. Who got the better draft? I think they played blocker on each other quite well here. First game is going to define a lot about draft momentum, I think. Like, B has a lot of solid elements here, such as the Chinese to block out the Delhi. HRE will block out Chinese in response, though. So, like, if you misuse that, you're in trouble. Malians maybe feels a little bit better right now, but another thing to keep in mind is, like, Malians versus Byzantines can actually be really good for Biz because of the Kara Siphon play with it all in. Really comes down to the map dependency, though, and map-wise, like... Yeah, I forgot. We've got moving out, right? So that's probably going to be for the Japanese or the Ottoman pick. For B, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Ottos. Beasty's probably thinking Order of the Dragon on that map, but Mongols, Malians can theoretically work as well. Mainly, I'd say like Malians or OOTD. I think moving out is probably going to end up being Malian versus Ottos. Would make a lot of sense. We don't have the pick in just yet. What I'll do is I'll load the draft in. Ugh, I hate when the draft isn't ready. Come on. There we go. All right. So, full draft and a pretty screen for it as well. With a not so pretty face in the way. And then let me see if they picked the Civ. Okay, they haven't picked their Civ yet. What I'm going to do, guys, while they're setting up the lobby, I'm going to run some ads. So we'll run 2 minutes ads so that afterwards we should be pretty much into game because there won't be a delay on the lobby because obviously we've got a player streaming. Okay. B has a more defensive draft. Beasty are more aggressive. In some ways, yeah. I see where you come from on that. I think Ossos can be quite aggressive. Depends how you want to play. Japanese, they're defensive into aggression. I'd say like B's is more tech heavy. Theoretically, Beasties has more potency to be present in feudal age. Is a cool way to look at the draft. I'm kind of buzzed to see some moving out though. Good old meme map. I don't know, you guys still like seeing moving out? I mean, we haven't really seen it much so far. I think it's been drafted in total maybe 3 times this week. Played, I think this might be the first time. So quite refreshing. One sec, just got a message coming through. Dude, can like I stop getting like sent to these stupid... On Twitter, the amount of times I'm getting like part-time hotel jobs. Threads, which are scams. Not that I really want to work part-time in a hotel, but, you know, it's not real, so... Alright. I'm quite buzzed for the Myriad Dumu series as well later, actually. Because last time those two matched up, Myriad won 2-1, but Dumu wasn't 100%. Alright, he was quite ill, it was quite clear. Does Myriad just become the bane of his existence is what I'm wondering. Likely the quarterfinals will be tomorrow. If the quarterfinals are tomorrow, I won't come live for one series. It just doesn't make sense. So unfortunately that one will be missed. But I think if Myriad wins that, we may actually be able to do that quarterfinals today as well. Because Myriad would probably stay up later, whereas Dumu tends to go to bed a bit earlier. So yeah. We'll see if we actually get that one done as well. What does Landsknecht counter? Landsknecht counters mass spearmen is the main thing. Things like mass spearmen. Just mass trash tier units, basically. It's kind of sad because sometimes it doesn't feel like that because of how quickly they get swept. But, you know, it's like rough. You can't necessarily rely on Landsknecht to clear men-at-arms. Because the thing you have to remember with Landsknecht is the melee armor does actually reduce their damage. I was saying on the stream the other day, it would kind of be interesting to see if we had Landschnechter with siege damage. But I think that would make them OP. You'd have to basically recalibrate the stats to be lower. But it would make them more of a, you must avoid this unit. Or like, if you're going to fight it into melee, definitely don't just A-click the fight. Alright, we're just waiting now for the lads to get into game. Let me switch over. Any YouTubers talking? Nah, they're chilling. They're vibing. They're enjoying the streams. Guys, did you hear, by the way, Kingdom Come has already sold 2 million copies in under 2 weeks. It's kind of crazy. I've got a key they sent me. I need to find some time for it. I want to check out Avowed at some point as well. Maybe like at the end of one of our streams, we have like an hour or two on Avowed to give it a look. That's the new RPG from the guys that made Outer Worlds, that made the the original Fallout devs, basically. Is the Myriad Dumu series delayed for a reason? Availability. I want to play Avowed. Avowed does look interesting. It's a very interesting graphical style. There's also some small details. Like I watched someone the other day. They tried to, so it's really cool. They were on the roofs and they tried to run across, what are they called? You get them in hot countries where it'll be essentially like cloth slung across from building to building to like basically give shade areas. And like in most games, you can just run across that and you'll be fine, right? Yeah, but in this game, you run across it and it rips the fabric. It's like, it seems so nitpicky and small, but it's actually pretty, like, I think those kind of details are always just so cool in games. They don't really get as much praise in the moment, but they are really, really cool to immerse you in the world. And also just create, like, different dynamics. Not since the physics days, exactly. You're skipping KCD too because of Potato PC? Ah, look at that. I mean, maybe that's why we should play it at some point. I think what I'll do, like, we might try and, like, do that with games where we check them out after the initial, like, hype period. Because if you're talking, like, a game like that, there's just so many people already playing it. Everyone's just probably watching them. But, like, I think when the directory is chill a bit is when we could, like, come in and have a look at them. Like, let's see if this game was hype or not. You know? But yeah, I still haven't played Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Won't have time for it. So the two things I'm doing at the moment. So when my best friend's available and Emma's available, we've been doing Monster Hunter. We've been doing some Monster Hunter Rise, which may just like burn me out for the one coming up at the end of the month that I really want to play. And then it's just me and Emma. We've been doing No Man's Sky. So I've been starting No Man's Sky. We played some of it last night. Pretty big game. And then what I've been spoiling myself with, enjoying because it's about to leave Xbox Game Pass, I've been checking out Bolt Gun. Bolt Gun's a pretty fun game, actually. If you like old school Doom games and you're a Warhammer fan, Bolt Gun is the absolute jackpot. Ladies and gents, it's time for the Battle of the Bees. That's right, welcome back to the channel. An absolute classic and always a fun one. We've got Beasty Cutie up against Bee. And it kicks off here on Prairie. Japanese, Bee's signature pick. He really has made this Civ his own. Beasty, meanwhile, on something familiar for him. The King of the Malians has kicked off the series this way as well. Malians has been kind of hit or miss so far on Prairie. Always a traditionally reasonable pick, granted. But I think it can easily struggle. And I'm wondering, was this the type of game where we could have potentially seen a Rax Rush? B doesn't try for it. And there's a good reason for that, guys. We've seen varying ranges on Prairie. Sometimes Prairie spawns the gold slightly out of range by half a tile, so you can rush it with spears. Other times, it can actually spawn as deep as halfway in to the gold with the TC range, which means that you can't really spam and rush. So instead, B is just going to be looking to prioritize the Feudal Age play. Likely we're going to get in Coca Township. I don't remember the last time I saw B do anything alternative to that. Skyrim rotations. Looks like they did kind of divide down the center. And I believe, yeah, B did come out better for it. So 18 sheep right now to 11. Great start for him. Oh, and we need to get predictions up. You Gambaholics really, really want to stake your bird feed You know, just slam all the chips on the table of the make-believe money. Beasty probably expected JD here. Possibly. I mean, looking at B's draft, I'd say the more likely thing you'd expect is Ottomans, maybe? Because we've seen, like, Ottomans, you'd think they count the Marlins. We just watched BC prove it's not as simple as that anymore, especially with the Pro Scouts meta. This is still pretty decent for him, though. Prairie's a pretty good Pro Scouts map. There's a lot of deer spread very wide. So civs like Japan can struggle to block unless they want to commit into, like, you know, 4 to 6 Shinobi. And we just saw in the previous series between B and... Sorry, not B. It was Anathan and Kiljardi, where Kiljardi overreacted to the Shinobi opening, and it killed his momentum. So, like, for Beasty, the priority here is to scout whether B is fully aggressing him with the Shinobi. If he's not, you should just lean into your own greed. Sheep haul. Oh, greedy boy here. 25 sheep, 18 on the other side. There's still corner, so we're probably looking at about a 50-50 sheep split or close to. The good life. You know, because this is the thing. The Malians are secretly the Wakandians. We knew this because of how quickly their Pro Scouts heal. And this is true forward thinking. Why have those wonderful peasants of yours go down to these mines where they could easily die to full cave-ins when you could just automate the process? Have the robots in the houses do it. Manticore to follow up. I mean, this is the interesting thing. Just so much gold to work with. You can definitely afford to go into the Pro Scouts. 8 now into the wood to guarantee it. B. I don't know. There's games like this where I wonder if the Coca Township is totally worth it. The reason why he's doing it is because it should force Beasty to build extra units to block the Shinobi rush. Otherwise, his scouts are going to struggle to get food home, right? But in reality, the trade-off is on a map where you don't have much wood and food can be very limited. You're not going to have the Kuristo house to like give you that extra runway. 25 sheep is decent, don't get me wrong. But it's when you need farms down the line, just look how small this tree line is. Look how small this one is. Like, look at these ones. Yeesh. It's not like Dry Arabia where you got a quadrillion trees right on your doorstep. I should have known. This really is a B special, right? Chat, have we seen anyone else do Pro Scouts Japanese yet? I'm trying to think. I'm not sure we have. In fairness, if there was a map where you didn't need to really Pro Scouts to do your win condition, it would be this one for Japan, right? You just get so much sheep off the map. But Pro Scouts, he will. Wood gathering underway to make sure you can get into it. And Shinobi already griefing the sheep. What he's trying to do right now is just corral Beasty away, but Beasty is aware that there's a reason the Shinobi's intercepting like that, instead of running across to his base. So he needs to find out what's really happening. I'm not sure B has gone up against Beasty recently, so he might not have seen this Pro Scouts build that he's been doing a lot of. We will see the straggler trees down. Stable's commitment is smartly placed by B. He intentionally put it on the west side of the base, seeing where the scout is rotating. So basically what he's doing right now is he's delaying the arrival of information into Beasty's eyes. In fact, Beasty doesn't even know, which is going to be pretty rough because he's scaling archers to deal with the Shinobi. Okay, so B... I mean, we could be seeing just an immediate horseman opening. Technically, like, free Shinobi can contest the initial archer very well. Speaking of Shinobi, look at what he's doing. He immediately queues onto all the different deer locations. He's looking to block. And this is the value. Like, one Shinobi will be a lot more valuable to block Pro Scouts than one archer. So Beasty's probably going to be looking to keep his archers together, 2 to 3 at a time, to find the Shinobi. But it really is going to be like a very hardcore version of Where's Waldo. And that kind of fits, considering these guys are dressed in green. Yeah, where's the... Wait, guys. Let's be real here. When I press spy, I should turn into my natural habitat. That's what AoE4 is missing. Why are we spying and dressing up as the enemy villagers? We should have prop hunt. Just imagine if you could look like a deer. I know it wouldn't fit the realistic theme of AoE4, but oh my god, would it be incredible. So Shinobi arrives. Archer's already guarding here. But B is already picking up the first of the goodies. Yeah, a little bit tricky for Beasty. Because he went for the archery range, he obviously delays his timing going into the stables. In fact, wait, this is a... He didn't go pro scouts at all. Did I imagine him queuing that up? He had a lot of gold. No, he just committed to ranches. This is very interesting, actually. So B is going to be saving up for the castle age as well. But Beasty isn't even contesting pro scouts. Not really, right? Like 4 archers is kind of a bait and switch. This is bad news to B, though. He saw the archers, and now he's reacting with the Uma Bannerman. It's not too bad if he just stops at the Uma. It's still expensive at 250 resource, 240 rather. Sorry, yeah, 250. If he starts committing Horseman as well, Beasty's very favored. Mind games are the early game. Outpost going up. I love the fact he pulled the boar. Love the micro as well. We've seen a lot of players just shin all the shinobi at once, and what ends up happening is the shinobi stack on top of each other, and they push each other away from the enemy, so they don't get the stabs. B is just very good at this now. Like I think he's been one of the cleanest executions with mass shinobi, because he does it so damn frequently, where you just want to ideally shin one by one, in stab, in stab. And that's quite doable because the movement speed difference isn't so large that you lose range immediately. Alright, one's if you actually like Beasty's approach here with the Fulani instead of Pro Scouts. It's almost ready to pull the trigger on, but they're going to have comparative tech timings. And it's a matter of what is the value of the opening units. You know, you're still going to have an issue for Beasty of like wood. It's starting to move away from his base in both directions. But food and gold is going to be on lock. Won't have to run too far away from home. B, meanwhile, is going to be completely safe at home. Nice thing about being Japanese, even more so with Coca. You're going to have all you need at home. Food and gold. Right? You can build Shinobi. You can build Mounted Samurai. Is this the type of game where actually scaling Shinobi could work? It's a little bit tricky, specifically against Malians. Against other civs, they're not necessarily always going to keep scaling archers, but for Malians, if they can afford it, archers is great because of the toxin arrows. It's definitely hard to long-term scale archers. In fact, if you think about it, like Beasty's comp is insanely expensive on wood. All right, Archer's the obvious one, but Donzo's usually gets overlooked. It's 30 wood out of a total of 90. Flood gate now already on the way, so B first to pull the trigger. He's gonna go for a samurai flood. Oh, this is awesome. Beasty needs info right now. He's marching forward, but because this is on the backside of the base and he's seen the stables already, this is a bait and switch. This is a classic build. Anathan was one of the first players I remember doing this in the early days. Cracky swears to me he'd done it first and made a build order and etc. But the whole idea is that you open with the stables, you get Daimyo, build an Uma Bannerman, and then when they react with Spearman, you can come in with either Samurai or Onubugeisha. However, Beasty is wrapping around the back here. He might reveal the play before it bears fruit. This is very important. B, he wasn't able to snipe that scout. Had he got that scout kill, very different dynamic in this mid game. But Beasty is going to be able to creep in. He sees the racks. It is known. So the samurai play known about. Beasty can now immediately just react with Musafadi. He's in a very good position here, getting the info this early. And because he's going to have the Fulani, he'll have plenty of food to pump Mass Musafadi with. Question now is, can Samurai beat Musafadi? I think it's an interestingly tight fight because of Odachi, plus the Katana Bannerman you can get on top. But Musafadi are just much more cost efficient, right? It's 130 resources compared to 80. Relics also now being picked up on the way home. So B should be looking for a pivot at this point. He knows the play has been seen. He even just completely bluntly revealed himself. Samurai as a long-term solution isn't necessarily great now. He should be aware of the Musafadi threat. Tricky part is like, knowing your opponent has Musafadi, the logical counter is archers. But Yumi archers, like, you just don't have a lot of wood. It's very, very difficult to justify Yumi. He could theoretically switch back into Mounted Samurai. Your opponent does have a decent number of spearmen, but you can work through that. Like, if he's going to flood up to 30, 40 Musafadi, yes, Matt Samurai can struggle a bit, but you have the flexibility to keep raiding. One thing we're likely going to be seeing from B is more outposts as he moves out. Wow, yeah, no, he's actually going to go for the archer range, so he's definitely going to need additional outposts. For B, the beneficial way to play this is forward towards these tree lines. You want to try and shrink the map, because with Musafadi in their stealth, the best thing they can have happen is the map getting too wide. Unification mixed in will do well against Musafadi. They have low base damage. They're very expensive. That's the real problem. In theory, for like the idea of raiding with Matt Samurai, it's great. But because he's gone for a Samurai build, he most definitely has to go for the Yumi play. Why does the game score favor Beasty so much? Meet the cows. There's a lot of them. Oof. Beasty into javelins. In theory, very good. I've always found the Yumi javelin interaction a little bit weird. The reason is Yumi get overkilled a lot. Because remember, with Yumi, it's not about the quality of the units, it's about building a crap ton of them. For Beasty, though, like, it just makes sense to go javelins over archers with the lack of wood we talked about. If he could scale his archers, it would be the better call because of the poison arrows. But javelins just has a lot more longevity with the food and the gold as it stands. Relics now in play for both. We do already have, what, one home, second one on the way home? No, wait, is he... Did he go for the corner? No, he's just losing out on the Shintos. It looks like there's been some good blockers on the flanks from Beasty. Like, we have game info back as useful for the score. I don't think the score is that useful per se. Everything else on the screen is a lot more useful. This dilutes it down to a number, big number better, but like it's not really truthful a lot of the time. This is a scary army that B's got right now. The Beasty is reaching that critical mass of Musafadi. One worry you do have to have here as B is like your opponent can just raid. Remember, these are much, much quicker, and the stealth. Yumi upgrade is at least on the way. That is going to be his golden answer. Steel Arrow 2 as well. We also have B with level 2 Daimyo slowly approaching. Wouldn't be a bad idea to rush some stone here. If you can get the Katana Bannerman, the Yumi Bannerman plus the Katana Bannerman, you're really powerful. B still has that Uma Bannerman though, which is kind of costing him the ability to fight well. Yeah. Oh, that's sick though. It might make up for it if he's quick enough here. No, he's getting a little bit too slow. So 2 relics being pulled in. Looks like a villager is going to go down on the flank. But the fact he got that relic out is pretty damn good. Beasty with 2 of the 5 relics on the map. Rest should be going to B. There is still a north side one that's contestable. Meantime, army is going to march forward. Yumi trying to will his way through the mass Musafadi, but there's so many of them here. 33 in total right now. A Dutchy tech is coming through, so B will be looking for the turnaround. The problem is still the Uma Bannerman. If he just had it die, the Katana Bannerman could be birthed out. It could change things here. And yeah, there you go. He hits the deletion. So, needs to delay a little bit longer. Katana could take a bit of time to arrive. So just a marching retreat with losses on the way. Beasty is now quite heavily favored with the count. B needs to double down on Yumi. Does have that secondary tree line to work with, so we'll have the runway to do so. And look at this. Beasty's getting ready for the switch up. Sofas make a hell of a lot of sense here. In the meantime, though, the Musafadi look to directly contest into the Samurai. And this fight, the Katana Bannerman may have arrived a little bit late here. He's starting to break through to the back line, forces the retreat away, and B, the Samurai have failed him. His army feels quite worthless now. It's basically Yumi and nothing else. And guess what, guys? Beasty has baited B into a corner. He went for the play into Musafadi to force the reaction in Yumi. He made him double down on Mass Samurai and Mass Yumi. And now, Mass Sofa, Mass Sudoku's everything that B has here. Yes, I know it's seppuku. Even this play will also lose to Sofa. This is a brutal situation. I mean, you have to wonder, like, Beasty, when he went in originally, saw the Brax play, could B have just pivoted immediately into Onibagesha? In theory, yes, definitely pro scouts. It's a tricky call to make, though. You're already seeing archers in the field. Samurai just feels so much safer when you have an advantage. And there's kind of a sunken cost fallacy. If you're going to bother to vet them up, especially when you're thinking about Adachi melee techs, you're going to commit all the way. But this is now going to be rough. Like, Sofa pretty much tears apart everything you can think of as Japanese here. There's only one option left, and it's Onimusha. Not exactly a quick comp to scale. And no, the UI still doesn't show wheelbarrow text for Japanese. That would involve Capture Age working on the game that they developed things for. Maybe soon. Maybe one day. Looks like the relic. I mean, it kind of feels like a donation from Beasty. And wait, this is mostly melee. You may need the wall on the fight, actually. B. Oh! Sofa reveal comes through. And that is something he simply has zero answers for. Every single element of his army gets countered by the heavy cavalry of the Malians. And you can't even retreat away anymore. At least when you're up against like the Musafadi, archers, javelins, you can kind of start a step. But here it just doesn't work. Beasty isn't done there. He's even rotating onto the back guard. A cool idea with this Rax rush opening, but unfortunately that key piece of scouting changed everything. It's crazy to think how different this game could have been if Beasty had lost that scout in early phase. Instead, now, ripple effects down the road. That info gave Beasty everything he needed to remain ahead time and time again on these transitional plays. 3 Sacred Sites now locked in. A lot of idle eco for B. He hasn't done a good job of minimizing the losses when it comes to economy, but the idle time alone is going to force a snowball effect here. Yeah, he's just going to stick to him here. At this point, B is just kind of looking to see if there's a mistake coming. Maybe something can exploit, but this is curtains. Sofa Flood for the win. We're so focused on pro scouts and Farimba at the moment for Malian, sometimes we forget about the good old-fashioned Fulani rush. Question for you, since you're streaming the game in real time, what's stopping one of the players stream sniping another? Is it like an honor thing, or do pros can tell pretty easily that they are stream sniped? I think like you can kind of suspect if someone's stream sniping, but at the same time, the players are streaming the POV. So the rule set that we have in place is if there's no player streaming it, 5-minute delay. If there's a player streaming it, then the delay is negotiable. It can be either 0 minutes or 2 minutes or whatever. It just has to be whatever their stream is. The one exception is grand finals. So if the players like make it to grand finals and they want to stream their POV, it has to be 5 minutes, because that's where the most money is on the line. Okay, so predictions, Beasty game number 1. Solid start for 2025's Chimp. Didn't really throw away anything like OP pick-wise, right? Like Marlins is pretty decent, but when you think about the way that B uses Japanese, it's kind of like on a similar level, I want to say. Game 2, do you just force moving out? Like, Beasty, did he lose his strongest pick for moving out? I guess Order the Dragon does pretty well there. You don't really want to waste 8 Shuri on that map. B could force OOTD versus Ottos to try and get an even score. I don't know if Ottomans win that matchup, though. No. I think Order the Dragon's quite slivery there, with the play out onto the flanks with men-at-arms. Or the Dragon or Iabids for moving out? Yeah, but I'm thinking like if B forces or moving out now, right? I don't know. I think maybe you try to thin the draft a bit more. Prairie? Beasty could OOTD on Prairie though, right? Against China. I don't know, man. Beasty's draft looks pretty damn nice. We talked about the first game setting a lot of momentum in that regard. Should you buy garrison tickets? What do you want from it? I'm probably not going to be there. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I will. Maybe. I don't know. Well, I'm cutting it close if so. I haven't booked a flight or anything. Okay. Let's have a look. Where are they going to be taking us for game number 2? So G2, they're actually going to Dry Arabia. Dry Arabia? What's B got in mind here? I'm assuming either Biz or Jean. But Beasty has HRE. About to find out in a second. Wow, he goes Ottomans. What? This is a pretty bad position to be in. Ottomans versus HRE. It's like bottom 3 Civ versus top 3 Civ. On paper, it's like a very, very hard one. B is being quite creative with his autos, though, so we'll have to see what he's got in mind. Garrison organizers paying for the plane tickets and accommodation for the players? Not for 4, no. I think for 2, yes, but not for 4. Let's flip that around. Ladies and gents, we've got an awkward situation here in Dry Arabia. Welcome back to the channel for a top 3 Civ up against a bottom 3 Civ. That's right, Ottomans in the hands of B, HRE for Beasty. Now, Ottomans, there's still experiments going on. B is a very creative player, but there's no denying that, like, statistically on paper, if you ask most people, they're going to go hard on HRE. You can already see it in the betting. I think this might end up being the most skewed we've had so far. But B has to have something in mind. It's kind of crazy, like picking Dry Arabia when you know your opponent has HRE. What else could he have expected here? Maybe he suspected Delhi. Delhi would have actually made sense of the auto pick because, like, Delhi versus Ottomans, Ottomans have a really solid all-in timing. I'll have to see what he wants to do. I'm kind of going through it in my head. Like, for Ottomans, usually if you want to play feudal, you're thinking around Sipahi. The tricky part about Sipahi plays, HRE with marching drill spears blocks you really effectively. So definitely going to need some creative. Looking at the spawn, double deer stack actually close smushed together here. So what B could do with this opening spearman is look to rally the deer on top of each other and then maybe try to shove him from there. If he manages to get even close to his base, he can probably completely bypass pro scouts. Like, you could even do something creative, like just building a small wall in front of the stone and gold to secure. Kind of surprised, actually, we haven't really seen anyone trying to wall in deer after shoving them close together so far. Funnily enough, B was in our chat the other week trying to big brain with one of those ideas. Kind of felt like I was being sold a scam, you know? I felt like someone was trying to give me some snake oil because he still hasn't done it in his games yet. I can come from Beasty. You could try to harass to this initial military school unit, but the timing is just terrible. Like, your opponent already has the gold he needs. In theory, one spearman could maybe ruin HRE's timing for a fast castle build, but HRE just has so much flexi to play feudal. Like, you achieve nothing by attacking with the spearman. So he's going to wrap around the back. He's going to start shoving the deer. Sheep haul is going to be 14 sheep to 10. But Beasty's been gathering through that sheep quicker with the prelate buff. So overall, I'd say they're quite even Stevens on sheep split. There is still more in the corn. Really? None of dude, sometimes Dry Arabia spawns puzzle me. And B with the Sultan Hani. This is Pro Scouts. B loves doing the Pro Scouts build right now of autos. It's going to be slower than Beastie's, though. Maybe B is playing off of the assumption that Beastie's going to open with Spearman, because a lot of HV players do that at the moment, where they begin racks and then go stables on a delay. But yeah, Beastie does see what he's doing. This should be alarm bells going off in his head that is going to be a Pro Scouts race. If B wins this, I'm going to be rich. Yes, rich with those virtual points that there's not really anything you can do with. But hell yeah, make that moolah. So B's win condition, what is it in this game? Is there a world in which he all-ins feudal? Because like by going pro scouts, Beasty is going to slow down his aggression timing. And he's prioring pro scouts entirely, by the way. Like, he just queued it up. Woodby and Goward, I imagine, is going straight into stables. B, he's still shoving some of the deer home, by the way. Yeah, even 4 deer is quite a lot. That's 1,400 food. More than what you'd need to go into Castle Age. Wood gathering as it stands. Yeah, there's the mill. I think we are going to be seeing the pro scouts off here. B has to know that his timing is going to be weaker for this, though. I think he's just trusting in the power of the opening spears to protect him. Because BC shouldn't necessarily be able to rush over and take these away, if you're paying attention. Right now, the problem is, the spearmen are kind of a little bit busy, guys. You know, they can't come to the phone. Can make KP buff those points? Oh, no. Oh, there's the stables coming. Scout is trying to get cheeky here. Does at least shove one away. That does mean he's not picking up, though. Huh, interesting. B didn't even send a single spear. I'm starting to doubt it's pro scouts, but like, why else would you build a stable, right? The reason why I have some doubts is at this stage, like the deer is so close to home, it's probably better to stop this from happening than to shove the deer in further. Then again, like, you will be able to now immediately pull your villagers across onto deer instead of waiting for the first ones to come home. Speaking of which, Beasties are already now being dropped off, so we'll be able to switch over onto the good stuff. And the Archer play, now following this up. Racks as well, so smart by Beastie. You really want to do for the 1-1 here. You know your opponent is likely going to be following up with Sipahi, it's just their best unit. So you don't want to leave yourself exposed when you play Archers. And there you go, guys, confirmation in. So the way you can kind of suspect that you're going to see pro scouts, at least from B, is when he goes Sultan Hani. Whenever he goes Sultan Hani, he's usually thinking about pro scouts because of the passive gold gen to get you there a bit cleaner. But the difference is what? Minute and 30? That's a huge window of opportunity for Beastie. And remember, he did take one of the deer away from here. So realistically, as long as he gets his own deer, he's ahead on overall gains from this play. And he'll still potentially have a window to contest B on the other side of the map. Is there value in contesting B, though, versus Gushko and Castle? Because Ottomans, I don't think they can keep up with the Castle timing if Atri just fully commit to it. Instead, though, we do have Spears and Archers scaling. So Beastie may be a bit more interested in blocking B's timing here. Reason why Beastie would do this, he knows that his opponent's probably going pro scouts, but it's always going to be delayed. On top of that, the other interesting thing about this type of play is, like, you could argue that Castle Age is free for Beastie. Yeah, but then your opponent has passively genned some Sipahi and he can block your relics. It just overall feels a lot safer to try and block B's play now, especially considering the location. What Beastie's seeing on the map is an insanely overloaded side of the spawn. It's open territory with double gold vein, double deer. If you're able to camp here, you stop all of B's plans. Stop him, he will. Marching Drills just gets him across so quickly. Wait, he went for the Imam point. B, was he not expecting Archers? That's insanely dangerous. He's actually quite fortunate that they're not getting chased right now. No, instead, Beastie chooses the double damage onto the Spears, now turns around onto the Scouts, goes to the Imam, and that's gold idled. Okay, so B, he does have passive gold gen. He has enough for Castle, but he's getting outright blocked here. Yep, all the Scouts going down. You know, it's crazy how much better Ottomans could be in the Pro Scouts meta if they had one single change, chat. Do you know what that change would be? Military schools. Do you notice a unit that is missing from here? Imagine how decent Ottomans could be. Not even great, just decent, I'd say. They don't have to be insanely good. They need to be competitive. Imagine how competitive they could be if Ottomans were able to produce scouts out of a military school. Instead, you have to wait until your feudal age, build a stables for 150 wood, and then pay 65 food per. It's such a slowdown in your timings. Now, people are going to be, that's insane. Like, that's insane, KP. You can't let them do that. Oh, I mean, producing a scout every minute-ish for free sounds kind of OP, but like it's still going to be delayed compared to Roost producing those out of hunting cabins. And hunting cabins pay you to build them anyway, while costing less than half of what a military school costs. So I'd argue like overall it's not that crazy of an idea. It would be kind of hilarious to see Ottomans getting banned again. Beasty now ready to try and ban B from the grand finals here. Very dominant position to find himself in. B is looking to get the men-at-arms out, but very limited on where he can build because of the landmark and the military school. So kind of risky when he walks out like this against archers. Beasty is getting ready for castle himself with full map control, and he even snatched extra deer away. Yep, that is the most pressure that Beasty's economy has faced in 10 minutes in this game. So what does BC's win condition as? Well, I think he built the men-at-arms to stabilize. You don't really rely on men-at-arms to win this game. That's a quick way of like losing against HRE. Because HRE with pro scouts as well, they can just basically flood men-at-arms with heavy maces, which will beat you. So B's getting a front line together, but this is the backbone of it. Crossbowman is what he'll win or lose the game by. Wallow is going to be a big fat whiff. This one Imam down. Other one is making his way downtown. Not moving fast. Actually moving quite slow. But he might be homebound. Beasty is looking. I'm sorry, I had to do that the full way through. Oh my god, is he going to get it? Yeah, good idea. He needs to go wider though. Beasty, he's fishing for it. He knows. That's quite crafty. He already checked the central relic. He's already had this guy around the back here. And then the northern one, like your opponent would take the center one first. So the reason why Beasty knows he doesn't have to protect this relic is you never go for your safe relic first if you think you have map control of any type, or you think your opponent doesn't have full map control. You take risk, because to take this relic is basically saying H3 can have the other four. So what does Beasty do? He reads it for what it is, he intercepts the central relic, and then knows there's only one logical location left, and it's south side. Sick play. He does have a healthy amount of men-at-arms. Didn't go for the meta movement speed, right? Which would have actually been really good. I sometimes think the meta movement speed is quite underrated with men-at-arms play. The Vizier point that increases the movement speed is actually a big deal. It allows you to basically marching drills. So B is going to chase across map, but BC has plenty of time now to react with the archer rangers into crossbows. B. Where there is darkness in the universe, there is only one force that could illuminate. Springles now getting queued up out of the MIA. Hey, we've seen him do some dirty things with these things before. I wouldn't write him off. Pretty smart against HRE in particular. At this stage, you don't see many HRE builds with Arkin that necessarily involve mass knighting. Especially against Ottomans. Like, Ottomans kind of feel pseudo-buffed by that detail. That, like, most civs aren't going to go cav against them, so Springles feel better overall against all the opponent's units. This fight does not feel good overall, though. Men-at-arms or men-at-arms clash. The HRE ones are still early, though. They haven't been vetted yet. The Wallalow, however, beat. He actually turns around and wall up and down. Will just about get him. But if he just gets another Wallalow, he can just force the full retreat and kill him. That's exactly what he's going to do. Wait, guys. Guys. Okay, so you killed the prelates. But it kind of costs you a lot of men-at-arms. Crossbow count still scaling. We do at least have the first Springwood out. This should be enough to scare Beasty away. Has to respect the free siege. The problem is siege can't come out in a rush. So B definitely knows he's not dead yet, but definitely has to feel like he's on the clock. The Vizier point is giving him advantages. He's using that to get into the extra military schools. The negative of his position, though, is that this is looking like a 4, if not 5 relic HRE game. Which, in most of Twitch chat's eyes, is a giggy. Like, if you polled Twitch right now, 90% of them would call that a GG. Obviously, AoE 4 is not that linear. There's a lot of branches. It is a grim position, though. B needs a counter solution. I wouldn't be surprised if he just like continues to slowly scale Springles and rely on that. Passive gen is at least going to allow him to compete. And Beasty already now is performing the farm transition, right? This is like the weakest point in the game for him. Yeah, you wouldn't think it looking at the military. Oh, good lord. Crossbows diving even deeper. B. He doesn't want to run because he knows what that means. The wall is just being done almost like a BM at this stage. The Mangonel going to be going down. Honestly, B, he was so reluctant to give over this relic, but I'm not sure it was worth the engagement for him. Beasty will eventually get cleared up, but reset the siege. Got the relics. He's even looking to snatch the one on the wide flank. If he wallows straight away. Nah, too late now. Just in case you know that he's losing the relic game. Nice guy Beasty yells it loud enough so you know. Ottoman's relics are just their military schools anyway. Interesting. So what is the Archon? Oh. I'd call that the relic factory by comparison. That's one of the tricky dynamics. Like, we can't just look at this raw village account. You're correct, because military schools make up for a difference. However, Beasty, by comparison, you know, at this stage, has prelate buff, like, what? We're talking about 33 of his villages? 36-ish? All buffed by the Archon for 40%. So he's getting, like, an extra, what, 15 villages there? Pretty ludicrous. I'd say military schools at this stage are worth... Is it like 120 resources a minute, I think? Which, if you think about the fact we said, like, what, an extra 15 villagers? A villager is going to be worth, like, 45 resources each. Maybe 50. It's fair to say that H3 is still a little bit better off. Now, eventually, the Archon will have to push people out of range. At that stage, usually the players replace the woodworking or gold working, whatever they had, with 35 to 40 farms. So B is probably now just looking to hunker down and play a later phase of the game. The worry he has to have in his mind is that Beasty could just go Imperial now. And there's not much you can do to stop that from just camping. B is looking like he's getting ready for either a TC play or a keep drop. I think a TC play feels admittedly necessary, but quite worrisome as well. Luckily for him, no vision on it right now. If Beasty does rotate this knight and sees this play, though, he has two options, right? You either all in or you cut production and go Imperial. I think Beasty could quite reliably just go Imperial off of this. Diving might be a little bit more difficult because he's like massing men-at-arms, crossbows into Springles. And Springles do counter both of those units, funnily enough, guys. You'd think that Springles were designed to counter the men-at-arms. True. However, here's the interesting thing, guys. Springles, base damage is 16, extra 10 against melee. So, not even double damage against melee, yet these men-at-arms have about double the health of crossbows. You see the conundrum now, don't you? That Springles can kill both of these things. Beasty is going to start poking, though. Oh, no. The men-at-arms knights got in. Okay, so he knows about the second TC. Moment of truth. Beasty, either option probably feels like it works in his eyes. I mean, the walls aren't up yet, so theoretically you can get in. He's going to be going siege engineering, so this is going to be a full commitment down the center. That does resolve some of the concerns around the choke point fights. Because for B, all he needs is enough troops to hold these small choke points, and then Springles win. Funnily enough, is it me, or is that stockpiling that I'm seeing happen right now? The stockpile is full, my lord. Yeah, because that man is getting ready for Imperial. So if both of these players get fully fleshed in Imperial, I want to say the Ottomans actually do quite well. However, they are not comparative, right? This is like me talking about my gym going efforts at physio and then looking at Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's gym. Like, we are not the same. Okay? For a start, I'm 100% natural. Whoa. No, like, it's not fair to compare, like, the arrival in Imperial. Beasty is going to be so much more accelerated getting there. B's going to be quite fearful for his life still. If he just tries to rush Imperial naked now, he could get dove. Top of that B. Isn't even really fully aware of what's happening. He is seeing some stone gathered. So he's assuming this is a hunker down now. Like, otherwise, why would Beasty have stopped attacking? So, wipes the sweat from his brow. That does mean that B is able to start fleshing out his farms. He's got 2 TC rolling. 2 TC is really not going to compare to 4 TC, which is what Palace of Swabia bumps you up to from 1. The worry for B now is, like, map control as well. If he stays in his base too long, the big gold veins are going to be locked in. And that really is going to secure the late game. Because Ottomans can get all these units for free. They can't buy the upgrades for them for free. Beasty going for the clash. B is going to shove him back. Got to respect the Springles in particular here. Elite techs have already been queued. B knows he has to follow suit now. He has walled himself quite a bit. In fact, he will go for the full wall in before fully committing to the tech up. And that's important because if you're open, it has to be a defensive landmark. If it's a defensive landmark, you might as well not even play this game. I don't really feel like Seagate Castle is an option these days. You'd think so for trade, but it's just so hard to justify, especially with these type of spawns. And Istanbul Observatory still feels maybe a little bit too good. Which is dangerous to say out loud because you're basically saying, like, Ottoman, this landmark is too good. It's almost like you're encouraging them to nerf it when this Civ isn't doing well competitively. Cannon placement on the way. An ambitious attempt by B to take this down. Sprill shots off to a good start there. Beasty, he's actually going to forfeit it over. No cannon placement whatsoever. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, cannon placement first would have made B incapable of taking the fight, but it's such a gamble. And, like, fortification is always safer to do first because of the difference in costs. Right, like, fortification is going to cost you 100. Or 80, sorry, if you're H or even cheaper. But the cannon emplacement is going to be a lofty commitment. The 300, right? Yeah, look at that. 300 stone, 100 gold. That's with the discount. Now, despite the best efforts of B, and the fact he did take away the Sacred Site win condition, Beasty has now secured the 8k gold. Other one is still up for contests. B does have enough stone to actually go for a keep drop himself. For the time being, he's going to be coasting off of the back golds because he still needs to pull the trigger. And there we go. Trigger pulled. Istanbul Observatory now on the way. I just kind of love that this is not just a gold to bronze rank thing, you know? Can we just, like, appreciate that? That it's kind of beautiful that we actually get high ranking players doing this as well. I mean, there's nothing else to build here, right? Just get it all out of the way. It doesn't interrupt your farming later on. You put houses on the edge of the map all the time. I mean, when the game first came out, it was legit just kind of like a gold rank thing. If you remember in the low elo cast, we used to call it like the housing district. You know, because you don't want your people living where they work. That just really just dampens the mood. And also, like, especially for the Ottomans, think of the chickens, man. Think of the pollution in the air from the gold mines. It's just unfair. Oh, this looks unfair. Men at arms. Breaking in the base. Look at where the army is right now. It does peel the crossbows, but they are very slow to arrive here. Be in a fragile state after choosing the age up at this moment. Some idle time achieved. No worker kills so far. Could end up changing, though. Yep, because 1 minute arms did sneak in up here on the gold. Hasn't gone noticed so far. More are now rippling into the farms. Meanwhile, pressure on the front side is keeping B distracted. Crossbows do finally arrive, but the kiting is real here. The men at arms stable to move away. And still, B doesn't know. This is like the perfect dream situation. Not having to move as a melee unit. Okay, so like, This is what I've been talking about before, chat, about the idea that I wish the animations were more, like, expressive or, like, exaggerated. In some ways, you can believe why he's not killing them on one hit, but my god, does that look, like, pathetic. It's like, oh, I really don't want to kill these people. Kill them, men-at-arms. I really don't want to do it. Just do it. I don't want... Beastie's eco lead now building. It's 3 Sacred Slides locked in again. This time, I think he has got the emplacements. Yup, keep dropping the center. Another one coming on the south side to secure the 8k gold. This is not going to be easy for B. He has got a Great Bombard on the way. But Great Bombards aren't exactly what they used to be. I think they should be renamed to Mid Bombards. Beasty does already have the Culverins as well as like an anti-snipe measurement. Culverins, which did just get a buff, by the way. It wasn't a crazy number increase, but they went from 35 base damage to 40. So they're a little bit better at sniping out enemy siege weapons. What nerf did they do to the Great Bombard? I can't remember the exact stat changes. There were some alterations. It was... Chat, correct if I'm wrong. They basically moved most of the damage to bonus against infantry only. It's like in the late game, that's kind of rough against Horseman Flood, right? It was kind of needed, though, because of the change they made to Springles. Springles not being a counter anymore. We're back again. Don't tell a friend. Handgun is getting added in as well. We do at least have Janissaries massing for B. Elite Army Tactics on the way. This did get changed, by the way. Some people will be happy about this. It got altered around. It used to be that it gave the armor. They reverted it back to giving health again. So more of a jack-of-all-trade type tech, whereas before it was a specific counter type tech. Oh, man. And Beasty is breaking in everywhere here. Doesn't have the Elite Army Tactics himself yet. He just has the Zerg Tactics. It's still outrange everything? Yes, but remember the pack-up time is very, very long. Tricky game. B knows he needs to make a breakout. He's probably assessing his options right now with the Great Bombard because he can't afford many. He's lacking gold to just farm up multiples. At this stage up here, he has what? Less than 1,000 left? Not great. So massing extra Great Bombard is not feasible. The first one needs to hit. So what he needs to try and do is like find where Beastie's not going to be. And that does involve vision. What would be pretty cool for B is if he maybe had a few scouts coming out just so he could assess his options. Because like right now, he's punting blind onto any of these 3 options. Yes, he saw them before when they had an outpost or a keep. He doesn't know how extensive Beastie's defense network is now, though. This is just relentless. B now going into Mass Sipahi. I mean, is the goated unit. I'd say Sipahi is like the best unit Ottoman have in their full arsenal, even better than Great Bombards. Tricky thing is Beastie's already aware. He's got Spinman coming. This will at least allow him to potentially go for a decap, but Beastie is stripping options away. Just out of vision, getting those walls set up. So north side doesn't have to be guarded anymore. Reverting AT was a good decision. That extra melee armor was rendering some units useless. Agreed. Like I think we said when they first made that change, like while I like that they're trying to make certain units counter certain units, there are oversights such as Onubageisha. I still don't know if I like Elite Army Tactics as, in its current form as the end state idea for the tech. Because I don't like us going back to Jack-of-all-trading civs. Like when gunpowder units got +8 damage. I thought that was just lame. I much prefer the change they made where you now have the powder. The Serpentine powder so you get extra damage against infantry. He's just so suffocating here. Great Bombard has started to knock at the door. In fact, double Great Bombard. Villagers are going to be repairing onto the outpost. There is a few men-at-arms to the south side that can maybe force some pressure. But in the meantime, Beastie decides to dive into the north. B's army is a lot bigger. Beastie is playing that macro game he's been infamously known for over the years. Ottoman's benefiting from these trades. Remember, whenever you're trying to pop, you want to fight. Otherwise, your military schools are not working. Cost of villages, though, I'm not sure you feel great about that. Other tricky part is the Great Bombards can clear the way, but he still needs to bring units down here to decap the sites. And cheeky Beasty. He sneaks a few right into the back corner to wait for everything to die down on these raids and then return. But then after they get cleared, the Springhold's actually doing quite well. Did he go for the shot trigger tech? No. I don't know. I haven't really seen many people going for it, even when they've got this many Springholds at this stage. Like, you gotta feel it's worth it. A 25% increase attack speed is pretty damn nice. Ah, keep drop. That's gonna be nice. On the south side, able to get his hands on the gold. Cannon placement is on the way. But the Great Bombards will be able to deny. A lot of coverings come from Beasty. 4 in play, 2 more in queue. So that means per salvo is going to do 160 damage. Great Bombards only have, what, 210 health? 250, okay. So 2 flurries kill a Great Bombard. But the extra range does make it difficult. And we are back in on the farms. He's like, oh, you've come out of the base, have you? Don't mind me. Oh my god, it's not just that wave, though. Check this, the Horseman. B, he never repaired the wall. Sabah, you have to react to this. Surely, like, where are they? Right now, it's just the Janissaries. No, instead, he sends the Sapahi south side. He needs that decap. Second keep drop now coming in. Beasty's finally getting elite army tactic. It's been a long wait, but this is sick. He's going into Knights as well. At 30 minutes in the game, you wouldn't expect it, especially against the Ottomans. Janissary is just such an inherent counter. The farms aren't working, but at this stage, he doesn't care, right? He's max pop. So actually being more than like 90 villagers doesn't matter. Not being able to access the farms is painful, though. That's coming in. Villagers, they're repairing onto the culverins. Dive through, and the Sapahi should be able to find almost all the siege. 1 remaining. Siege creep continues from B. Beasty needs a hell of a lot more horsemen here. But he's starting to defend the herd. Remember, B, he was defending back at home with the Janissaries, which means there's actually no anti-cav here. Marches in, starts to mop the floor of them. Still needs to send more, though. B, it's not a 200 pop anymore. Remember, the passive production needs to be assisted by active. Next wave of spy is on the way. Sacred Site timer now down to 2 minutes, and the more annoying thing is the cannon emplacements everywhere, including the fact that the relic is buffing the damage output. Let's make it so hard for the Sapahi dive. Not to mention the double keep, the boiling on. Also on top of that, he's got E-repairs coming off cooldown in 5 seconds. And the Great Bombards can't hang around. Knights right in on both sides. Siege gets disintegrated. And with it, B's hopes of coming back here. Keep is still alive. Are you actually kidding me? The Knights get in. The Great Bombards can't do it. And B now finds himself in the most uncomfortable positions. 2-0 down in a best of 5. Unbelievable game. The way that played out in the last 3 minutes. I mean, B, there was a semblance of hope there for a moment, but that Knight switch was vile. Against Janissaries, against Ottomans of all civs. It's such a dangerous commitment. But it got him the 1 tap he needed to wipe the siege count. And now B is back in a bind with no way out. Remaster is going to take too long here. His income just doesn't allow him to reblob to 200. And of course, passive sounds OP, but in theory, it's just slow. So we will head to a third game with B's back fully up against the wall. Japanese and Ottomans, 2 of his craftiest civs, his cheeky shenanigans, if you will, both removed from the arsenal, both failing in the face of Beasty. Where does he go now? Dare I say, moving out. You have to be thinking at this stage, right? Probably his best option, I want to say. Gets creative, gets a point on the board. Beasty, he's still got OTD for moving out is the problem. All right, so Holy Roman Empire versus Ottomans. Left side win. Let's see where game 3 is going to take us. Are there any other matches tonight? Yep. After this, we are going to be having Dumu versus Myriad in a best of 3. So that'll be in the round of 16. But possibly we get the quarterfinals after that as well. Wouldn't hold my breath on that one. It might be that just happens off stream. And then on Thursday, we'll have Anathan semifinals and then the grand finals on Thursday. So yeah, plenty of action to catch. So let me pay out as well on the points. I'm going to run 2 minutes ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them when we get in game. Let's see where they're going to take us. I think Beasty just had to quickly restart the game, so should hopefully get in lobby in just a moment. What do you reckon, guys? Does he go moving out? JD on moving out? I don't know about that. Oh, crap. Yeah, that's the weird thing, isn't it? He's used Japanese and Ottomans. Is this like ABBA moving out? Because they do get the really cheap docks. So, like, in theory, it could be good. Other options on the table. I mean, he could go for Frisian now. There's still the Mongol pick, but I think China does reasonably well there. I'm just a little bit worried about the OOTD pick. I think, like, China versus Order of the Dragon is kind of interesting on Frisian. I don't want to say the Order of the Dragon is favored, but I think there are some creative builds. The Men-at-Arms slot timing can be pretty aggressive, pretty painful. Really shouldn't be able to out-repair 3 Great Bombards. I mean, he had the Relic with the armor. He had a lot of villages. Was that like 8 villages, 9 villages at least? I don't think it was that unreasonable, the timings on that. And then he also had the unique tech that gave him more health on defenses and stuff, right? Like, he actually had quite a lot there to buff them up. Okay. Should know in a second where we're going. I'm just trying to figure out what the option for B would be. Cliffside, maybe? Byzantines? Byzantines or Jean? Alright, enjoy your work, Chansey. And yes, you are correct. When you repair with more than 3 villages, it costs you a lot of additional resources. Because it starts to like multiply the rate of resources used. It's not like a linear faction. They changed that a while back because the repair meta, if you guys remember, was pretty toxic. So we're getting Iabids versus Jean on Frisian. Huh? That I would not have expected. Maybe for Beasty, because, like, what's he thinking here? That I think he was expecting... He must have been expecting Jean, right? Like, I don't know if you really like IU versus Chinese. But IU versus Jean? Desert Raiders can be pretty scary. What else could it have been? Maybe he was expecting Biz? Or the classic ABBA. In fairness, like, B's picks remaining... ABBA, Chinese, Jean, like, they all make a lot of sense for Frisian, right? Nightbot has a style? Yeah, dude. We haven't got enough mods to manually update the score every time. Just look at your screen. It's literally there. All right. Let's get predictions ready. Alright, there we go. Oh, and let me flip that score. Ladies and gents, it's time to make his last stand. Welcome back to the channel for game number 3 of our semi-finals here in Midweek Muster number 14. Crazy to think we're almost half way through. B with Jean d'Arc here on Frisian Marshes. Beasty, meanwhile, takes to the Middle East. Iobid's coming out. Interesting pick, actually. Iobid's hasn't historically been that popular in Frisian since its introduction. Occasionally it came out. Pro Scouts meta is going to be intriguing, though. It just got mentioned in chat. We have to remember on this map, there is a lot of deer, as well as sheep and fish. Interesting part is for a meta that has been defined almost entirely by Pro Scouts, we actually haven't seen that many Pro Scouts games. Like, percentile-wise, a lot of the play is still about sheep, fish, or trade. In fact, trade could be an option for Jean here. Remember, you do have the Chamber of Commerce build. In theory, a cool idea to force your opponent out into the map, because then Beasty has to come and contest your trade. You can't just camp at home and chill vibe for that castle timing. Not unless he wants you to get a lot of resources. I wonder what the opening is going to be. Dervish actually is kind of sickening against Jean now that I think about it. Like, you can't easily snipe them. They are very effective against knights, and Jean range can't immediately kill a Dervish. So there is a world in which Beasty could play Dervish with initial play into Desert Raider, and then Castle Age for Growth Wing. The alternative is, the other one we see a lot of right now is Growth. Desert Raider sometimes feels good, but boom, there we go. So Culture Wing coming in, tells you a lot about Beasty's intent. We could see him just going into a stables beginning to pressure. The alternative is, like, you could actually just kind of use Dervishes to tank the initial knight and be more greedy. He'll likely want to include an outpost, but actually Beasty got a great spawn for that. It's not behind the TC, but it's up against the edge, so you can just outpost this side, blocks any raid. In fact, it even stops Jean from sniping you. Speaking of Jean, we are going to get just a standard School of Cavalry build, so no play into Chamber of Commerce this game. Interesting. What do you guys think? Would you have preferred Chamber of Commerce here? I think overall, like, I can see the logic here is with Iobids, if you go Chamber of Commerce, it's probably going to scale you too slowly. Because, like, there's not much to stop Beasty from just rushing Castle if he sees that play. This at least gives pressure orientation for B, which is usually how Jean feels most confident playing. Also just means you're immediately scaling Knights, looking for that eventual timing into Castle with, like, you know, Royal Institute. And this is indeed best of 5. Yes, we've been upgrading. Quarterfinals now, BO5s as well. Do I upgrade semifinals as well at this rate is the real question. Just make semifinals BO7s, grand finals BO9s maybe. That's a lot of games. I do like a lot of games though. I believe the term that should be used is lots of content. I don't know if the players will be up for it. My worry is this week has been a little bit tricky. We've already seen some parts of the bracket hold back slightly. Because on the weekend it was kind of absurd. There was two different tournaments having qualifiers, right? So that kind of like bloated the weekend, which meant we didn't have as many people playing the round of 32 as quickly, or like a round of 16 time. And like, you know, when I think of some of the players that just aren't full time, like Myriad has a job, Kiljardi has a job, I think Nimdan has a job. CSO is in a weird time zone. Sassy, I believe, has a job. Like, when you don't have these players that are just like, for example, what B and Beasty do, where they just do this for a living, it makes it quite difficult to just get that orderly scheduling going. So first night's coming out. Perfect answer is the Desert Raider. This is where things get tricky. You're going to need Jean and range form, but even that might not be good enough. This is, I think, the rough thing about the logistics wing play right now for Iobids. I wonder if this ever gets changed to be like one Dervish comes out in age 2, and then you get a second one on age 3 from playing logistics age 2. The reason why that might be an interesting buffer point is like the difference between this play and the Imam point for Ottomans is the Imams need 2 of those healers because they need to heal each other. With Iobids, you don't actually need to heal each other. You can heal yourself. Like, these things are self-proficient. But also, because of the extra health, movement speed, the fact that they easily always heal on the go, and they have the debuff against cavalry, like, these things feel very hard to kill in Feudal. There's only one way to really kill them, and it's ranged units. Why don't you schedule to run the semis and finals on the weekend, and then there's no when there's no other tournaments for better viewership? because viewership is like building viewership and building a community is all about consistency. And if you choose to occasionally run a weekend tournament and then not, you're not building consistency. You're contradicting that, right? That's the problem of that idea. Is if we like every 5th weekend do a grand finals on a weekend, but the rest isn't, people are going to turn up on the weekend and go, where's the tournament? So yeah, consistency matters a lot. The Desert Raid is coming in. This is a rough fight. You're never going to get him low enough. B, oh my. If he bails now, he loses Jean. He tries to the snipe. Micro Beasty peels it back, and now it is time to hunt the Huntress. This is painful. So you're seeing why Ibids can be a pain in the ass to French. Archers are on the way for B, but at this point, it's put you behind. Beastie is already getting ready. It's going to be a full castle up. Growthwing, the most likely choice here. I mean, you could... You know what? You're 2 games up. Beastie, is it finally time to unleash the Trade Wing Bazaar? I don't think that's really in the Beastie arsenal. Beastie himself will admit he's not that guy looking to innovate the builds. He's looking to take the new relations and perfect them. That's what he's best at. Healing yourself is just that strong. Look at Abby. Yeah, but Abby isn't mobile like this. Even the King's aura has its weakness of it not working while you're fighting. Right? This works. That's the wildness of Dervish. And this is the thing. Like, if B was against Ottomans with Imam there, he could have moved in on the Imams and killed them likely with 2 knights and John. Because Imams have 90 health compared to the 120. And they're slow. But these things are so quick. And on top of that, the debuff they provide. There's just so many layers to the cake. Beastie, there you go. Growthwing now on the way. He's even scaling additional Desert Raiders here. B, at this point, he's probably starting to wish he'd just gone for his classic docks on the ponds. Trade Wing X Jean? Yeah, come on, dude. Get some of those skirmishes out. Keep the series interesting. Hey. It's a good map for trade. Maybe produce a few traders. God, I really am that dark voice in people's head. You know, when it's like, hey, you know how like people get their superpowers in Doom Patrol by being on the verge of death? We should totally go swim with those crocodiles. Maybe we'll become a lizard man. And yes, Dervish are as fast as knights. Which is why it looks so bad when you watch them getting chased with a relic. That's another thing. Remember, when they hold a relic, their healing increases. And that means the healing on them as well. So the Guildhall's going to be coming in. He doesn't see a win condition between 15 and 20 minutes. This is survival. The good news is Beastie's army's not going to be good at diving. It's just a handful of Desert Raiders. Bad news is he went stables, so the Lancer follow-up is almost guaranteed here. We might even see B just immediately go Arbitrier. This is the tough thing about the Ibid matchup. Like, camels just counter knights. So you get forced them to Arbitrier. Now, we've bragged Arbitrier a lot in the past. They are a very, very good unit. They're incredible in the late game. But people don't often like to rush them. Because when you reach Castle Age, there's a reason why most people play Knights instead. One Knight is going to be a lot more valuable than 3 Arbitrier, because you can do more with it. You can raid, you can flex, you can dodge. Arbitrier are very immovable. Interesting enough, B actually going to be adding in additional archers for the time being. Camel Lancer's now queued up. Beastie already pulling the relics home. B is trying to intercept, but this is tricky. Should be able to get this one Dervish over here. Right? Right? Oh, the body blocks. Like, come on. The movement speed on this thing. Are you actually kidding me? And the body blocks are there. He gets re-aggroed. Desert Raiders getting queued up on the upgrades. Archers are target firing down the Desert Raiders, but he peels it back beautifully. That long-range dunk, though. Rename her LeBron. Okay, maybe don't. It's a bit rough. Snipes aren't working though. B, this is about as good of a fight as he ever could have begged for. Desiree's gonna get cleared up. Yeah, the crazy part is Beasty already had the relics home. So I was kind of surprised he just fully committed to the fight like that. Maybe he just wasn't expecting the veteran knights to carry that much through. It's a lot of XP, really important for Jean. But Beasty still has more Camelots on the way. I think from Beasty's POV, taking out some knights while getting rid of the unit you don't want anymore, the Desert Raiders, is worth it. The maybe funky part about the fight was like, did he queue up veterancy? I swear I saw veterancy. That's sick then. So he actually cancelled it. That was a great reaction. He took the fight, realized they were going to have to die, and then cancelled the Desert Raider upgrade to save himself 350 resources. Now, B isn't out just yet, guys. Growth Wing is very powerful, but we have got shoreline fishing for only B. The Guildhall is slowly going to stockpile. And also, remember, Consecration is a thing. It does matter. The savings definitely add up. But we are seeing that arbitrary switch we talked about, so very early, right? Beasty, did he scout it? Yeah, he knows. The arbitrary revealed. So what Beasty could do is maybe think about Horseman. It might be tricky with a lack of food, though. Yeah, he's out of sheep. He has still got the berries over here, but not much. So for Beasty, he needs to focus on the Lancer play now. Clear this, and then we play on to fish, at which point Horseman is viable. In fact, Beasty might have to like consider Manganiques if he can't access that food. It might be a bit tricky considering the gold state. We do have the Dervishes sneaking out for more. B has yet to add in a monastery, however. So it's not like he's pulling relics away anytime soon. Honestly, B's position, I don't think it's as bad as you'd think. Beasty still definitely has a food issue. Like, going farms is pretty rough at this stage. He has definitely got an eco there. I'm not going to deny that. Like, the worker kills are adding up, etc. But Guildhall has pulled off bigger comebacks in the history of AV4 than this. I feel if there's an eco landmark I never write off, it's Guildhall. Another flash coming in here. Archer's already targeting the crossbows. Uh-oh. The knights aren't holding on, though. I may have jinxed it. At the worst possible time. Spawns the champions, but champions won't win against this. So all of a sudden, just as Beasty is running out of food, look at what he accesses now. B has no standing army to hold him in. He's trying to rush arbitrary across the field, but slow-moving army, right? Beasty already reacting with his own crossbow count. Once he sees the arbitrary, with a lack of knights to back it, there is a world in which we just see him queue up a Manganique. Not just that, 2 more relics are now on the way home, folks. Unlikely we're going to see any cute wall lulls. It's just raw economy for Beasty, though. Outpost also now getting a Sprune emplacement. Love that from Beasty. Actively gathering the stone. We do have Jean looking for the snipes. A little bit better at actually doing it at this stage. With the 6-tower range, he doesn't get the debuff. And are you actually kidding me? Instead of a Manganique, it's going to be a Tower Sultan. You know what, guys? This thing isn't actually a meme anymore. Against mass range, this is ridiculously effective. I actually respect this. This is smart. So the reason why Beasty is going Tower Sultan instead of Manganique, a Manganique can get sniped by Jean. A Divine Arrow for 100 damage doesn't matter against an 800 HP siege weapon. And he forces him to commit underneath the Sprue Tower to stop the bigger tower. Wow. Absolute domination we're seeing out of Beasty. So, shoves him away. He can either cancel this or go back to it. Really, the world is his oyster. I mean, why wouldn't you complete this immaculate design, though, you know? Look at that thing. It's so big. And wow, wait, is that like a plus? Like a Knights Templar? It was secretly telling us the DLC all along. Horseman switch up by B is actually correct. Horseman is the answer to these things. It used to be these things were terrible because the spring were better. This is the funny thing. Like, everyone who wants Spring Walls back the way they were, I mean, I didn't want them for multiple reasons, but something to consider is, like, if they had been reverted back to their former form, you'd never see these things ever. The amount of games where Tower Assaults would just insta-die to anti-siege was ridiculous. Now, to answer this, you actually have to get in with melee, which means these things can kite. And TC drop on the front line. The Visas are going to be deployed, so he's heavily minimizing the Tower Assault damage. The problem is going to be Horsemen coming out, and on top of that, these things aren't ultimately that tanky. No. Come on. An ambitious attempt by B. It feels like at this stage, he's kind of failed at this all-in too many times, right? It's like, I'd say third time now? We had the initial exchange against the double Desert Raider, the fight prior to this one, and then this one. I mean, maybe like 3 big commitments, I'd say. Guildhall is at least stockpiling up. I think B at this rate has 1 final play left, and it's going to look like a meme. Unless he wants to turn this into an eco game, which, judging by what B has done so far, he has no interest in. The play available to him, you know what I'm going to say, it's dirty. It would be a red palace drop in the base. Difficult to finesse this close to the enemy. And oh my god, are we playing Iabid or Abba? He's like, well, B took our bastards in the draft, so I'm making do. I'm fine with Beasty doing this TCs though. Like, B's chosen to keep all-inning him. So at this stage, what Beasty's saying is like, okay, if you're going to come again, I'm going to keep building a lead off your overextensions. B is at least now trying to capture sacred sites, but you know, if he was behind this 2TC himself, things wouldn't look so glib. Or at least trading, things wouldn't look so grim. I think trade may have been the play actually for B in this game. It's just so hard to sliver in when you're like losing fights like this. Every time he loses a fight, he has to panic double down. Otherwise, he's worrying that Beasty's going to come to him. Now, we can see Beasty doesn't give a crap. He's vibing on free TC now. But B's paranoia makes sense because he doesn't have the god vision we do. Oh, wall's now up. Beasty actually going back into Desert Raiders. Interesting. Into Horsemen. I mean, he did glimpse the Horseman move, right? I mean, I'm just wondering why we don't have more Tower of the Sultans. Hear me out, guys. Horseman counts this, but what if I just put spears inside Tower of the Sultan? We've solved it. So sacred sites have been captured now for B. 10 minutes is a long time in this type of game, though. And because he's pivoting his attention away to the center of the map, look at what Beasty is starting to do. He's shuffling in. In fact, he might actually see what's pulling out. Yeah. So he'll make his way to the back of the base, where the tree line's being munched on right now. B completely out of position here. It's only a handful of horsemen, but the other time matters a lot in a game where you're now 20 plus villages behind. Beasty, what does he immediately do? Time to pull the army out. Is Sean anywhere near level 4? Probably not. Oh dear God, we've got a long way to go. She's only a third. You need 1,000 XP still. That's a lot. So you need 10,000 resources worth of kills. If I math his army, was there's like, 3,600 worth. Then you've got like... So I think collectively Beasty's army is maybe worth about 7k. So if he can wipe the entire army, he'll almost be level 4. And here we go, red pass drop in the center. Can go for the meaningful drop in the enemy base. However, Beasty, because he's moving at the pace of the Tower of the Sultan, does not pursue. I'm such a troll following that units. It's because I haven't seen 5 gifted subs, so I'm going to have to keep following the Tower of the Sultan. You know the rules in this chat, guys. You know the rules. 42 villages. B is in super paranoia mode. Vision's kind of limited right now. There could be enemies standing right here, so he takes no chances. Keep complete. Age up complete. Beasty has not started his own tech up here. No, he's now stuck behind. Starting to reach the point in the game where French becomes really threatening with the crossbow stirrups, with the raw bloodlines, the big boy techs. I guess big girl techs in this situation, as it is Jean's faction. But you know what the problem with Red Pass is, guys? Wow, did he drop that in the middle of the map? Wait, so what's guarding his base? Well, there is one guy here, an old grandpa with a giant crossbow. He's got a single arbalist placement that's really that threatening. He's buying time for the elite techs. Beasty, army just doesn't really feel that incredible, considering his economy lead right now. But that's because Beasty's gradually been adding in more farms. So at 33 and counting up. So for Beasty, what he just wants to do is try to punish the initial timing. And oh, you gotta be... No, not the one relic. Please, like, I gave you the house, I gave you the dog, I gave you the car. Just let me keep the toaster. No toaster. So relic's gonna be making its way in? Not home, in. And the Tower of the Sultan and the Horsemen are heading for the TC. Or B, he can't wait now. He has to go. He has at least got elite techs coming. You might have to take the fight before they arrive, though. Dervish is just shuffling as far away as possible. It's not even been priorified down, actually. You could shenanigan this? Yeah, he's kind of hiding behind this. No! He's hiding behind it! B, he can't click him right now. He'd have to rotate the camera, so it looks like TC down. And now the fight commitment. Remember, there's a debuff there. The horsemen are doing no damage. It's all on the arbitrator to carry. And it's a carry so hard, it would break their back. Manjanique now just attacking back. Jean trying for the snipes, but she's getting dunked herself. He can't even defend his own main. And we still have that AoE heal. Tell me healing is fine. Tell me AoE healing is not crazy. Makes the difference when you're up against mass horsemen and you're debuffing their damage. That adds in an extra 2 free strikes to take out your front line. The difference maker for sure. Now, the economy difference is way too big for a scratch back here. B at this point is just processing the loss. Dominant display by the Beastie. His return to Midweek Masters. A grand improvement from the last 2 outings. Of course, the first time he ever signed up, that experience against Kraken in the early rounds left a distaste in his mouth. Then I believe it was Anathan, I think it was, who 3-0'd him. Now, Beasty making a firm statement as he makes it into his first grand finals of Midweek Muster with a 3-0 over one of our most decorated in the weekly circuit. What do you think, guys? Is it going to be his week? Or is Anathan going to break the record for consecutively won Midweek Musters? Will someone else beat him through? What's your predictions for the finals? Because this game looks done. There is no denying it. Beasty just practically in cruise mode through this entire series. You know what I think we need, guys? I think we need all the others to sign up as well. Beasty looked is like, no, this is good practice. This will keep me warm for the next tournament. I want to see all the big Giga Chads, the M-Laws, the Vortexes, maybe a return to Lucifron. Get them all in here for the Midweek Masters. And that full stonking format we've been looking for. Because you know what's better than 1 Tower of the Sultan? 3 Tower. Is he even imping? No, he's just not even bothering. Well, 6 series all the same. Definitely an entertaining one between these two. Even when it was a 3-0, I mean, that's what you want. If it's going to be a 3-0, at least make sure the games feel interesting. And I think they've done a good job of entertaining in that regard. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Grand finals just around the corner. Oh, man. GG's to good old Alex. Beasty with the 3-0 victory. Well played, sir. So, we should now have Myriad versus Dumu. So, yeah. we'll check in on Myriad versus Dumu, which began a few minutes ago. In fact, let me update the bracket now so it'll show the results of this series. And then we're going to hop into our round of 16. So Dumu versus Myriad is now happening. After which, there's a possibility of WAM series. I would assume if Dumu wins, WAM series will not be played today, because Dumu doesn't really tend to play this deep into the day. Usually likes to chill out. If it's Myriad, I think there's a possibility we get the BO5. But let me just quickly update the Beasty B result. Boom. There it is. Your boy makes it through. Speed runs all the way to the finals, not dropping a single game. Not bad. Not bad. All right, so choose predickies. Beasty. Pay out. Boink. Then, what we'll do now is we'll get ready for Dumu versus Myriad. We'll speed up a little bit so we can try to catch up to live as quickly as possible. All right, guys, let's get ready. Woo! It's the return of the Dumu Slayer. Ladies and gents, welcome back to Midweek Muster 16. This one's been dragging behind in the brackets. We already have Beasty in the finals. We're checking in on the round of 16. Benny Boy up against Myriad. Last time these two matched up, Myriad was able to slay Ben 2-1. We kick off on Prairie. HRE versus Marlians. This is meant to be a really good matchup for HRE for the opening Rax Rush that Myriad has been just exploiting religiously recently. We're going to start on the 2x speed just to get a little bit into the game, as we are slightly out from live. This series started, I think, about 20 minutes ago. And the villager is being pulled, so he's going to be rushing that initial gold. Dumu wise to it, though. Check what he done. He only committed double house, so no more than that. Kind of still going to be rough. Like, there's no easy way of stopping your opponent from burning this pit mine now, because the gold is always going to start out of range. So Ben instead, we're just looking at Manticore. Maybe Saharan? He's left room there. But no, the gold is just too tempting to resist. So Myriad, how many spears do you want to commit to here? From his POV, like, this is a very dominant position to be in, but unfortunately, the shivs? Dumu. Okay, he forces the outpost to be denied. Villager's still hanging around. Does pinch the spearman. So you have to lay the timer. This is really expensive for Dumu. Wait, what? Myriad! He wasn't expecting it. Myriad, I think he was looking back at home to maybe just like rally the scout back home with the sheep and then, you know, produce extra spearmen. He loses the villager. So big L on this play. He's got to pull an additional villager. Make it 2. This feels rough, though. The timing's off now. Dumu doesn't really have the resources to rush into the archer range just yet. He's working towards it. We're going to stick on the 2x speed. So from Myriad's POV, like, if this outpost doesn't go up, he's in shambles right now. And are you kidding me? Again? Again. We're doing this again. Shiv's out. Chases in. They're only Dark Age Spearmen. Villagers are going to be sacrificed, though, but he's going to be able to torch it down. An outpost denial. He marches away. He only loses, like, what, 2 workers, which for Manticore, pit mine making up the difference, you don't mind. The torch damage is adding up onto the pit mine itself, but the worker kill from earlier made this okay for Dumu in terms of idle time, especially now that Myriad is spending so much time walking home. Man, this is brutal. Wood has ran out, has got more in the way. Archer's now arriving, so fair to say the outpost rush failed Myriad. And this is where the game gets a little bit awkward, right? Because now Dumu can just bypass into Pro Scouts. You're not even ready to mirror. You have at least got a few spin remaining. Because you forced your opponent to go into Archers, he can block that play. So Myriad, I'd be surprised if he tries Pro Scouts here. He has got 20 sheep. In theory, there is, I don't want to say a Burglary Rush build here, but maybe a Fast Castle Regnitz play on offer. Because the only other play that like makes sense usually is rushing archers here. But on this map, there's just so little tree. It doesn't feel great. And to make matters worse, that Arkin, he placed it on the gold. So it's nowhere near in a position to buff for your archer spam. So likely Myriad is just thinking castle. Might still contest pro scouts, but it should in theory be much later. But wait, hold on a sec. Alright, for the second time today, we might have Marlene's completely ignoring pro scouts. I like it. I think this is pretty solid. We're going to slow the game down now. It makes, I think, a decent amount of sense, actually. Because, like, your opponent is going to presumably just look to go pro scouts, but it's going to be heavily delayed. So by the time he's returning that extra food to eat, you can just be buffing yourself up for the Fulani effect. And then just get the better units overall. I wonder if there's a world in which Dumu considers Farimba here. He has got 19 sheep. It's very dangerous to just rush Farimba, though. And what is up, Anachad? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. I see you came along to see what's going to happen between some of your potential competitors. Shout out to Anathan. He's already in the semi-finals. He's waiting to see who emerges victorious between these two and Wham. And that semi-finals, by the way, will play on Thursday. We'll be confirming the time now. I think Choom should be in the background figuring that out. I'd imagine it's probably going to be 4 p.m. UK time. Historically, I think that's usually when Wham and Anathan are usually flexed to. So 5 p.m. CET, but we'll confirm it. There'll be a post on Reddit, which you should definitely upload. So Myriad, actually, instead of going pro scouts, he's going all in, right? Yeah, this is quite intriguing. We did talk about the issue that, like, if Dumu doesn't play pro scouts now, like, can you really mirror? I think if it was pro scouts, Myriad would want to attack him anyway. But this is a very hard sieve to dive, historically. Javelins are being built. In fairness, Ben has been insanely greedy about this. He hasn't added in any of the ranches. He's just holding the resources. I think Dumu's trying to go Javeliniers. Javeliniers is a little bit dirty, by the way, folks. I think I was saying this in Ben's chat today. The weird thing to me about Javeliniers is he was playing them on the ladder. He won the game, I believe. Usually when I see Javeliniers, they feel like they're going to be underwhelming, and then they kind of overperform. But the biggest problem is they can't usually end the game, I want to say. They set you up nicely, but you still need a transition, right? So you need to basically build a big enough lead. But yeah, this is Farimba. This is Javelinier. Okay. Kind of a little bit wacky when your opponent's building horsemen, but they're only feudal horses. And the interesting thing about this play from Dumu, why I think it's quite valuable in this map in particular, what are the two things you can have infinite of? It's food and gold. What do these cost? Food and gold. Right? Like, this is the interesting thing I think about Farimba that'll probably get explored more and more in this map. But a lot of the options, in fact, all the options are food and gold heavy. The things that will never run out. And 2 of the 3 choices... Oh, the better way to put it is one of the choices gets countered by archers. The other can counter, like, premium or discount archers. The other is just, like, ridiculously tanky. And because of that lack of wood, like, when you think about tanky things, a lot of people are going to try to meat grind with, like, food wood density. Just build infinite spears, horsemen, etc. I think that's where Farimba can feel pretty sexy here. And it is indeed going to be the Javeliniers, so Veterancy's already been queued up. Now you have a problem, because all of a sudden, these Javeliniers can't be gap closed. Not by anything but ponies. Okay, so Myriad now seeing this play. What's his thought process? Because obviously he didn't run pro scouts, so he's down to just 9 sheep. Adding farms in doesn't feel great on this map. He's going to keep blowing for the time being. We actually have additional stables coming. My worry for Myriad is, like, if you slip with these archers, you lose them. A handful of spearmen from Dumu just keeps him safe. And once again, because he's got all the gold from the passive gen, he can afford to upgrade just a handful of Donzos. It's definitely worth it. Myriad, the more sensible play might be to look for castle. The worry now is when you know your opponent is zerging javelins, he can block all relics. These things are very effective raiders. Love that Myriad is at least playing pocket economy. Went out onto the ball here. Some people might look at this and go, why is Myriad just kind of continuously double downing? Why is he not just raw greeding to the maximum? It's tricky in this situation. Like, your opponent has already gone castle, so if you go home now and you just tech, you forfeit complete map control as a civ that needs it at the beginning of castle age. So, like, Myriad's idea of trying to remain present isn't wrong. It's just very expensive what you have to do now, because horsemen are not cheap on your economy at this stage, and it's the only answer you have to javeliniers. Like, and there's nothing else Myriad could build here. Spearmen would get kited. Men-at-arms would definitely get kited. Archers get directly countered and would get kited. The poison armor means that these things definitely trade well into heavily armored units like men-at-arms. Even the horsemen are going to struggle because it's not just about the pierce damage, which is already still going to be 2/3 going through. It's the poison they leave on you as well. Yeah, just watch that health bar disappear. Myriad, he has at least kept Dumu pinned in the base. Yeah, the vision is kind of underwhelming for Ben. He did lose his scout as well. I think there's a world in which Myriad can try to sneak relics. Best thing you can do is actually just pull both prelates, even the one in the Archon, to rush relics at the start. Because the moment that Dumu hears the tech up, he's going to know you stop building horsemen. And with 20 plus javelineers, like, it's quite easy to start just marching out aggressively. Time being, Ben just continues to vibe. You know what this formation needs, chat? More javelineers. How many more, you might ask? Like 30, 40, 50. Keep going. Is there a world in which Myriad can come back with horsemen? Might be hard due to lack of food. He could switch knights though. Knights could do a little bit better just because it's like more cost efficient for a guy who has 8k gold in his base. How can Myriad come back? Cavalry. This is the thing about the Javelineer comp I talked about. Javelineers can be really obnoxious and bullish in the mid game and the mid map, but like ending the game with just Javelineers is tricky. Myriad is continuing to add in horsemen, so he's just trying to go for the cost efficient counter. The trade-off of this though is if Dumu senses it and switches Sofa, he blocks you. Yeah, it's going to be a commitment to the veteran horseman. Well, on the south side, looks like relics are already being hoovered up by Dumu. This is the second one on the way home. Horseman should be able to stop it at least, but not a good sign. You went Regnants to basically watch the relics disappear from the map. 40 plus jabs with one-shot knights. That's why you don't just build one knight. This is the thing, when you're in this type of position, your panic thought shouldn't be, oh my god, I can't fight him because when I send a knight in, it dies. If that's your thought process, what you need to do is calm your mind, stop panicking, and think about building enough to get in. That's the thing that I think usually will stop a lot of people trying to progress up the ladder, is they'll get into a snowball effect if they start to lose one fight, and they'll panic and then rush to fight again, and fight again, and fight again. I get the urgency in your brain, but you need to have enough troops to contest. This didn't feel like enough. Myriad, it looks like he tried to cut reinforcements while diving the main engagement. And you're seeing how obnoxious these things are with the poison. It's the movement speed as well. Like, normal javelins, remember, they move slower. So much easier to kite with these things. Does make it back home. More relics now garrisoned. He has at least reduced the count. Well, it's at least going to reset things, so Dumu now safe in his base. We don't have a Donzo switch. There we go. Finally, it's coming in. That was a pretty good fight for Myriad. Really exploit the fact that Dumu just didn't switch onto Donzos. Yes, I know, it looked like a lot of horsemen dying, not so many javelins. Decent amount were culled, though. And the important thing is he pushed him all the way into the base, which is crucial for the next step. Because Myriad needs relics. Myriad, by the way, it's just tempting him right there. I don't think he realizes. He's moving for the contested one in the middle of the map, though. So, free relic game for Myriad if he scouts that easy peasy one in the corner. Which is really all you really need is HRE. Because Because remember, this is not a Fulani, this is not Pro Scouts. Dumu, he went for Farimba. So the trade-off, and this is usually where we've seen these Javelineer builds fall flat, is what next? Now, how do I now win the game? It's great that I keep poking him and winning these fights, but when do I kill him? Guess where compared to like Mass Sofa or Mass Musafadi, the Javelineers can sometimes feel a little bit wonky. And there's the switch. It's going to be Musafadi. Musafadi, more Donzos. Which is kind of good for Myriad, considering like he's going into archers. He's going to counter 2/3 of the comp. Tricky part is long-term the wood. This is always my sticking issue with archer comps on Prairie. You have a very limited runway. It's not an infinite play. It's not like when you decide you're going to do mass archer comp on, say... where should we go here? Mass archer comp on Highview. Mass archer comp on the pit. Mass Archer comp on King of the Hill. I mean, King of the Hill is the most comical one, because that game is always over before the wood can even get close to running out. Yeah, I think people began to hate Prairie, because last time Prairie was in rotation, I want to say we were like deep in a... I'd say we were fairly deep in a night comp at the time, right? I'm like roughly recalling the time it was in rotation. It's been like a year and a half, right? So back then, because we were in a night-heavy matchup situation where Japanese was coming out really powerful, French, etc., I think people just kind of got sick of it because every game just became knights. The funny thing is, like in more recent times, I'd say before like Pro Scouts where we're seeing knights arrive again, just before this, we were in quite an archer-heavy meta. So the idea of this map all of a sudden became refreshing again. When it's Beasty versus B, you missed it, mate. It literally already happened. Knight's not arriving. Problem for Myriad is the Archer's positioning in this battle is going to be difficult. That was a dramatic death. Myriad also has way too much gold now. That's the effect of the relics, though. Is there a world in which you can sneak past the Swabia? Sneak is a strong word. Dumu has gone for Farimba. Farimba usually lines you up to be more aggressive. And when he sees how big his army is, like, he's not going to hold back, right? So at this stage, Myriad, he just has a complete imbalance of economy. The food isn't able to justify the gold's leverage. If he techs, he's dead. I think he knows it. Myriad, no. Worst position to run into, it seems, because Dumu waiting on the other side of that tree line with mass javelins. Able to run him through. And I think that is going to be G1 to Benny Boy. Despite the raise, despite the great effort, like we're talking about 12 worker kills, right? Myriad has killed quite a lot. But Dumu, like even without the cows, it just doesn't matter. It's the military quality that now dictates. Not only does he have quality, he also has quantity. Oh, God. Nothing can approach this now. Movement towards the farms. I mean, even Mango play, I think for Myriad, like the mistake is obvious, right? The opening, the fluff up with the tower, really put him behind. And then the double down when Dimu's going for Rimba, I think just roughed him up a bit hard. I don't want to say Burgrave would have worked here, because I think theoretically Malians could have just instead then pivoted into Mansa Musafadi. Mansa Musafadi destroy Burgrave play. But in this game, Dumu has made a statement. He's back and he's ready to destroy his rival, the person who took him down last. It's 1-0 for Ben. All right. 1 point on the board for Dumu. Let's get ready for game 2. So, game number 2. What's Myriad's elo? Pretty high. Myriad's been in like the top 50 before. Myriad currently is ranked 44th. He's 1,946 elo after 540 games. Yeah. Myriad is definitely no pushover, guys. All right, so we get to game 2. Let's get predictions up. It makes you want to main Malians. Ladies and gents, we are back to good old Oases. You know, you say Dumu makes you want to main the Malians, but I feel like he's trying to convince people to main the Order of the Dragon. Every single week, he's been picking this Civ. Most of the time, it's been his opening a map selection as well. This time, it gets saved for game number 2. Myriad on the Japanese. A good map for it as well with all the pond play possible. That pond play did just get nerfed last week. The fishing boats, a lot more price than they once were, right? Used to be, was it 35 wood? Now 56. So a pretty heavy hit to their discounts. Dumu, I kind of like this. We've got an immediate play into racks. Order of the Dented Spearmen are pretty scary. The torch damage can be quite impactful here. So great read. Dumu already anticipating his opponent's going to go out into the ponds. And Dumu, like, this isn't him necessarily seeing it for sure, but the logic is he wants to go gold first. Because the reality is, like Japan, they're either going to go fishing or they're going to go heavy on gold and look for fast castle. That's pretty much Japanese in 95% of games. One of those two. So even if he didn't know about the pond play, even though that didn't happen, he can still idle this gold and force Myriad to build outpost. And it's very tricky if you don't build the outpost ahead of time to do it when the spearman arrives. Because remember, this guy kills villagers in 5 hits rather, with his 10 damage. 10 hits would be pretty underwhelming. Actually, we don't really have a baby spearman unit in AV4 yet, do we? There is that Civ that Hussein created. Oh, Dumu. Wait, no. He gambles and guesses wrong. His scout was getting his own sheep, so he didn't actually check the enemy side. Okay, so this is a great start for Myriad then. Ooh, Dumu's going to make it a bit better for himself, though. Because Myriad basically jotted across one entire side of the map. Dumu done his own circle and came across the enemy. It's going to leave him with more sheep. Healthy amount more sheep, actually. So wide rotation here. Dumu didn't build a second spearman. Did we see Minework or Arkan here? I feel like we've been seeing people go back towards Minework more recently. Arkan's a bit weird. The buff rate just doesn't feel great enough. If you want to try and pressure, Minework feels nice. If you just want to greed, though, and go castle, like Arkan is still going to be more beneficial. So I was him off the gold. Myriad does have enough for the age up. Just needs to sort his food now. And there we go. Last sliver of gold coming in. That looks like a move for an Arkan. Yep. Okay. So why would Dumu Arkan here? I think he doesn't want to play wide against probable fast castle Japanese. Even if it's not fast castle Japanese, it's going to be a lot of shinobi. So if you go onto these ponds, there's like a bigger associated risk. Like your villages are more condensed value. I think that's what he's made me a little bit paranoid about. So Arkan will be able to keep him at home. Really, it does feel bad if you have to completely pass on the food. Remember, this is shoreline fish. Best gathering rate you're going to find for the villages in the game. Not to mention the boars, deers, etc. Like, if you look at every single pond on Oases, every single pond has 2 food sources. That's by design. So that you have extra encouragement to come out and use these. So Coco is going to make it a bit awkward to keep playing Gilded Spearman. It's why I thought Dumu might just stop at 1. In theory, if he found the dot play, the Spearman play feels really good. But because he didn't, although he has at least idled the gold, like Myriad, he's got, what, enough for 2 Shinobi? I think 2 Shinobi should be able to beat 2 Gilded Spearmen. With micro. If you just A-click the fight, the Spearmen destroy you. Because you've got, what, 10 damage, you need to hit them 8 times. Meanwhile, they hit for 25 and they'd have to hit you a lot. They'd have to hit you 7 times. Spearmen have at least now revealed it. He's going to switch over. So I don't want the fishing. But that does actually give Myriad access to the gold again. I'm not sure if that was entirely worth it for Dumu. It could make sense if he's following up Gilded Archers. That would be another reason why this Archon just feels so good. Because Myriad is unlikely to just immediately rush Horsemen now that you've built Spears. It feels like Dumu is just intentionally double committing to guarantee that Myriad can't go Horses. Which is why it's kind of important that Myriad keeps an eye on his opponent's base, looking for the timing. Myriad, you're going to be efficient with the Tawaras coming out. Tawara is such a damn nice deck. Remember, it's once you get level 2 Wheelbarrow, it's basically putting you at boar gathering levels on berries. Yeah, it's kind of a subtle thing, but especially with the changes they made a while ago on like the gathering rates, they increased the base gathering rate of the berries, which buff Japanese. Shinobi, kind of an okay trade. I mean, it's a good trade, actually. Remember, these guys are 160 resources. It only cost them 100. And arguably that one was free. However, it wasn't enough to protect the dock. Dumu is trying to force Myriad to commit to an archer ship here. Because if he builds an archer ship, he can just walk away. Because the trade-off is Myriad will be weaker to fight elsewhere. And you know a Japanese player has to be looking for additional ponds. In fact, he's already going for on the north side. When do we switch? I beg my pardon, but are we just building infinite spears here? This is like a poor man's Burgrave in Feudal Age. You'd think at some point you'd just stop producing spears into Shinobi. Should be good micro. Myriad, no Shunshin to blink away, though. Interesting choice to hard commit, but he's buying time for the villager to repair. I just don't think he bought enough. No, so villager needs to run away. Dog is at least not burning now, but you're now trickling Shinobi into die. Oh, man, you can see Miro's reluctance to back off there. It's going to cost him, though. So Dog goes down. Myriad, it feels rough. Like, sometimes you just have to take, like, the knee slightly. Because the thing with the Shinobi is, like, in an ideal situation, what Myriad does there is he uses the Shinobi to intercept the Spearman. I just don't think he was expecting that many spears. Like, right now, Myriad, the scout you had was at home. It wasn't looking at what his opponent was doing. And who the hell sends, like, how many spears is this now, chat? 7? He's produced 7 spearmen. Against Shinobi. Like, there are rules in War, man. And this is one of them. Why are you building spearmen against the unit that counters you? Turns out if you have enough of them, it doesn't. Myriad is at least drawing a lot of attention away from where the docks are now getting expanded. But look at what Dumu's doing. Castle Age is being prepped. I don't think Burgrave is a necessity here. Would allow him to keep up tempo. But I wouldn't be shocked by Regnitz. Looking at the relic spawns as well, I mean, as long as you control the center of the map, you've got a really good gather here. Moment of truth. Shinobi are coming in. Good Shunshin. Just difficult to get kills on 65 HP villagers, and it is indeed going to be Regnitz. So not feeling the pressure for Burgrave. We are just going to get him torching houses. I mean, you've built them, you might as well use them. You know you can't dive the base. He does at least see the tech play. So Myriad should know that, like, I don't want to say Mount Samurai feels free here, because you are up against all the Dragon Spears, but it does feel warranted because your opponent's going to have prelates that need to be sniped. Cool thing about Mad Samurai against Spearmen, by the way, Gilded Spearmen anyway, because there's less of them, the deflective armor is more impactful. Because when you use Brace, what happens is obviously it's going to deflect the initial shot, which is the Brace. But what happens in a Brace interaction is that both units actually get stunned. So if you have more Mad Samurai than Spearmen, you basically get free damage in on the fight. Dumu now opening up with the Archer. Did get sabotaged though, Myriad just being an absolute nuisance. Wait, is he going in for the... Yep. Oh, that's sick. That buys him a lot of time. So he delayed the Gilded Archers, he's delayed the Prelate play. We've got Temple of LOL quality coming. Now, you're not sure if I said LOL quality or low quality. Let's just assume I said both. Yeah, the Temple of Memes is upon us, folks. This is interesting. It does give him a rush timing onto the relics. Means he's going to be weak on the initial fight, though. In fairness, this is the Civ that Temple of Quality felt designed for. Because remember, the unique thing that Buddhist monks do, apart from being dirt cheap, is that they can debuff units for 50% of their base damage. And funny thing about Order of the Dragon, the units tend to hit harder than standard units. And there's less of them. So theoretically, Sohai Sutra has always been seen as a lot better against this Civ in particular. Well, they give gold passively once you get the tech. Admittedly, Zen has been buffed a few times to be quite cheap now. 300 resources to start generating the gold. You don't really rush it. You really want to prioritize getting those initial monks out, getting those relics off the playfield. Bit tricky, though. Dumu. I mean, 5 spearmen, 5 gilded archers. Our samurai doesn't really handle that, no? Oh, it does if the spearmen are in the wrong position. A bit of poke. Dumu really would benefit from posturing south side here, so where all the attention is going to be drawn with the relics in play. And the first Buddhist monk, he's going to get seen. So no sneak out there. There's one spearman here. Mad Samurai might struggle actually against one gilded spearman. They aren't vetted up, but they still hit like a truck. That poor guy. Look at that, Dumu immediately into gilded crossbowman. He's trying to suffocate Myriad in this game. A pretty good situation. I mean, gilded crossbowmen are going to feel quite weak with the Sohai Sutra debuffing them. Positioning in fights can be difficult, though. I think where gilded crossbowmen do a little bit better against the Buddhist monk play is the 6-tower range. It's very hard to actually get them close enough to kill. Let alone to debuff. Myriad needs to be a little bit careful. There is a risk he's actually going to lead Dumu across to where the other pond is, where he's set up. Wait, this... What? Myriad snuck docks all the way next to Dumu's base. So Dumu's reluctance to commit into the base is because his real win condition is relics. This is simply a race between the two. They both need them. Like, what's the point in Temple of Quality without relics? On the flip side, what's the point in playing Order of the Dragon or HRE without relics? That's what you really want in life. And 1 is what he shall get. 2 relics already on the way home. Another one secure. Close flank 1 attainable. This looks like a 4 relic game. Myriad hasn't really got much to show for this right now. Yeah, sure, he's got more villages, but that's just courtesy of like the TC's producing slower for OOTD. Curious choice to go Yumi. Definitely makes sense up against the Spearman. One scary thing here is scale armor, though. Even without it, these boys are pretty tanky. Gets the T-buff out once. Yes, we've done it! Look at this guy. He hits weaker than a Yumi. Okay, but yeah, but like he has friends. That is ridiculous. All right, something's telling me we might have a 2-0 on the way, unless Myriad can find a trick soon. The most obvious one would be Mountain Samurai raids. Right now, they're just kind of chilling and watching. They're not raiding. He's been so focused on trying to win the relic game, like he's been stuck here. You just want to go to the enemy base. Instead, he's going to get baited in. Gotta stop the wall, lol. Does actually work out. Clears the spearman just in time. There's a second wave on the... Oh my god, come on. Have mercy. Mira's going to ride blind into this and immediately lose at least 1, if not 2 knights. Oh, wait, no, that was... Okay, that worked out well. The crossbowman attacked the Yumi instead. However, after all that effort, that relic is still not going home with him. No, this is like the person who, you know, aims for the gal out of his league. It's like, will you go on a date with me? If you can win this tournament, you win the tournament. Can you go on a date? If you become president, 2 days after president, can you go on a date with me? I'm willing to divorce my wife. If you can solve world peace. It's always just a higher goal that somehow these monks would have to achieve to win that relic race. This tree line is also getting a little bit uncomfortable. Like, both of his wood supplies are here, and remember, Myriad is relying on them for Yumi. So he has to be fully aware of what's coming. No, guys, get back behind. Get back behind! No! Myriad, we got a problem. The thing keeping Myriad in this game right now is really the fishing economy. It has been shrunk, though. He lost the dock over here. He got burnt out of this one. He's only got this pond left. The other one's expired. We'll at least be able to block the relic temporarily, but this close to the base is going to be hard to hold. So what could Myriad have done different here? I think the opening Shinobi play, he kind of just rushed to intercept the spears. I don't think he was really expecting that many. We have to remember that, like, we can see everything, right? And for Myriad, he wasn't scouting the additional spearmen coming, so he probably just assumed it was 2 to 3 spearmen, harass the gold, whatever would tech up. Who the hell expects 7 spearmen against Shinobi? Like, it just doesn't usually make sense. But gilded spearmen are a different breed, as we saw in the early engagements. Start from choosing wrong landmark? No, I think Temple of Quality is fine here. I think the game was going wrong for him before then. Temple of Quality can work in this matchup. Like, your opponent's massing Spearman. What does producing Mount Samurai quicker do for you? Maybe you could argue producing Yumi, like, sped up would have worked nicely, but the production rate buff just got nerfed. It was a pretty significant hit, I think. Props to him though, Myriad. Chin up. It says the game's not over yet. As grim as it may be looking. Oh, this is a vicious stabbing though. It was his safe option on the gold. Use the wall. Now that's cool. Remember, he has got the damage buff. Interesting thing with the conversion. Gives the 20% damage buff for 20 seconds. Best time in the game to try and take a fight. Oh, I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough though. Spears. Do you bait the Yumi in range? Mount Samurai are going to recommit, but the Gilded Crossbowmen are sniping them down. And I think there's maybe just too many Gilded Archers. Yeah, this is a bit of a struggle. Monks are getting sniped. Spearmen are going to peel off crossbows as well. So he baits him fully in range of the archers. There isn't even scale armor. Technically, Myriad should be able to kill these. A weird way to engage. Yumi count is now shrinking down. He doesn't have the bannerman, but he should have enough to mop this up. It has, however, led to additional worker deaths. I mean, the Sohai Sutra is kind of doing work at the end of this fight. Yeah. Myriad, okay, it's still ugly. He's losing villagers, but that was a sick fight. What happened there is originally, like, the problem was you weren't seeing the debuff because his monks were healing. You have to toggle healing off. Once it was off and the debuff started to take effect, those archers were hitting for 4 damage. They were hitting with, like, feudal age Yumi. Now, it's a step in the right direction, but behind this, Dumu has basically stockpiled an entire secondary wave. We've got 16 spearmen again, 9 gilded crossbowmen this time. Now, this was the tricky one we talked about. Is like, crossbowmen should be hard to reach for the debuff on the monks. I think if Myriad just... It's weird. You can't front line with the monks. You want to, like, pseudo front line with them. Almost like if you went spears yourself, then the monk line, and then the archer line. Probably your best comp, at least the best affordable comp. Unironically, Mass Yumi wins this. Possibly. I think you're a little bit... Are you a little bit worried your opponent might go Land Connector? I guess not. It feels capital what you're saying, but I agree. It's kind of crazy. But because of the monks, the Yumi trade really, really well. So I think you just mass monks and Yumi. And then don't use the monks as the front line. Use the Yumi as the front line. which sounds really taboo, but it actually works out because of how little damage they'll be taking. By the way, the clutch play for Myriad, half of your monks onto heal mode, half them onto Sohai Sutra. The reason you do that is because monks have this awkward attraction towards debuffing the same target. You can have 20 monks and they can all lock eyes on Jonathan here on the left side. They love Jonathan. And then after they're done seducing Jonathan, they all simultaneously decide they love... Okay, we need to come up with actually some Japanese names here. Yuren. They love Yuren over here. Everyone wants to go after him. Korotawa. Yeah, everyone loves Korotawa as the third over here. But that's one of the tricky things with Buddhist monks. If they simultaneously targeted different units, they'd actually be broken. The debuff would be broken if it was efficient. The fact that they all target the same is where this thing doesn't seem completely balked. Damn, look at all you guys with the names. You're good at accents? Yeah, I do like doing accents. Goku. Wow, what a classic. Yamaha. Toyota. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Why did no one go for the classic? He had ninjas in this game. Oh, it was Yumi, wasn't it? So we couldn't win with Hanzo. I know this though. Dumu has stockpiled so much resource. He's on his way to Imperial. Pass Swabi now getting erected. Myriad, it was starting to look good. Now we have a big problem. He's gone 2 DC. He doesn't have farm set up yet. The food is running out. And he's an age behind. Seen Shogun? Love Shogun. Incredible show. The accent pro? I do like my accents. You know, I'm like not the person to teach a language to. I'm the person to sit there and learn an accent. You know, just like go full Hanzo from Overwatch. Only a Shamada can control the dragon. Well, can Myriad muster a double dragon to fight this? The tech up disadvantage is a big problem right now. The upgrades are going to be coming in for the Gilded Archers. Those things turn into Gatling guns when they can stand still. Do an Italian accent? Okay, so here's the thing. If we start going down this line, it goes from impressive to offensive very quickly. You know? You gotta temper it. You know? Don't ask too much. Because like it starts off kind of reads like Italiano, but then all of a sudden, like 2 sentences in, I'm basically doing Super Mario. Need to look into doing voiceovers. I've always wanted to. I just don't know where to really begin with it. Is the challenge. I think it's quite hard to get into. I'd say getting into voice acting is harder than getting into acting, actually. You need to prove your ability to express an entire character with just your vocal cords. Right? You can't use your arms, your head, or whatever, like an actor can. And yes, these are passable, not even stealth forests, they're just passable trees. You can build on them as well, as you can see here. Like I said, Myriad has been hunkering down, likely looking for a Cast of the Crow play here. If it's not Cast of the Crow, he's probably just going to get killed. Doesn't have a rocket launcher at all. I don't know Overwatch, but Scorpion from Mortal Kombat is also Hanzo. Yeah, but like, I don't think I ever hear anyone call him Scorpion, you know? Whereas Hanzo is Hanzo. Or, as most people who've experienced him on the receiving end, that douchebag with the giant arrow hitboxes. Oh my di... Alright, Myriad is really scraping the barrel here. He's running out of food pretty fast. We don't have a farm transition fully yet. It's only a handful. Nemo Dumu is here to stay. Oh my... Not a Hanzo! They have killed Genji. Yama. All of them. I know them all off by heart. Love the Japanese Civ that much. And Myriad cannot be loving this position. A dive underneath the Daimyo, but check what's coming. Team Fortress time. We've got a rocket launcher. Perfect actually against Order of the Dragon. It one-hits these insanely tanky units. So Dumu is going to be forced back. Wait, what? Maybe not? Is he really Huh? There's no way. Surely. He doesn't even give a crap about it. 2-0. Dumu is back. Oy, oy, oy. The director of Marvel Rivals has been laid off? Wait, why was he laid off? You shouldn't just misread it as got laid. Because everyone knows about Marvel Rivals. And like, oh my god, you made that game? They can't possibly have rockets for all of us. Yeah, they'll run out of ammo before we run out of bodies. Oof. Brutal end. It might not matter that he loses army because he can repop. His repop's going to be on the other side of the map. Like, in theory, if you've ever tried infinitely diving a Shogunate, you'll know why that usually doesn't work. There's a reason why in the past that thing got nerfed. Alright. So, Dumu winning, I imagine that means he's going to probably stream his series tomorrow morning or afternoon, maybe, against Wham. We don't go live on Wednesdays. We have made exceptions in the past. Like last week, we had to go on Wednesday to do finals. But finals this week is back to being Thursday, like it normally would. I don't really see much merit in going live for a single series that could be, you know, like 3-0, for example. Especially considering like I have other things to catch up on and day with kids, etc., etc. So it might be that set between Dumu and Wham goes uncasted. But what we will have is on Thursday, we're going to have semi-finals between Anathan and either Dumu or Wham. And then grand finals after that up against Beasty. That'll all be happening on Thursday. So we'll figure out the times. I'll post a Reddit thread. Make sure you're following my Discord as well. ! Discord, free to do. Costs you absolutely nothing. You guys, we were talking yesterday about how people don't like Twitter now and it's bad and whatever. Like, if you want to communicate with like-minded people, join the Discord. That's a perfect way to do it. They're all AoE4 fanatics. Just get in there. And it has the added benefit of being let know whenever we go live. But, guys, I think we'll get ready to wind down the stream now. Yeah. All right, YouTube, I'm going to end the stream there. I'm going to find somewhere to raid for Twitch, but YouTube, that's going to be end. Remember, tune in on Thursday. Thursday, we will have semi-finals, grand finals happening for Midweek Muster number 14 to see if Anathan can break his record, Dumu or Wham can get on the board for the first time, or if Beasty, upon his return to Midweek Muster, is going to look continuously unstoppable in 2025.